King, king. Less chess. I'm good. Sato, gato. Mother, Adam. That was Brock, flock. Second. That's so bad. Jesus. That was a cool ball with Mother. That was insane. Hey guys, this was Sadak and this was Rhythm Round. Thank you.
Ya, buena, Sheriff.
Ya.
Ya,
Pero no me
Sheriff.
ratoní, weón.
No, Sheriff. Legal, fue legal.
Ya, estamos.
Ya.
Used to count receipts, circle prices in red, put it back on the shelf, walk away instead, check split 6 ways.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
For aspiring pro players, playing on this stage right here is the dream. It's a validation of the grind. It is a signpost that you are, in fact, the best of the best. More importantly, you made it to the big time. Now, every year, Tier 2 players fight for a chance to make it to the Americas stage. And there were two paths. You win Ascension, or you hope that a Tier 1 team takes pity on you, notice your talents, and reaches out to you with a life-changing opportunity. But this year, I think it's safe to say we're flipping the script. Now, the top 4 squads from Challengers NA, Brazil, and LATAM will join the competition for the Stage 2 play-ins. And this is the first time that Tier 2 teams will play on the Americas stage, and they have the opportunity to steal the spotlight, rewrite the narrative, and more importantly, a chance to make history. You'll see explosive new talent from across all 3 Americas regions, as well as the return of some familiar faces. Players looking for a shot at redemption and a second chance to right the wrongs of the past. You win here, you make playoffs. You make top 2 in playoffs, you're going to Champions Shanghai. Making champs isn't a pipe dream. The opportunity is right here. But the question is, who is going to take it?
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
The wait is over. It is day 1 of play-ins. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Athena here on the desk with Alexis and Dryad to break down today's matches. And today's matches are going to be so fun because, of course, we have 2 hot teams coming in with this new format. We actually have Crew Visa versus Bestia. You guys are just going to keep waving at each other all day. And Envy versus M80. So 2 regional matchups, 2 teams coming in from challengers in the new format. It's going to be insane. But for a closer look at what's ahead, it's time to brush up on your bracketology.
All right, you know what time it is. Let's talk about these 4 Tier 2 squads, and it's bracketology time, except I don't know if it is bracketology time. And normally I'd be doing this with Josh, but he actually hasn't shown up to work today. So Emily, you're gonna have to do...
Listen, have no fear, Emily is here. Let's get to work.
That's incredible. Could you shave your head as well? To get into character a little bit better?
I don't think I'm that dedicated to the bit.
That's fine, that's perfectly fine. We gotta rush through this anyway, we don't have much time. Okay, Crew Bestia, we're gonna start with that one. It's the first set of teams. Crew Bestia, the pride of LATAM, Tier 2.
Yes. I think they're very ranker style. I think with Crew kind of putting heat back on that chamber, though, they have potential. They have potential. It's really a coin toss.
Coin toss?
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Bestia, but maybe Crew, I don't know. You agreeing?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
We'll have to be very consistent to change that.
All right, Envy M80.
I feel like there's only one right answer.
Yeah, but you think that, but the funniest answer is Envy.
The funniest answer is Envy. The real answer is M80.
But yeah, I mean, listen, everybody wants M80. Everybody wants the fated matchup.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm just think in this matchup,
in a vacuum,
M80 wins that.
Everybody wants M80 to win this, but the funniest thing that happened would be Envy winning it. So I don't know. I'm just gonna do.
What your heart desires.
I'm gonna do both.
Both? Love it.
I'm just gonna slap this in, and it just gives us outs potentially. I think Furia 2G.
Ooh, this one's more of a toss-up for me. Honestly, I feel like 2G looked really good when they played against SRB. Furia's been struggling. They don't have an identity. I feel like we gotta go 2G.
I also agree.
Yeah.
I'm liking 2G with that one. Furia have really been struggling recently. Sorry, Furia. Cloud9 and Fluxo, they've changed their name. I don't know why, but listen. Cloud9 or Fluxo. Cloud9 have been improving.
They have. They've looked really good as of recent. Fluxo will have to kind of bring their A game going into it, but I do think Cloud9 is probably the right pick for this one, yeah.
Boom. Lock it in, and we've got to speedrun the rest of these. MIBR Bestia.
MIBR.
MIBR, yeah, I mean, where at MIBR? Hello?
Oh, we're a little lost.
There they are. I found them. There's like 50 billion teams to scroll through.
So and there's actually 8.
Sentinels versus M80 Envy. And maybe I shouldn't have put 2 teams down.
Yeah, maybe. Coin toss it. Coin toss it.
Coin toss it. There's 3 teams.
Whichever one you see first. Whichever one you see first, friend.
I'm just finding M80.
Okay.
M80. It's the logo that stands out the most. G2 and then 2G. God
G2.
Help any casters on that one. G2?
G2.
Where are they? They're all the way at the bottom again.
Okay.
EG versus Cloud9.
Ooh. Cloud9.
Cloud9?
We gotta throw Cloud9 in there. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Cloud9 in as well. Okay, perfect. Bracketology finished. Completed. Now, there's not enough space to see who actually goes in to predict these 2 teams. So do we just end it? I don't know.
I think we wrap it there and let fate decide that.
I mean, I could just, sure. Let's just end it here. Send it back.
Only the pure of heart can finish a bracketology, and that's why they didn't get to finish it. But our first match of play-ins is actually the LATAM regional battle between Bestia and Crew Visa. Now, of course, Bestia, they coming in hard, going through that challengers, making their names known, and they've been looking really good, Dan. You're going to be our resident expert here.
This is going to be an incredible matchup. The minute that Bestia was a team in LATAM to qualify, this is the matchup that everybody wanted to see, Bestia against Crew, and it's because of how how good Bestia has been this entire year.
Yeah.
If you look at the roster, you look at the beginning of the year, they were under a different org as well. They were playing for Farin, then they were playing with Shy as well, who got picked up by Furia, so they had to pick up Lost last minute to go into this bracket and then being able to lift out the trophy. They've had such an incredible journey with a lot of challenges to finally be here where they want to be, what the goal was at the beginning of the year.
I feel like having a challengers team that has two players, Taco and Melzer, who have been on the stage before, to be able to show the rookies, this is what it takes to be on the stage. This is what we have to do. These are the steps we need to take. I feel like it's such an advantage as a challengers team getting to this point.
Yeah, and I think with an IGL like Melzer and all these players that have been so good and so dominant in the server, it makes a lot of sense for them to be making it this far here. And I think it's going to be a really explosive game, especially when you're playing in a regional matchup.
It's a matchup that I know Melzer wants really bad. He was part of this team last year. Takalija as well was briefly with Crew playing up an off-season tournament in 2023.
Yeah.
So obviously they know each other.
Well, let's actually send it to Golden Boy, who we kicked off the desk, and check in with Takolia himself.
All right, we're here with Takolia, and look, I asked you this on a VMix call, but now I get to ask you in person. How excited are you to be here at VCT Americas, getting to play on this stage? And, you know, I guess what kind of confidence you're bringing with you alongside with your team at this stage?
To be honest, I'm really, really happy. I'm super excited to play today. Today, like, I woke up a little bit anxious because I want to play so hard. But, I mean, this can maybe sound a little bad, but I don't care that much. I just want to enjoy the moment, you know, feel the present. I'm confident with my teammates. So I'm calm and I'm happy and I want to play so hard. Yeah.
How are the rookies handling it on the team right now? How are they feeling?
Oh, they're cool. Yeah, they're cool. They're vibing like me. So yeah.
Nice. All right, man. Hey, dude, we're so excited to have you back. It's going to be a blast. We'll of course see Bestia later on today.
I think it's super sweet to hear from Takalija saying that he just wants to enjoy the moment. He wants to be present. I think when he was playing 2023 with Lev, he had some troubles with that, kind of feeling all that pressure, not really being in the moment, and that pressure, you know, can sometimes play against the Alexis.
Oh, 100%. I mean, pressure is really important on this stage, especially for the rookies. Like we said, first time playing on stage. Some of them, they joined their first team in 2023. I know, me and you, we've been playing since beta.
No,
2020.
we've been playing for way too long, actually.
Yeah, like we gotta call it quits at some point. But okay, okay, done. But yeah, it's really crazy to me that like some of these players feels like they just started playing the game and now they've made it here.
Well, they've made it here, and they're also in a really fun matchup because Melzer was actually cut from the Crew Visa roster at the end of last year, and now he's got a shot at revenge. Do you feel like this is going to be a revenge match for him, or do you think he's just trying to play it out with Melzer's kindergarten?
I think it is, and I like that you mentioned that since he got kicked from Crew, he's been part of 3 different teams. Farin, that was at the beginning, then he went to Melzer's kindergarten because that team got dropped. And while they were trying to find an org that was going to pick them up, then they were going under that name because they had all those rookies back then. And now you have the current team that you're looking at, Bestia, that was able to be there, support them, and it's something that they are super happy about. And being led by Melzer, I think it's incredible. Every time that Crew has been going on a run in the past couple of years, it has been when Melzer is IGLing.
Yeah.
Maybe a hot take. Think they should have kept the name.
Ooh,
what do you guys think?
Melzer's kindergarten?
Yeah.
Keeping
or like,
it?
I know Bestia like probably wants like some product placement, so like maybe Bestia's kindergarten. I don't know, I just like the kindergarten vibe.
Yeah. I think you're just projecting. But anyway, ahead of today's match, Golden Boy actually sat down with Melzer himself to talk about his return to the Americas stage.
Hey everyone, we're here with Melzer. You may remember Melzer, he's been here before. This is his old stomping grounds and he's back again for domination. And we're excited to have him here, man. Look, after you left the team, Melzer, in 25, what was your mental like, your headspace like? Because, you know, I'm sure it was a little mentally taxing.
Bueno, la primera cosa que pensé fue no caer en depresión, en tristeza de bajar al tier 2. Y también no caer en como una mentalidad de que cuando voy a trabajar en Tier 2, tener ego con las personas que voy a trabajar. Creo que esos 2 puntos fueron los más importantes para hacer posible el equipo que funcionara bien y mantener un mental estable.
Yeah, so first of all, for me, it was about not falling into depression, going down to tier 2 and falling into that mental and not having that ego within tier 2 so I could work better with my teammates. That was like the two most important points to having a stable mental.
Yeah, well, speaking of your teammates, right, you actually ended up teaming up with familiar face and Taco. You joined up with David as well as Chubson, and you're still teaming with these guys. What led you to them? Why you wanted to join these guys after your time with Crew?
Bueno, empecé a buscar los mejores nombres que tenía posible en el Tier 2. En ese momento estaba Taco, también estuvo Chai en el equipo. Estuvo Chuisin, que era una promesa, que estaba un joven talento que estaba en LATAM, que había escuchado de él. Y David, que siempre estuvo en la mira de todos los equipos, o sea, ganó muchos torneos en Tier 2 y también muchos equipos lo quisieron. Entonces traté de armar lo mejor posible que podía en equipo y también con las mejores personalidades o mentalidades para que el equipo fuera un equipo que fuera amigable, que trabajara, que no hubiera tóxicos. Entonces, nada, fue como encontrar las mejores piezas para armarlo y fui atrás de ellas.
Yeah, so I was looking really for the best names in tier 2. There was, Taco, Shai was also there, and we had Chubizin, who is this promising young talent. We also had David, who has been in the eye of a couple different teams as well from all the tournaments that he's won, and really just looking for the best in this team, not only in terms of personality, but also in terms of mental, hardworking, not toxic, and, just constructing these pieces to build something great.
Now, when we saw the matchups, it was divine intervention that you ended up playing against your old team in Crew. So were you excited to play against them when you saw their name pop up on the bracket?
Sí, obviamente hay un toque de emoción por enfrentar a mi anterior equipo, pero no es como ese picanteo o spicy como dice el público, que voy a querer, no sé, arrasar con ellos. Yo siento la misma emoción con cualquier equipo que voy a enfrentar, ya sea Cruz, sea Energy, sea G2, cualquier equipo voy a sentir lo mismo y voy con las mismas ganas de ganarle a cualquier equipo porque quiero demostrar que un equipo Tier 2 puede ser incluso mejor que muchos equipos Tier 1.
Yeah, obviously there is that touch of emotion, because it's versus my old team, but it's not spicy like the public may think. It's the same for me as any other team facing Crew, Energy, G2. It's the same. I just want to, win against them and prove that Tier 2 can be like Tier 1.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of your team, Bestia coming into this event, a lot of hype. What sets this team apart? You told me about them earlier, but I want to really sell these players to the fans at home. What should we be expecting from Bestia? And you guys gonna go all the way to champs?
Yo creo que sí es posible que podamos llegar hasta Champion. Hemos tenido entrenamientos muy buenos, estamos entrenando con equipos de franquicia ya, con muy buenos resultados. Nos hace especial, yo creo que el esfuerzo de venir trabajando muchas horas, de saber de que podemos llegar lejos, de tener esa hambre de alcanzar franquicia, después play-in, playoff y champions. Entonces, no sé, creo que todos tenemos mucha hambre de ganar. Creo que tenemos roles personas nuevas como Chuisin, que es su primera vez, que van a divertirse, van a demostrar cosas nuevas que no estamos acostumbrados quizás a ver. Entonces, yo creo que eso nos caracteriza, las ganas de ganar, y también creo que podemos hacerlo.
Yeah, it's possible for us to win champs. We're doing really good in our training. We've been to having good results in our games against franchise teams, and we're going to work a lot of hours to go really far. We have that hunger, going from franchise to playoffs to champs. Like, we're really hungry to win, especially players like Chubizin, who it's his first time. He's going to have a lot of fun. He's going to show results, and it's going to be something that we are not used to. So to characterize us, we're hungry.
Yeah, and I can definitely see it. Melzer, always a pleasure, my man. Great to see you back here at work again. We're looking forward to seeing what you do on that stage. Back to you guys.
The hunger goes into that performance and really puts a team forward, so I love to hear that. But looking at the other side of the stage, Crew Visa, they actually had a rough stage too, but they got a much needed win against Sentinels last week. Alexis, I see a pink hat. What is that for? What's going on here?
Milady.
Don't do that again.
Okay, I'm
Never.
sorry, host.
You're banned.
No, I think Crew, after their win against Sen, is like really lucky. And honestly, I can wear the hat so I can say this. I think I was a bit sus after they picked Summit and got 6 rounds. But also, I think that was maybe like a last-ditch effort to be like, okay, maybe we're Summit players, and then realize they weren't. But now they know, and they have that information, and now they can lock in.
You had to give it a try. It was last week. Let's see what happens. And especially because Crew has really struggled with that first pick. Towards the beginning of the stage, we were talking a lot about picking Lotus every single time until it was just not getting them the results that they were getting in stage 1. Then they went into Breeze a little bit in that Summit comp as well. They've tried just kind of a bit of everything without results, except for that last week where finally something was working.
Yeah, and last week the biggest note was that they changed their comp. They had a little bit of a mix-up. They introduced that chamber and were playing a lot more aggressive. So what do you guys think of those comp changes? Do you think that was the main reason for the win?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that Heat was talking about when they made those changes. They said, we made these changes for the last week looking at play-ins. This is what we want to practice on. This is what we want to work on going into play-ins. And it makes much more sense because Heat is incredible with the operator, so you just want to have him on that role.
Yeah, I feel like for Crew, every single one of them is individually so good. Like, I feel like all of them are star players in their own right. And I feel like for them, like, just meshing as a team should be more of the forefront of their minds, like trying to figure out what comp works for them, what map pool they want to have, what are their strongest maps. So I'm hoping going into this next week. I just looked at myself. Oh my gosh. Hey,
girl, you look hot. What are you talking about? You're out here.
Yeah, I'm just hoping they lock in. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think lock in is a big key word because they've clearly lost a lot of games this stage. They've been struggling. I think the aggressive comp has been what's changed for them. And I think especially in this meta, Alexis, prove me wrong if you want. But this meta, you have to be aggressive. The double dive duelist, you have to take a lot of that map control or else you lose it really quick.
Yeah, and I feel like in theory, this meta should be really good for them because they have such mechanically strong players.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering, like, where is the disconnect? Is it the comps? Like, does another playstyle kind of fit them that they haven't found yet? I'm really interested to see what they pull out.
Yeah, well, let's actually send it back to Golden Boy, who we've kicked off the desk multiple times now, and hear from Sadak for how Crew is going to deal with this.
Now look, Sadak, you've been in these situations before. You're freaking world champions, high stakes. Does it feel a little bit different this time considering who your opponent is, or, the job's still the same?
That's a good question. I would say it feels a little bit different because we're playing against LATAM and we love those guys. Like, most of my team play with them, even in ranked. So yeah, it feels different, but at the same time, we're here to win, so yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing the match, man. It's gonna be super fun.
Well, let's actually look at our predictions because did anyone pick the tier 2 squads to win today? It's just, me and Dan did. Alexis, you're still on the Crew train. Tell me a little bit about that.
I literally had the pink hat on, of course.
That's
true.
a good point. I should have seen that coming.
Yeah, well, like I said, they have such strong players. I feel like they got a bit more of their footing last week being Sen. I hope that they got some confidence from that. And they're like, okay,
and they don't
we're not
pick
too bad. Well, maybe they can. Maybe they just had to get the first match out of the way, first game playing Summit, say, all right, we can't play that map.
All right, well, we gotta address the elephant in the room. Dan.
Yes?
That's usually your team.
That's
You're
usually my team,
now.
but I'm trying something new. This is a new experiment.
You're trying
I
see. Okay.
Tackle and Melzer, they're still kind of Crew in a way. It's the soul is still Crew. So that's
you are
that's your reasoning
for
Bestia?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate, please?
When do we start?
You have like 30 seconds. You're good.
Look, I think Bestia is incredible. I think when you have a rookie like Truby, he is going to perform insane. And lost the last-minute addition that they had as a replacement for Shot. He is going to surprise everybody. So I think, you can't count Bestia just out yet.
I think confidence is definitely the name of the game, which is why I went Bestia. But let's put it into action. Crew, Visa, and Bestia are ready to take the stage. The first day of play-in starts right now.
Com certeza eu tô bem animado assim de enfrentar os times do Tier 2.
I played a lot of these players in Challengers when I was there. This is where I was forged, so, it ain't no different from playing a normal team.
They're honestly dark horses to make champs.
Eu acho que eles vão mandar bem aqui no palco do VCT Americas.
No, va con Operator, hay que aterrizar acá. ¡Se lo sobó! ¡Lo ganó! Y ahora sí se fue todo de la mano.
Pero aún así saca el clutch. 1 para 2 y nadie lo para.
And they almost line up as SRB knock at the door. It's a 1v1 to decide it. Vendo times do Challengers e da franquia se enfrentando a primeira vez é bem legal, principalmente porque eu acredito que o nível tá bem igual e tudo pode acontecer.
In the air fryer, man, set to 20 minutes at 400 degrees. QCK is the one to have to go for that plant. Oh, it's so good from QCK.
Eu tô bastante animado assim de ter voltado. Acho que é mais algo pessoal, né? Eu ter esforçado, ter trocado de time e estar aqui de novo.
Era algo que quedó en mí, dentro de mí, de volver a demostrármelo, de estar acá de nuevo.
Parece que ya la utiliza, viene por dobles, hay uno colado por ahí, Tacolilla se hace con 2 eliminaciones, la tercera también para él, es un 4 en contra de 2, Bestia.
¡No! ¡Tacolilla le come la espalda!
I'm most excited just to play on the stage.
Being on stage in front of fans that are going to be cheering for your name. Yeah, we'll do our best to be as loud as possible.
And it's Nismo, but man tucks it to the corner, and the wide swing, he barely dodges the up, and he pulls off the ace! Are you kidding me?
My goal at the beginning of this year is to qualify to at least one international. Plans was probably our saving grace. I gotta make it. I will make it.
So the plant could definitely happen, or the diffuse if they get in. Oxy kills Bricks, and they are swarming so quick.
A Macia bem posicionada. E aí na ultimate, o bala pela Smoke, ele leva 2.
Todos estão juntos para um sonho e vai ser muito legal mostrar essa sinergia dentro do servidor. E é algo que a gente já construiu no Brasil e vai trazer aqui para o Américas e para quem sabe daqui a pouco a gente estar em Xangai e mostrar isso para o mundo todo.
Our first VCL team to take the stage for play-ins, Bestia. They have 2 players who have played here before, Taco and Melzer, and I'm wondering, will they be able to set a strong example for their rookies on what it takes to dominate on a Tier 1 stage? I mean, we have been calling this the year of the rookies, so maybe one of these new gens will come out of the gate swinging?
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I picked this Bestia for this. I think they're so aggressive, they're so confident, and they've taken on the meta without looking like they're struggling. They've won so many matches in a row just to make it here, and it looks like they're not stopping.
The story of each one of these players, I feel like it's just so poetic to see them on stage today. The journey that David has had. There was a time where he couldn't play because he was sick, and then he got back on the stage, he was competing, and he started winning with the squad. Tacolilla as well, looking for that redemption. Melzer as the IGL and the True Rookies as well, trying to prove themselves. But they're going against a tough opponent on the other side for Crew Visa, where they got that win last week.
Yep.
It was against a Sentinels that was also looking really good. But the question is, how much more can they do after that?
Yeah, I mean, Redux was going absolutely insane, but they still managed to shut him down in those last 2 maps. We're looking at them to improvise, to improve, and make sure they're building upon those fundamentals, because for the beginning of this stage, beginning of stage 1 at least, they looked so good, but they need to get back into form.
It's really important for them after the Sen win to carry that momentum through plans. They have to. It's a must for them. And I'm hoping that with this confidence that they have, they can continue to pull through. Maybe they'll have more confidence because, you know, Bestia is a challengers team, et cetera, you know, try and build up that ego a little bit. But I'm excited to see what they pull out.
Something that I'm going to keep my eyes on for Crew today is something that Sadak talked about in the past, and is how they have a struggle sometimes when it comes down to any of these maps in the defense and how they're going to play out. Alexis, when you look at these maps as well, and when you look at something that Crew can do maybe in that defense going into the second half for Breeze, why do you think that defense can be challenging for somebody like Sadak?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I think Breeze defense, just in general, is really, really hard to call.
Yeah.
I find it really difficult. There's so many different lanes, and it's really hard to actually push and pull aggression. For example, they take mid control. Okay, do we push a main? It's just so awkward to do. So there's just a lot of different movements that need to happen that are kind of awkward, I feel like, on Breeze. And unless you have like really strong mid-rounder, having to micro that from across the map, it's really difficult.
Yeah, and based on these maps, do you guys feel like you're moving around in your predictions, or are you still solid with what you predicted?
I'm a little bit I'm a little bit scared.
What are you scared about? Tell me.
I'm a little bit scared of the Crew Summit. But, you know.
I told them not to pick it. They didn't listen.
I mean, I heard you were rigging this, but it's fine. I'm just a little scared just because they didn't have such a great experience with it last week. And it was their pick. It's their pick again as the last map. So I'm hoping they watched that VOD, they went into it, did a bunch of VOD review. Maybe they do a comp change, something like that. Something to, like, you know, revitalize that map for them, because it didn't look very strong last week.
this is all going to be about how this map 1 of Breeze starts. This is a map where Crew has been able to find success. I remember week 1, they were playing a little bit of a different composition, but Heat was still playing with the operator on the Jet. And most recently, as we talked about in the last week against Sentinels, he was playing with that Chamber. If he's able to start strong on this attack side, and this team is able to start strong, they can grab some momentum for the rest of the maps in the second half.
Well, you're talking about comps, and the comps are up on the screen right now. Taco on that Neon, he's been so good on it. I feel like one of the main reasons why Bestia has been good has been because of this Neon.
And there is a change though. Lost was playing the Phoenix. They were playing the 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah.
And now going to this Jet should be a lot more interesting and something that I don't think Crew was prepared for at all.
I really like the double duelist pick, but no Viper does kind of scare me.
That is
Playing
really
so hard
scary.
was a little bit sus. And it looks like Crew is going to opt for something a bit more standard. We don't see a lot of KOs, but it used to be the meta before double duelist. Everyone played KO on Breeze.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because the flashes are there and everything can really set themselves up for success. But not only have we got new talent on the stage, we've also got new talent in the casters booth. Making their debut in Americas, it's Shift and Ash.
Thank you, friends. Wow, that's some hype to lead us on in. I'm Shift. This is Ash. What's up, homie? Ready to rock?
I am so ready to rock. I'm so stoked to be here, Shift, and with you, makes it even better.
We're vibing. We've got challengers on the main stage. I like to always say there's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose. Feels like that very well might be the case for a team like Bestia. But the other side of the story here is that Crew may have found something in these meta comps that they were just talking about on the desk. Mostly, hey, Heat's good with the scope, so just let him have it more often. That seems to be a recipe for success.
It really has. I think that it's been crazy to see, and the chambers look so good.
That's right. Well, it's time for your Samsung Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. And I'll tell you, why not go to Breeze? This has been kind of a staple for Bestie over the course of their run through their Stage 2 and Challengers. Just comes down to, can they actually find the success with the lights feeling a little bit brighter here in LA? Opening start looks like we're going to get something pretty aggressive through mid. Just a little feel out for Crew, but all eyes towards possibly an early look at A.
Look at the space that Bestia has already taken, though, into mid. That positioning there for Melzer and Crew. This is a squad where when they were playing up against Sentinels, they really favored those mid splits. Now heavy towards A main.
Well, able to get their way through the first trap. A looks pretty wide and open. They're just wondering if he wants to actually commit for this plant yet or not. High Tide will come through for the defense. Bestia trying to split apart this Crew approach. Sound cue on the initial toggle for the spike. It looks like Bestia does want to try to contest this.
Plant's gonna go down, though. The timing here for Sadok on that wall drop could be that stab in the back there for loss.
Good first blood from Sadok. Immediately counter, though. Bestia now wants to give this away for free. And Crew's taking some damage as they continue to just float around the pyramids, but are able to find another couple of trades to the backside of the site. Big moment here from Zera. Last one laughed, and Bestia able to overwhelm. Really nice contest to the spike plant to take the pistol.
Yeah, just walking in up against the back of that toxic screen thrown down there by Les. And I think we saw the vision from Crew, right? They go for the tap. They know that they can't actually secure that plant. They try to fight a little bit forward, but Bestia have already encroached on them just a little too far.
Yeah, really nice stuff early. And I think it's going to be interesting. I think you would call it the position. I mean, let's not try to, count our chickens before they hatch here, but seeing Bestia investing into the middle of the map could be really key. I think especially knowing that Crew have tried to put themselves into a position to not play with that same kind of diving, heavy execute lately. It's been more of the feel out, like you call, try to play for sound cues, finding ways to try to break down the defense first as we get our first early tech pause here to kick off our Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, posturing for mid that early on shows Bestia they've done their homework, right? Watching that Sentinels matchup, that have the understanding of how Crew were not even just like going for quick hits into mid doors at times. You'd also have opportunities for Heat to get inserted up into mid, get those picks into tunnels and B-Link, something that you have to continue to keep your eyes out on. For Crew, last time we saw them here on Breeze, they did start off crazy with that 9-1 lead up against Sentinels, but Bestia, again, the desk was shutting it out. This is a squad where Breeze has been their bread and butter throughout VCL.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking across their overall records, I mean, familiarity playing against the Crew name in certain ways because they played against Crew Spark in their region. But it's just been interesting because they've been sticking to this composition for the last handful of weeks in their region. It's worked out very successfully for them. In particular, their defensive win rate has been really, really strong. So definitely something to keep our eye on here as we get deeper into this early stage of map number 1. That is a mouse pad right there. I'll tell you what.
Hey, I rate that. I love cats personally. I got 2 at home, so I rate that. I want to take this opportunity during the tech pause, though, to touch on the one change on the side of Bestia with the Jet coming in here for Lost. He had been previously playing that Phoenix, and I feel like that look for them just... I feel like it just looks so much more comfortable in a way with how Lost is going to be trying to maneuver around the map, but at the same time, I'm a little bit worried about taking away that Phoenix. They don't have flashes now on the side of Bestia. You're really going to be relying on that Storm Surge there for the Harbor, and also Melzer with that drone to be able to push heat off of those angles that we've seen him take looking to contest, especially once that sniper does get online on the attacking side, and they're going to look to deny that defensive side of aggression.
Yeah, that's a really good call. We'll have to keep our eyes on that in particular to see, how does that mean Bestia are going to develop their defense? Are they going to try to play for something a little bit more trap heavy as soon as the barriers drop? Try to get a little bit more aggressive behind something as simple as just an easy recon dart or something of the nature? Or will it be this kind of more measured contest from the backside of the site? Try to avoid those pop flashes that could be coming through from Sadok and then find a way to re-aggress. A lot of questions. And we had time to ask them, so let's see if we can find some answers here as we jump into round number 2. Nothing crazy here for Crew, just on the classics.
Loss. No one wants to look to contest that angle right now.
Quick shoulder, quick denial. Crew still hailing over towards elbow, but this will just be one of those rounds that you just hope you can get away with the plant and maybe a couple of picks, especially with that first blood going away. David able to get at least 1 tag and a second. That will work out for the second kill in the round. Follow-up help from Melzer is right here. And this toxic screen will allow Crew to start to navigate a little bit of space on the front side of the site. But getting on and getting the plant is a different story, as David is just absolutely farming up here at B.
Yeah, there really isn't going to be anything that Les is going to be able to do there. But something that we're going to keep our eyes on is the aggression that we saw immediately protocoled there by Bestia. That was a very quick push out from A main from Takolia after we saw the Crew looking to show over on that B side. So the reactivity is something that I'm going to keep my eyes out on here, especially on a Breeze where we've seen how dynamic they are. We've seen also Crew and Sadok's calling in that Sentinels game and how good they were with pivoting in that mid-round. And that information that Takolia could get on those mid-round pushes looking to re-clear that space could be key here to get the info for Bestia.
And keep in mind that Sentinels match, it was 9 attacking rounds for Crew on this map, so see if they can find a way to get things going here with her full purchase. Pretty much a true bonus here for Crew, or pretty for Bestia. And just a feel out again. Just, again, voluntarily giving away the space at mid right now, our Crew. But Lost playing an aggressive angle over towards shops at A will be a good first point of contact. And I think that's going to force out potentially early utility that you don't want to spend if you're Crew.
Oh, and they're just all walking up. Lost has no support here.
Doesn't need it. Unbelievable. That is a huge first blood. Forcing the commitment onto the execute, though, will be Crew. Once again, Dante trying to put a little bit of pressure on towards a potential spike plant, but shock darts will come through to delay again. Great damage coming out. And now finally Dante will commit, and it's going to take a while for the defense to get back into position with this long flank on the way.
Yeah, but Les hears this right now. I'm pretty sure Taco was running there, so should be expecting this push to come through, get the second there as well.
And that puts a lot of pressure now for this Bestia defense from the backside of the site. Wall will go up for the Harbor. Seen on the cross, he cannot connect initially. Second opportunity will work. Dante finds one backside of the site, and Melzer, good luck, have fun, no problems there. Crew get on the board.
Nice clean round here for Crew on their buy round. Overall, though, again, it's that same kind of aggression that we saw from Bestia. Once Crew showed their hand where they were expecting to look for the plant, it was that push that comes in. And that's going to also make Les's lurks that much more important to be able to catch out those rotations.
Absolutely. So that's another way to kind of look at it, if you're looking at this from Crew's perspective, and we're going to get a lot of information here in this first full purchase for both teams, but if they're going to voluntarily give away mid like that, but then be able to scale somebody deeper on the lurk in the midpoint of the round, that could be absolutely crucial for Crew moving around the map. 3-2 split, though, for Bestia. Not looking to get too aggressive through mid in this round. Instead, we will have loss on the operator early, which has been a big tool for Bestia in the past, and we're going to get a fast lane quick execute to the front side of B here for Crew.
What's David going to be able to do? He has a trip.
Good reveal.
Great reaction with the relay bolt, though.
Dante at the back of the site, looking to double up, able to get some help from Les. That will be the exchange in favor of Crew's offense, 4v3.
Taco snuck on site.
He's in a great spot to potentially blow this play wide open. Heat will fall. Good help on the way with the Owl Drone to scout things out. While, again, isolation from Taco's good for a second. Spike is not even close to being in a plantable position yet. So great stuff coming through. A huge shot from Loss. Melzer will finish it off in a big hold from Bestia.
Really nicely done there. And Taco, the linchpin in that round, being able to actually sneak over to that tower position and get those two, opens things up, turning it into that 2v2 there for Bestia in the retake.
I would say so far, Bestia is kind of checking the boxes that you want to see in terms of their ability to, you know, the pistol round. I know it is what it is, it's a pistol. But for them to be able to contest Spike and not make Crew feel comfortable in a post plant, great news. Here on B, a little late to the party, but able to still survive through what was a really good initial push for Crew to the back of the site. That's great stuff for Bestia.
Yeah, both these teams, I think, very prepared for some of those fast floods that happened into that. But what a spam to come in from Taco for the first.
First blood has been great for Bestia so far. Just comes down to can they convert this one. Heat does have that operator in play. That had been a huge game changer for them in the match versus Sentinels. Nice little pot flash for Sadhak, gets one, but the trade is immediately there. Taco looking for more, but Les is able to convert. Does keep this a bit punishing. Crew not done yet. Little 2v1 on the side and nowhere to go. He's able to connect, and now we've got a 2v2. Very winnable here for Crew.
Okay, tank goes down. What do we have to work with here? Drone available for Melzer.
What a shot.
It will go out eventually, but to get that first pick into the retake wasn't necessary. Now it's all up to Heat with the op in hand. He's able to tuck away from it.
Not going to shop for the Vandal at his feet. Instead, just going to play for the op.
Doesn't want to reveal his position.
Here's the first look. Shot lands. Snaps back. Able to get the confirmation that he's not on for the plant. Or pardon me, the defuse. Loss still toggling. Getting it to halfway. Pros don't fake.
No!
Done. 4-1 the count. Bestia up big.
What an insane stick there from Loss. You called it pros don't fake. And that second jump spot there from Heat, unfortunate to not be able to actually catch that. We're still on that spike there for Loss. Man. Overall, I think the anchoring as well as the retakes have been strong here for Bestia. Crew have no problem getting onto that site, but Bestia are more than happy to play those fast floods.
Right now, again, like I'm really impressed with how Bestia are not just making life difficult on execute, but more in particular, Crew has not had a comfortable post plant yet. Very different from what we had seen just a mere week ago when they were playing against Sentinels. This has been flawless so far from Bestia.
Yeah, they're very much so taking advantage, I think, of the fact that they know that Crew likes to run some of those 4-1 splits. But this time around, we saw them start a bit more spread into this default here from Crew.
Oh, I mean, the aggression that's coming through for Bestia is so good. Once again, first blood connects. That's on a key component with Dante out of the picture. And all of a sudden, without running a double duelist situation, if you're Crew, you're sitting here like, how do we get on site? And the only answer may be by Les trying to find something through mid-map.
They're not going to give anything. Look at how disciplined Bestia are playing right now with how they're bunkering on this B side. Only concern really being that it would be hard for Chube and David to look to trade each other out here.
Yeah.
But you see the reposition, you see them bolstering this B site as well. Trying to fake presence into mid door with the knife, and it doesn't even matter.
30 They've got nowhere to go. I mean, this is complete congestion right now. Melzer, who did get revealed by the knife, is understanding there could be pressure through mid doors. Still a bit of a smooth focus here for the defense, and that's an opportunity for Sadhak to work their way in. Taco still unnoticed inside of the site. Not able to hunt the timing on the first. Also not able to connect onto the second. As a good reveal comes over the top, but Zare's able to find the elimination, and there will be a chance to plan here. Knives are going to be called for Loss. You also have the Reckoning starting to come through. Here's the first look. Loss not able to connect. Bestia still trying to work their way back into the site. A little bit labored to get their way back in, but a really, really good surge. That will clean things up, and Bestia will get their fifth.
Really nicely done. Again, the consistency here from Bestia. We did see Crew changing their game plan a little bit though, right? They spread out a little bit more, tried to get some of those inserts on the extremities before looking to regroup for that A hit. But you can also see how much the game plan is contingent on Dante being able to go in and create that space as the Neon. When you're running that solo duelist, things slow down so much on the attack once that player goes down.
Oh, absolutely. And again, not to just beat a dead horse here, but that was the big key to success. It felt like watching this crew squad playing up against Sentinels is Dante felt like the old school Dante that we came to know.
It wasn't just that, like it was the Dante, but it was also Heat being great with the openers on the attacking side with the scope. And Bestia aren't giving him any of those peaks, any of those opportunities to really work them as comfortably as we saw in that last match that crew played.
Love it. So far, Bestia has, again, passed the eye test. It's always difficult when you try to evaluate a team coming out of a challengers region that often gets maybe, I won't say like underlooked, but to go into a caliber of opponent here in VCT, it just feels like it's the starts of a David versus Goliath type conversation, even though you are dealing with the best out of challengers and some of the teams that have struggled through the group stage in VCT. But so far, this feels just about as one-sided as you could possibly imagine. And coming off the timeout here for crew, I would say first and foremost, we got to survive in the first 20 seconds of these rounds.
Yeah, it's been tough in that kind of regard. I feel like you shouted out earlier, Bestia have been so good when it comes down to those first bloods and shutting down any angles that crew were trying to work. Now the conversation that they had previously, they will still go back to that 4-1 split, leaning heavily into a main. A bit of a different setup though. Bestia shifting loss onto that B side. And David actually is going to be the one opping on the A site. So mind games being played here by the defenders.
And I like this little change because look at the tools that are available all of a sudden for crew. You've got things like the null command. You've also got the Hunter's Fury, which could open up those close, tight angles that have been so successful for Bestia. So change it up by throwing an immediate curveball. You get the angle at A, earned by Heat thanks to the Tour de Force. And crew are going to look to probably open up 2 points of ingress here onto this A site by connecting through mid.
But they have so much information on the side of Bestia with that elbow positioning right now, expecting this push to come through. Being able to deny the Cypher utility, though, is huge. But still no picks. That's the scary part because of how good these fast floods have been for Bestia.
And honestly, for Bestia, you're happy with this right now. You get an knowledge run to feel out mid. Spike will go down. Taco does have the finger guns available. Mel's are very close to Hunter's Fury of their own. One pick would earn that. Here comes the retake attempt, and I'll tell you, Les is way out of the play right now.
Okay, he's got to start moving over to that A site soon. The timing could be good, but they're too fast flooding in through the mid doors.
You have to hold this post plant from the front here for your crew. You absolutely need to find something on the way back through. The Lost is able to give you the opener. Taco now making their way back over through the harbor wall. Here's the Hunter's Fury to try to establish the post plant control. Heat able to connect and snap back over. Crew able to find a couple eliminations. And this is such a tough post plant position to clear out, especially with Melzer still not having the Hunter's Fury. Time becoming an issue. Taco forcing their way forward, able to slide out for one. Oh my goodness, it's able to find everything. Does Melzer have the time? No! The snake bite lands and connects, and crew will survive the round.
Just enough utility to be dumped. Everything that was saved didn't get used in that early round. Since they got the execution with the KO ult onto that A site, they didn't have to use anything else. And all of that saved into the post plant, that's tough there for Bestia, but a huge boon for crew to try and swing the momentum back into their favor.
It's still expensive though, and it doesn't feel comfortable yet. Especially with Taco able to find 4 at the end of the round. And, oh, it got so close. You can see Melzer. Yeah. Let's not try to make that feel more confident if you're crew. Taco looking to get aggressive. Oh, just punishing Taco, keeping the hot hands, and an early 1v2 comes through. Melzer was there if the Hunter's Fury needed it, but no need for it. Unreal stuff. Bestia, huge advantage early 5v3.
Yeah, they're all going to be flooding into David now, alone on this B site. Only the Sheriff in hand to work with.
But able to connect for the first. How good has David been by himself so far? There will be a trade from Zera, so there's an opportunity to plant, but weapon collection on the backside of that push through A is good. Heat would have to dominate in this position right here, right now. And the fast lane will push him off.
This is a tall order to ask. So aware of it too.
Time for Zera to show up. Sees the first cross and the second. Shock dart out. A little bit of damage on the Taco, but Cove is just so deadly. Taco going to soak up the second dart. No problem there for Bestia and what was largely an eco round for them, but just a lot of Sheriffs purchased.
Like, it is so insane the success that they're able to find there. And being able to get those retakes on an eco round, like you were mentioning. The synergy and chemistry that we're seeing from this team with the protocoling as well has been absolutely sublime. They're definitely a well-oiled machine after this season that we've seen from them, from this Bestia squad. Don't leave them hanging. Okay, we got it.
Familiarity of being on a main stage in person. It's the little things. Eco flips hands now. Heat will still have the operator, but everyone else on pistols for crew. And Loss is going to sit here and say, do it if you dare. I dare you.
Both those players have been so good on the snipers. Lost, though, so far on Breeze, has definitely had the edge up thus far. And it's such a huge investment into Heat into this round as well.
Loss is going to hear a lot of this. Aldrone pushing him off, up and over. Okay, able to survive. Trip is in right there for some help. Taco putting pressure on the mid cut. And this is just down to, can you hit your pistol shots right now after your crew? And it just does not feel good in any form. Granted, I get it. Arsenal's not strong right now for crew. It's just this feels so different than when they played Sentinels last week.
Not able to get that momentum going on the crew side. And again, I feel like you just see the communication working as it happens with Bestia, the way that they were talking to each other so that they could ensure that the relay bolt goes out there from Taco after knowing that Les was trying to sneak his way into that mid door, and the reactivity for Bestia on that A site to be able to capitalize off of it as well.
There really hasn't been a moment right now that I feel like Bestia's game plan has had to mold, adjust, or morph in any way. They look so comfortable, so confident, whether it's playing something on early contact and finding first blood in the first 15 seconds, or like we saw the round where the null command was ready to go, you play off-site, you're able to just challenge the spike for what feels like forever, I'm sure, if you're crew, and Bestia's like, cool, we've got a protocol for that to take the retake battle. It's been so good on every single front, and I imagine if you're crew, you're sitting here frustrated as all heck.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like those first few rounds was almost lulling crew into false sense of security. With the fact that they're able to get onto those sites so comfortably, but those fast floods were so deadly out of Bestia. And the pivot now, crew, they try to explore a little bit more around the map of Bestia. They react so well. The reads have also just been so good coming out from Melzer to be able to call for a lot of that mid contention, whether it's elbow into mid doors, A, B main, and they're shifting it every single round, making it even more difficult for crew to read into.
I think that the other side of this is, like, from an investment standpoint, if you're crew, coming off this timeout, you got to be thinking, like, we need to invest more in the first 15 seconds just to get a look at these sites as a 5-man hit. Whether that's using flashes, using early recon, whatever it happens to be, let's just get through the front door. Different setup here, very dramatically different setup here for Bestia defensively. Melzer will have the scope this time backside of A.
Okay, crew. They've got Heat now inserted over at A main, something that we've seen from them previously when they play Breeze, into these heavy-handed mid hits. This is what was working for them last time versus Sentinels. But again, the round is also bleeding through, and Bestia have been so good at not giving anything away. When crews show early on, Bestia go for information with positioning on the other side of the map. But when they're quiet, they just anchor.
Yeah.
They sit still.
Yeah, I mean, this whole setup is flash, get less in through mid, but Bestia just do not care. We're good. We got trap wires. Come on in. Water's fine. There's the initial look. First trip will fall. Aldrone out. David will deny. Loss will take care of the knife. And there's no information for crew. Like, they just can't hit.
Nothing that they're able to do there. No longer having an insert on the other side of the map as well. Sure, there is the tripwire, but Bestia know that crew have to go here at this point if they're not going to be flooding mid-door.
Well, there's the toxic screen. David on the first peek, that's your spike carrier down. Lost trying to play the backside of the site. This is an easy zip, zap, zoop. Oh my goodness, it is so good from Bestia. And that's the setup that crew give us after a timeout? Mercy.
It's also a Taco going 15-4 right now after
Casual.
top of day when he was arriving to the studio. He was talking about how he was too anxious to even sleep last night. He was so excited to be back on this stage. And the Neon pick from him, he's just been running around like a menace. And it's not even just the picks. The utility being comboed with his teammates as well has been so nice to see.
Unbelievable. So we get into round 11 in a half that has been definitively owned by Bestia. Now we're starting to get some of that flash pop aggression from Crew. This is what I was kind of talking about. Like, you just have to be able to afford the ability to spend utility to get that space. And now finally a comfortable post plan, and this should surely be around that Crew get to the finish line.
Yeah, great tempo shift there. And you still have the contingency of Bless with the backstab. And okay, somehow Lost is gonna flip around and get the flick on him, look to save that Phantom over. But Crew, they win a crucial round.
That might be an elimination that doesn't matter much in terms of the outcome of the round, but I promise you that will live in the head of Les going into the next round. Lost able to find another, and this operator is looking to stay in hand unless Sarah decides he wants to try to challenge.
That's the thing, though. With how much money breaking Bestia have done, Crew can't afford to hunt him down. However, taking a look at that ultimate economy here for the side of Crew, looking really strong into the next round, especially if they can find themselves into a post-plant situation, which is where they've been struggling.
It starts with the first blood first and foremost. I know that's like the easy John Madden commentary. You have the numbers, you get an entrance, you're going to get a post plant, but that's been easier said than done without question. Thanks to the dynamic ability of Bestia to continue to either play forward of their own or just sit back in the site, let you spend all your utility, and then we got some of our own. It's fighting a war, it feels like, in two different speeds. But last round of the half here. And if you're Crew, you feel like you have to win this round.
Just trying to fake some of that mid presence with the utility before grouping for a full 5-player hit towards A main. I don't like this. We've got a reckoning on hand.
Oh, nice shot from Loss. Null command will come through. Loss going to stand ground and almost get the collab. One more up close and personal, not able to find the shot.
How is he alive?
Hello? Loss didn't even take any damage. There's no way. Fragment out. Loss will take a little bit of chip damage, but the defense has now fully arrived. Knives are here, and Loss is saying, yeah, I got this. Pop and take right now over the top of the A site, and Crew are going to get pushed out of the half to the tune of a 9-3 score unless Heat can do something Reddit-worthy.
50 seconds on the clock to be able to get it done, but they're already swarming around him.
just playing games with him right now. What a half from Bestia. Welcome to the VCT stage. Holy cow.
What an insane half. I mean, Crew, the adjustments came through, but Bestia is still consistently ahead in the macro read.
Unreal stuff. I mean, how do you even react to this at the moment? I mean, we're coming off of a week where it looked like Crew found something. Something unlocked. Whether that was just by finding a way to play a little bit more tempoed, let Heat do the work as soon as you can afford an operator, I don't know. But right now, Crew are in trouble. As we take our halftime break, we'll split the sides when we come back.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back to VCT Americas Stage 2 play-ins. Right now, it'd be hard to tell you that Bestia is the team coming out of Challengers. They look unbelievable. 9-3 half from the defensive side as we swap. Ash, what are your thoughts?
Hey, my thoughts?
Hi.
On Breeze, Bestia run this town right now. I mean, right now I feel like we've seen Crew try to make adjustments on that attacking side, and it just didn't quite work out for them. Now Bestia shifting on to the attack themselves. We saw how coordinated they looked on those fast sleds. It's expected to see them want to replicate that now on the attack.
Absolutely the case. We often talk in a 9-3 form about things like curses, but let's be honest, it has to start with the pistol first and foremost, and already Bestia will get free vacancy on towards this B point. Sadhak will try to lead the charge on their way back in through this harbor wall, but there's already a lot of damage tallied onto the Crew defense. Lost right on the other side of the water wall as David finds the first. A couple of trades will come through. Pinstripe goes the kill feed, 3v3. Chibizin still up top, looking for that first point of contact. Clutch position for David on the backside of the site. And Crew are taking their time to try to re-break this down. Going to hit all 3 points, it looks like, at the exact same time.
Look at MW's era.
Salak will find one. David able to find the opener. Oh my goodness! Hasn't missed a shot yet. Now it's just him versus Heat. Spike still in front of him, but he's low on health. Time ticking. David's called it perfectly. Timing not going to look good for Heat, even though he finds the elimination. And how about Bestia? 10-3 the count with the pistol win.
With a Red Bull clutch there to open things up for the pistol on attack. And it's also up against a Heat that, unfortunately, was the one who also didn't get that peak on that defuse last half. That's got to feel good here for Bestia. Gotta give credit to Sadhak for the 2K in that cove there to get those trades down, but this is, we're looking towards sunset at this point, I think.
Absolutely we are. Now, I started this whole thing off by saying there's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose. I should double back on that. There's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose that also starts to believe in themselves. 10-3 the current count. And you have to force at this point if you're Crew. So you got 3 stingers in hand here to try to counteract whatever you possibly can out of Bestia's attack.
Still looking to heavily stacked towards this B side here for Crew. And Bestia, you see that spike shifting. And really, it's only going to be Dante there. Crew have no information around the map, and Bestia are just waiting to see if Crew want to get aggressive.
Because that's the only way they can find information at this point. I mean, you're either going to go into this blind if you're Crew, or you're going to take a risk and possibly lose the map right here, essentially. Yeesh.
Oh, that drone just misses less.
Let's see what happens when this cove falls. Les is on the corner. David, who's been a connoisseur of the Sheriff, will not be needed this time. Taco able to find first blood. Dante still outside of the play as the hit through tunnel is on the way. Dante could track behind this, though. And that is going to go potentially unnoticed, but the patience from Melzer. Wow, I thought he was going to be able to punish right there, but not the case. May not make a difference. Bestia is cleaning up on site. Unreal. So now it's down to Dante, 10 HP. Yeah, good luck.
I don't really know what the exact plan for that round was for Crew. Yeah, they force up because it's 10-3. They feel the need that they need to take this fight as evenly as they possibly can to get another round in or have a chance to. But there's also that risk of now in this situation here for Crew, losing it, that puts the map in the bed essentially, right?
Feels that way.
And the plan was really just to stack on that B side. We didn't see too much like exploring aside from, you know, the elbow position there that we did come out from less, but otherwise there wasn't really any sort of proactive play that was coming in that you kind of expect when the force does come out, or a trap. You know?
Yeah, it's just like, I get it, and you know, we were kind of talking about this a little bit in the green room. It's like, for the Challengers teams, they've had a lot of time to get themselves prepared for this event in particular. Qualified almost a month ago, and to see this preparation is not necessarily surprising. To see this domination, very surprising.
And I think that what is kind of funny about it was, I know I predicted Crew going into this.
Same.
But when I saw the veto, I got a little nervous when I saw it was going to be a repeat from the Sentinels game.
That's fair. Well, Bestia is in potential closeout territory. Crew, do what you can. See how Bestia calm their way through round 15.
Esta vez le setepió. Hermano, una ejecútala y listo, vengan. Dale, cambia conmigo. 1, 2.
Ya vamos a salir con droga, sí.
Puede estar de Buki, puede haber una Buki.
¿La arma quedó atrás?
Cabrón, que el drone nos limpie todo esto y ahí vamos, dale. Que limpie close.
Ya, cuidado que uno se quede anti-stun, anti-flash.
Cabrón,
empiezo a dronear.
Si rompen stun, voy a stunear cerca. Si rompen drone.
No hagan ruido. Listo, no
voy a hacer el humo, taco.
Está backside, puede estar cerca, puede estar cerca.
Cuidado cerca, voy a limpiar. Nada, izquierda.
¿Quieren spot?
Después, cuidado. Calma. Estuneo bombi, 2.
Tengo spot en 2, coman derecha. 1, 2, spotía.
Otro más, dos más, creo, stack. Bien.
Espera, cabrón.
Vayan a la caja, cuídalos. Estoy ciego.
Para atrás, amarillo.
Cuidado, Costa. No puede estar Costa.
No puede.
Va a pasar a la caja.
Estoy viendo acá arriba, puente, weón.
Esto
¿Puede estar Costa? Sí, es un chamber, bonitos. Dale, cuidado de espaldas, sí.
Bueno, ya, yo te miro. Quedamos con la cámara.
Ahí veo izquierda. Amarillo, hay capa amarillo.
Que uno esté atento a mí nomás. Tú juegas con el Chuy.
Eso, perfecto. Hay capa.
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
¿Dónde hay arma?
Damn. 12-3. Bestia all over it. I don't think you need to speak Spanish to know that these guys are vibing.
They're chilling. They're big chill. I mean, you see them when their cameras come up too, right? It's all smiles on stage here for the side of Bestia. They look so comfortable, like you were talking about. Momentum firmly in their grasp, and for Crew, it's about shaking this map off and looking at the sunset.
Yeah. You almost have to laugh it off, honestly, I think, if you're Crew, just to keep the mental, because this, I think, goes well beyond anyone's expectations in terms of how we were going to start this event.
People thought this map might be a little bit closer between these two teams. Bestia very much so showing why they were so good at it in BCL.
Well, Lost will get a second chance at the Outlaw and connects. Another first blood. That's going to be a percentage to keep your eye on in the final stat screen, because it feels like almost every single round it's been first blood to Bestia.
Okay, Crew are going to go for a bit of information here, but Trip is still waiting. Might catch this timing on David. He's still aware of it, though.
There's the contact. Okay. I mean...
So aware.
I'll say. Also, how often would you expect Dante to miss out on a hard scope angle like that? And you also get less before the Poison Cloud blossoms. Unbelievable from Bestia. One more up close and personal. Yeah. Shove it down his throat, no problem there. Sadak will drop. Another tag comes through into M0, and it's just one of those games that just feels like Bestia can do nothing wrong. Welcome to play-ins. Bestia with an exclamation point here early on Thursday.
A 13-3 as their first showing on the stage for Bestia, with players like Takolia, like Melzer looking to make their statement back on the big stage here as well. Up against Melzer's previous organization on top of that. Hey, revenge has got to taste sweet, but we're not over yet.
Not over yet. I mean, you often say revenge is a dish best served cold, but this one came in super hot. 13-3, Bestia all over Crew. We've got Sunset to consider next, but right now, everything focused on the boys from Challengers. Heck of an opening show and an exclamation point earlier as we head to break down map 1, set up Sunset for map 2.
Ayy, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, what you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. BDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss.
Mas aí o Les vai pisando do veneninho, consegue o abate. Vamos lá, só falta o jogador muito miado.
Aún no pueden plantar la spike. Melzer va a ser una heroica, va a ser una exótica, pero Melzer se marca el ace.
We're joined by Coach Phonics, first time here at VCT Americas. Pleasure to have you, my friend. When you guys got Breeze in this map rotation, did that give you the confidence that you needed in this series? Because it's been a great map for you guys. And on top of which, is there like a feeling that, you know, especially with this result that you had against Crew, that, hey, Bestia might actually be going all the way here?
Praticamente, não, a gente estudou eles, a gente viu que o jogo contra a Sentinels não foi grande coisa no que fizeram, então, praticamente de quantitático, fazendo o que a gente tem presetado, a gente não teria problemas, né? Então sim, foi um bom pick, acaba dando confiança pro restante da série.
Yeah, not really. I think it was a good pick in the end that gives us the confidence to go against them. I know, you know, the quality they have, but we also know the game they do.
Yeah.
So I feel like this pick was not an accident.
Yeah, well, hey, look, the result looks great, and so far Bestia is swimming, so keep on going, brother. Back to you.
Well, we have the first map win here for a Challengers team. Bestia absolutely running away with Breeze. Also, Alexis seems to be growing on that side, kind of wild. But this was an insane matchup then.
Yeah, this was interesting too, what he was just saying.
Yeah.
Phonics was talking about how they watched that match against Sentinels and they thought Crew wasn't, you know, doing anything crazy, anything big. So they could just focus on themselves. This is a map that they played. This was the map 1 of the Latin finals against Contra, where it went all the way to overtime, but it felt like this change with the composition, with that Jet, with the operator, it just played so much better for them.
Yeah, it's obviously a comfort map for them, but you also have to give props to Taco, who was owning.
This diffuse too.
Okay, jaw agape when this took place. This literally felt like a ninja diffuse. I know it's not a ninja diffuse, but it actually felt like one. But yeah, getting so much value with the op, kept repositioning perfectly. It was incredible.
Yeah, I think for me, when I was looking at the winning condition for Bestia in this game, it was a lot of aggression because Crew does tend to fall back and not be able to deal with it. We saw that a little bit against Sentinels, but they brought it back. But of course, Lost and Taco, man, they've been playing insane on this map.
And this is something that we wanted to see from the beginning.
Yeah.
Lost, as the new player that was coming into this roster, playing with confidence, which is exactly what he was doing with a lot of the openings, with a lot of the 3Ks, 4Ks that we got the chance to see. And for Taco, a guy that was struggling when he was here on the VCT stage to play with confidence as well, I think he had a lot of similarities with the way that Dante is playing today. So it feels like today he's unleashed, and when you have this combination between the two, they look unstoppable.
I feel like for the Crew side, as a KO player, I feel like it's really difficult to play against an aggressive Neon as a KO.
Yeah.
Because for example, you're throwing that A main default knife, the Neon's already stunned and pushing you by the time it pops. It's completely useless against an aggro Neon, and it felt like he dominated that A side. It really pushed Crew to go B into an operator, into a strong 3-man B hold. I mean, what do you do in that situation?
I mean, even with the KO, they barely were able to get the right information as well because they were getting shut down. They took the map control for Bestia, and then on top of that, it was just wild seeing this timeline evolve. 14 first kills. Ew, guys, ew.
Wow. 14 team for
and
Bestia.
converted all their post plants as well.
We did see it, and we just talked about it with the two duelists, but I think for Crew, it is kind of insane because we highlighted how they have struggled on the defense, and every single time in stage 2 when they played this map, they were starting on the attack side, and they were able to get something going. Even if they were not able to close out the round at the end, there was a little bit of momentum that they can work with, and Alexis this time around, it was just nothing.
I mean, yeah, if they lose pistol in the second half, it feels like game over. They have to force buy stingers. They're at such a disadvantage. So, yeah, that's
Well, we're going into Sunset, guys. What does Crew have to do to get back into this? Because that was really rough to watch.
This Sunset kind of, what I want to see is something that we saw from Envy was a lot of set plays, and that is going to depend on how much they were able to look at what the other side has been doing, which I don't think has been the case at all. It feels like Bestia had the time to study, had the time to prep, and Crew, because they haven't changing the compositions last minute, maybe they haven't had a good read on some of the aggressive plays that they can do on the defense, especially Alexis, because I mentioned it before. Sadak mentioned that him struggling a lot on some of the calls in that side. And on the second map, I mean, this is how we need to start to reset.
Yeah, this is their map pick. Hopefully they're feeling a bit more comfortable on it. Hopefully they have, you know, a set idea of how they want to counter the aggression from Bestia, because that is the name of the game right now. Bestia is in their face. Like, Crew needs to come up with some sort of way to, you know, push them back, get them out of the way, because it's tough to play against that kind of play style.
Yeah, okay. Well, looking at Crew now, who do we expect to be stepping up on this map of Sunset?
It has to be Dante, though.
Yeah.
And that, I know that is a lot of pressure on a guy that hasn't maybe had the best performance recently, but I think no matter what, this is a guy that going against Takolija, he needs to match up that speed.
Yeah, well, let's actually hear what Coach Zonic has to say ahead of map 2.
All right, Coach. This is not the situation I'm sure you wanted to find yourself in the play-ins here. Rough situation. How do you get the boys back into this? What did you tell them in the back in order to motivate them? Because, you know, it's getting down to the wire here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing we talk outside is the fact that we need to wake up.
Yeah.
It felt like we were not playing the game, and that's something that needs to be changed right now.
Yeah. Who are you turning to in that moment to really reinvigorate the crew out there?
M80 Sarah mostly, and Dante as well to try to lift things up.
Yeah, no, of course. Hey, man, best of luck to you, my friend. As always, back to you guys back at the desk.
Yeah, waking up is super important. It's definitely something that a lot of teams do tend to struggle with, especially if they're expecting themselves to be the overdogs in a situation. But MW Zara mentioned, Dante mentioned, like you said, Dryad. What do you think of that interview?
I've gotten the chance to listen to a few of the voice counts for Crew, maybe a little bit longer than what we usually get to hear, and the impact that MW has is incredible in that mid-round. This is something that you were hearing for somebody like EU, for example, before Furia made the changes. Just very impactful, very precise, always trying to be one step ahead of the enemy team. So that is kind of, I mean, it makes perfect sense that they want to rely on it.
Yeah, I think being somewhat of a mid-round caller, being able to have that really big voice is really important. But I also feel like the vibes were kind of low for Crew. I mean, granted, we are losing hella rounds, but still, like, they need a hype man. Alexis, on your team, listen, I'm just gonna bring you into this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You seem to be very hype.
Yeah.
Who else is very hype?
I think once I get going, everyone gets going.
Exactly.
And I think you need someone who can bring that out of everybody. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I think the Coach Zonic was saying that for Crew, it would be MW Zara. And I think that makes a lot of sense. But man, this map of Sunset is going to be wild because we're looking like a Crew that's very standard, very slow. We're looking at them to be a little bit more aggressive, looking at them to set themselves up for success. Some more trap plays like you guys mentioned, a lot of util to get that information, but it feels like we're not seeing it. And while we're just waiting on the stage here for the players to get ready, I want to know, are you guys still happy with your predictions? I'm looking at Alexis. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
No, we're feeling great because we forgot you. Alexis, listen.
Hey.
Sunset.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next map. Go, tell me. Crew.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I still have faith.
Okay.
But I will say, having to wake up in the middle of a series, very difficult.
Yeah.
After getting stomped, very difficult.
Yeah.
As someone who has been in that position before, very difficult. So if they have that vibes guy to bring them all up, get them hype. Look, they're smiling.
They're fine. Look at that.
They're okay, right? So I think they'll have better energy going into this map. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, well, anyway, when we get back to this, we'll actually see if the energy and the vibes are back or if they have a little bit more to work on. Meanwhile, that Shift and Ash will be back with Map 2 right after this short break.
Welcome back. We're ready to go here with map number 2, Sunset. And woof, you never love to hear from the coach that we need to wake up. But a 13-3, where honestly you could just look at it and say, yo, shoot better. I mean, we're talking 14 first bloods. Unbelievable stuff from Bestia, and it doesn't just feel like a playbook difference. It just feels like Bestia woke up ready to play today.
Yeah, it really does. But let's take a look at the agents that we're going to see heading into Sunset. Here for the side of Crew, really nothing's going to be changing up. Overall, though, I feel like, man, Taco being back on that Neon, it's scary after the performance that he had on Breeze.
Absolutely. Also keep in mind that Bestia haven't played this map in a while, but when they did, they were trying not to deadlock. Not a part of it anymore. Chamber seems to be the new preferred Sentinel for very obvious reasons. I think especially, well, when Lost is shooting like he was in map number 1. Yeah, let's get more of that long-range presence involved as best as we possibly can. So, any kind of other thoughts surrounding this overall composition change between both these two teams?
No, honestly, I think the shift here for Bestia does make a lot of sense with especially how they were playing on that Breeze. They wanted to hit that kind of a slightly faster tempo compared to what we were seeing last time we saw them on Sunset. It was kind of those very weird comps that they were pulling out, right? And it did not work out. It was not comfortable for them. And I feel like now we're seeing Bestia solidifying themselves with the double Sentinel in very comfortable roles for everybody, right? Like Lost was so important on that map of Breeze with the angles he was taking with the scope, seeing him here on the chamber and having also those additional trips as well.
Yep, it's just a whole maze of things to work through. So let's jump onto the pistol here. Crew, same story that we talked about on Breeze. Offense has been their linchpin for success, at least in recent times, especially pointing to that recent Sentinels matchup. First blood does go the way of Crew this time. Play over towards Tiles could allow a little bit of isolation on Melzer. Great paranoia to gain some space, and maybe even a little bit of help.
Gonna take this opportunity here for Heat, though, to make his way up into A main. Still contesting this space, but Melzer, he cannot risk crossing that smoke with how low he is.
Yeah, and I love that commitment for Taco to play through that dark cover, but long-range shot from MW's era will land. David will find a trade. Melzer still hanging out on the backside of Tiles, and as the smoke starts to fade, defense will fade back. And now you've got a long route developed by Heat, skilled deep at the backside of A.
Getting scanned by that Haunt, though, forcing him off the angle, and the Wrath now from Les just not quite in time. Can't get that plant down comfortably, but it doesn't even matter. Crew, they're going to be able to put the nail in the bed. The pistol here for them, a huge pickup here to kick off Sunset.
Great stuff from Crew, just to also keep pressure on multiple points there, to force Bestia to have to make tough decisions, like recommitting to help Melzer out at mid, trying to reflect back over towards A, and then all of a sudden you've got someone in your spawn. Two guys playing through Elbow. Like, it's just so many things you have to worry about. So great stuff there from Crew.
The pistol round, I think, maybe on the side of Bestia, the call was to catch Crew off guard with that defender-sided aggression, knowing that their composition screams being able to bunker on those sites. Sure, you allow Lost to get those earlier peaks. Just doesn't work out for them. Showing a lot of presence now over on this B side for Crew. Waiting to see what that protocoling is going to look like from Bestia, taking notes from that map of Breeze. When they would show one side, Bestia consistently pushed out the other.
I like it. So small force of angle over towards A main. Crew just going to take their time to feel things out, make sure there's no aggression anywhere else, especially as they make their way up through mid. Lost the first point of contact on B main. Crawler through. First shot not going to land. Lost will get to the backside of the site. Lots of defenders here for Bestia to try to still at least contest the B site, but defense doesn't really have a chance to rotate back through mid. So now it's just down to how much can you hold. Shibazin will give you 1. Not going to get more than that, though. Crew will have the site.
Yeah, quick flood as expected. As we get into the rifling rounds, though, for the side of Bestia, okay, you've got that Cypher, you've got that chamber to work with. For Crew, a lot of the success that they found in that map of Sunset up against Sentinels was because of the lack of defender-sided passive information holding of top mid. Sentinels constantly had to keep 2 players kind of around that top mid side holding some sort of crossfire. But now for Bestia, all of those angles are so bolstered.
Okay, Lost able to find the final. Crew will go into round 3 with a pretty strong bonus. Holding onto the 2 rifles in particular is a key to success for that, but as you mentioned, now it's time to figure out how best do you want to try to handle their defensive setups.
Yeah, the Crew were able to make plays, find those opportunities in that Sentinels matchup with just high gear pushes like we're seeing in these first 2 rounds. Again, because some of the holes, but now that those full defensive side. Okay, maybe are those the vibes that like they were talking about on the desk?
I don't want those vibes.
No? Okay. We're apparently rejecting that energy.
Sometimes you just have to come with the strange.
But
Opt out for heat. Keep that in mind.
They found my wire.
Still, nothing to be found here by David. All of that Cypher utility has been dealt with, though. And Lost going to be the first blood. Finding that opportunity for heat, something that was missing on Breeze.
Absolutely the case. Flipping the map on its head here just a touch less, the pivot point through mid. Bestia, of course, having to re-clear out market makes this a very feeble defensive setup. Melzer, timing on that peak was awkward, and okay, Dante. A little extra. After a 13-3, I tip it.
Right now, this is not looking like the Bestia that we saw on Breeze. In these first couple of rounds, sure, opportunities still warm up into Sunset, but disconnected from each other in a lot of those peaks, taking those solo fights, trying to go for that information, not having the support.
30 seconds left.
Rare miss for heat. Taco in some trouble here, backside link. Lots of spam coming through. Defense is going to try to contest this, though, in the 3v5. And as they lose Taco, they may need to reconsider, but they're not going to have a chance to. Crew dominate through main. 3-0 with a flawless round, and all of a sudden the bank accounts are looking pretty nice.
Hey, they look comfortable right now. I think it's interesting because I was trying to make that point about the double Sentinels, how Crew were going to have to deal with that passive utility just a little bit more proactively, and they have been doing so. That early pressure over at B, knowing that they're expecting that Cypher to be set up there, trying to take those trips down, force some of those rotations around. Whatever that pep talk was, though. Damn, that worked.
Telling you, sometimes you just got to bring the energy, whether it's weird, strange, or otherwise. The Crew have got the vibes building right now, and it's going to be just Sheriffs and a Stinger on the other side for Bestia in this round. So just trying to make it as punishing as humanly possible. Dante going to get pressured. Really good relay bolts on both sides. Bestia will get the space they want, but Crew are going to fight it back. And there's just nowhere to go. So there's the commitment call. David continues to just show us how the Sheriff should be played. Able to find one in the response, but still very comfortable for Crew. Just comes down to will they commit to actually jumping onto site, or are they going to wait to play for the rotation with a couple of the members already deep through the defensive side of the map.
This is getting so awkward. I mean, Les completely has control of top mid. Loss has no idea what space has been taken here by Crew thus far. And unable to get that pick on MW Zera. He makes that round even the more impossible here for Melzer. And Crew, hey, sure, they got 13-3 on Breeze. It was also a reverse sweep, though, in that Sentinels matchup.
That is some next level cope. I love it. I'm here for that storyline.
I feel like there's so many different layers of Croupium actually in this match, like as a whole, with like Melzer being on the side of Bestia. He was the person who was leading Crew through that run back in 2023 in the Americas LCQ, now facing up his old organization that is just known for going on runs in general, right? As an org as a whole.
I'm here for it.
It's like a metagame storyline.
Is it? It's the plot armor, something of that nature.
But this is what you like to see. You like to see that Sadak smile. It's so iconic,
it
right?
Is.
It's when Crew are feeling good, they're feeling comfortable. Now, the timeout to be called from Bestia.
And needed.
Yes, it definitely is. They just look very disconnected, very disjointed. I feel like you have ideas with how they want to set up the anchor on that B side, have those peaks into mid there as well. But when it comes down to the actual fights that are happening, Crew, with the proactivity that we're seeing from them on the attack, they're forcing those fights. And it doesn't feel like Bestia are in the most comfortable position in those anchor spots right now.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And I think there's always something about early timeouts. I mean, we've seen one gun round. Like, you don't want to just throw your playbook out the window because you lost one gun round and then your anti-eco and your pistol and your save round were obviously not close. But you can learn a lot about what you're seeing early. I think especially knowing that the economy and the ultimates are about to start popping. Like, there are a lot of elements to talk through, even if you are still trusting what your designs are based on the film that you saw last week from Crew versus Sentinels on this map. So that must be the talking point here of like, okay, we're not going to get away with finding 14 First Bloods again. Let's not bank on that always being the case. But I say that, and we are going to get a meeting of the minds here. The front doors at A. Your initial trade looking decent. Melzer still playing the backside of the site. Huge double from him. But as Sadhawk will be brought back after the null command is spent, we'll get a 2v3, numbers in favor of Crew.
Regardless, though, it is still Loss and David in the 2v3. Just make it Loss at this point.
It's just so hard to work through these smokes. We get
Already
the angle back over the backside of A, not going to be able to connect. Headhunter is through. There's the spray, the spam. Loss needs to value the op, but is not going to have a chance to because he is watching the exit. 5-0 Crew. Can we see some back and forth?
The discomfort here on the side of Bestia. Sunset is also a map that they previously struggled on versus Contra. And honestly, I think that the adjustments to the composition here from the side of Bestia, while we see the vision, right? You also have a hard counter for the Cypher with Sadak being on that KO as well.
Absolutely true.
Here. I can't use that.
How about this, though, for Crew, something a little bit new? Have you feel out through mid. We'll put some pressure onto Miser's position. But the thing about it is, again, we're dealing with Sheriffs here. Making this round competitive would feel like a win right now for Bestia, just trying to save their half as best as they possibly can.
And they invest into the smoke to cut off the cross for Market, but they didn't explore deep enough to know that there's a trip there. So Bestia still have that passive information. Understanding that Crew haven't inserted themselves that deep yet over towards B. The team will look to regroup over at that B side. We've had Dante inserted there for the majority of the round, and the Prowler trying to sell a fake here at A.
Keep Loss interested. Oh, big pick right there. That could actually help out a ton, especially with David able to pull the neural theft into play, but Dante is able to find the pick. It gets the spike on towards site. And all of a sudden, if you're Bestia again trying to fight with weaker weapons, at least you're going to get one rifle collected for Chubazin. He'd able to watch the cross for a time with the op, but this post plant's going to be heavily relying on playing towards B on the main part of the map.
Still hunt into that retake, not going to find anybody back site. Bestia creeping.
Here we go. Here comes the retake attempt. Heath can have the first contact, able to connect onto Chub. Dante still holding on the back side of the site. Nice swing from Lost, does not connect, and Heat will make sure Taco cannot swing. 6-0.
And no success off the back of that timeout that they had called. You talked about how the early ones can spell a little bit of trouble at times. And Bestia still have yet to be able to find that answer. We are seeing adjustments, though, right? They were going for some more proactive fights on defense, that trap play over towards A main that one round. Not being as kind of bunkered on and turtled onto those sites as we had seen previously. Oh, that's a button press right there.
Another timeout early. Now it feels like the game plan has met the shredder.
Phonics did not look happy.
No, no, he did not. And I guess there's like, you know, again, for Bestia, you already talked about it, like, they're playing a map that had not breeded a lot of success for them in their region, especially when they were talking about that matchup versus Concha where they're trying to play Deadlock. It does feel very fresh in terms of the comp, even though it's obviously very similar to what they just ran in their last map. But the things that were successful for them on Breeze are not coming through right now. Mostly looking at what's happening in the first 30 seconds. First blood battles have not been nearly as convincing. If they are finding first bloods, they're being traded. It just is not getting you the same control that you had before. I mean, the game is telling us the story itself. Like, this is easy to break down because it's literally a flawless game right now, 6-0 to Crew, and everything is built in favor of how the attack has wanted to put itself together.
Yeah, for Bestia, those first bloods were the key to success over at Breeze, right? The fact that you saw Taco and Lost just performing so well with that double duelist, opening up those rounds, something that's missing right now.
Yep. Well, Crew are vibing. Maybe they just needed to lock in, just shake themselves a little bit more into the match. Bestia are down bad, full rifle build here. Taco could have put themselves in an op as we jump on into a Crew. Listen in here in round 7.
Manga eles.
Tá com dash,
Muito mel, guys.
Tô aqui.
3 A, guys.
Manga.
3 elbows, 2 elbows.
Voltar.
Elbow.
Backside.
Bomb e elbow. Elbow, chamber. Vem comigo.
Vamos junto.
Vamos matar ele, vou passar por lado aqui, vem.
1, 2.
Tá aí. Ih, otário. A tropa chegou.
Help, guardando.
A tropa do Bruto, menor.
Caralho, Dante, você que... Guys, temos que caçar pra caralho, que eles têm um peleitor, viu? Caça, vai todo mundo.
Tá. Tô bicho, bora.
É a tropa dos brutos?
Isso, eu fico.
É a tropa do Bruto,
vai. Vai estar muito longe, guys. Quando está guardando nave, nós estamos mu. Todo mundo guardando essa porra.
Ele encheu a câmera velha agora. A tropa tá Tui aqui. Cravei a reta da...
Jesus.
De Alp.
Tomei surto.
Jesus, man. Ai, filho da puta.
Tem um surfer esquerdo, eu acho. Botar o bomb. Mano, faz barulho pra ali, guys.
Pegou QG em mim agora. Não consigo jogar.
Vamos.
Tá no bomb, deixa.
Joga, tá com você, Leo. Aí, matei ele, por favor. Não. Aí, tá, Leo.
No! Taco! You hear him. Run him down. Take the world. Taco was able to survive, but hey, sometimes when things just are going completely wrong in map number 1, sometimes you just gotta go and say, let's just have some fun. Right now, Crew are having fun, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, that's kind of what happened last time too, right? But very different vibes now on this squad, of course, with the lead that they've amassed for themselves. Bestia into this round, though. We do have some key pieces to look at. Operator in the hands here of Lost. Dante, though, scaling so quickly into this A side.
Ooh, big win right there from Last. He's able to connect over towards Elbow. Taco will be left on an island with a judge.
And no one wants elbow control.
Nope, don't need it. Not when you're dealing with a 5v3, knowing that you're playing into an op still. So Taco will have to do this the hard way.
Just waiting for the rest of his team to make their way over. Gonna pop the ultimate.
Hello? Dante? Okay. Opportunity to actually pinch off this now all of a sudden. Yeah, fast line's gonna go up. Taco can put pressure, able to find a second. This round is still very winnable here for Bestia, but you have to still clear out these positions, and doing it with the overdrive can be very difficult, and that's exactly why the crossfire setup will work, and Crew will stay perfect. 8-0. And how about the shoe being on the other table, which is turned?
And it's insane considering Taco's position that entire time. I think for the side of Crew, they were so confident that nobody was there because no one got the trade off of the person who ended up dying in elbow at that point. And having that opportunity for the backstab, it was honestly unfortunate, though, at the same time. There wasn't anybody else in the, peripheral there for Taco to actually get that off of, so couldn't find the impact that he really wanted to into that round.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tour de force out for loss in this round for Bestia, who are still scrambling to put together a full purchase, it feels like. Also have the Nightfall available.
But it's been so good. The way that Crew have been handling that A-sided aggression.
Just staying alive in the first 30 seconds. It's sometimes that simple. Orb collected for MW0, and that is all that Crew wanted. So thank you very much. We'll go to where we're actually going, which is going to be probably A.
You also have that insert into tiles here for Heat, keeping an eye on the rotation from Market, also being able to listen in for any of those steps that are going to be over at that A link side.
I'd say most importantly, he's also calming out this spy cam, which it looks like MW0 may want to try to delete to put pressure on the middle of the map. Might feel out. Okay, aggression on the A elbow means that we actually don't want to go that way for Crew. Spy cam was deleted, and that will be where Crew will take their efforts.
30 seconds left.
Trademark still in Market there, and the smoke goes out as well.
Good pre-fire from David. Able to get some damage in. There's the defensive Nightfall. That's going to connect on a ton. You have to commit through this if you're Crew. That's not going to feel good. Zera's able to give you one nice shot from Loss. Oh, huge headhunter connection. He'd able to get one back, but as the last one standing, there is nowhere to go. And finally, Bestia's on the board.
A much needed round by Bestia there. Man, it was a long time coming into this first half here for Bestia. For Crew, though, it really felt a little bit more like they lost to themselves than Bestia, in my opinion, in that particular round. Like, running down the clock, it felt like we saw so many pivots from Crew. They're trying to pump fake one side, show presence on the other, then going for that late pivot into Market when they hadn't dealt with that Market utility yet.
I think that's a very fair call. I mean, it just, I think maybe Crew is not expecting to get the double reveal front A elbow, and they're like, woo, we don't want to go into that. So let's just try to take our efforts into mid-market where we'll have numbers, but setup was too strong, so Bestia gets something to work with here. Round 10 on the way. Quick play up through mid from Les.
Ultimate's going to go out here for Sadok, and it's going to be an easy entry onto this site. Tripwires, though, are still going to be up since David did throw those down and get off.
Oh, this is, say, ballsy from Lost to jump into the smoke without the ability of using the rendezvous back, but he will be punished. Less that position will work eventually, and Sadok will be brought back to life. So clean round here for Crew, and a very puzzling setup for Bestia. Just committing through the null command with the operator as the first point of contact is very brazen, very brazen.
We have questions about that one.
I do.
We do have questions about that one. Regardless, though, for Crew, this momentum that they've built for themselves here on Sunset has looked so comfortable. I think that their game plan on this map is very measured as well. Earlier I was mentioning, didn't get to finish my point, about Sadok and that presence over at A. That understanding from Crew that Bestia want to play bunkered on that B site with those anchors. And then on A, they have those trap plays for main, but Crew denied that opportunity from even happening from the get-go with the early 0 point, then cycling it into the mid-round for that information as well. It's been hard for Bestia to get something started because of that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just another one of those things that if you go back to the first handful of rounds, when the first time out comes through, Bestia is getting frustrated because they're not finding anything successful early. And now all of a sudden, you're not finding any success on the ability to contest these executes.
The way we got like all point of views of that.
I know, right? I know.
Prod said we were going to eat good today.
9-1. Here's another quick hit on the way. Taco. Shut down. Dante will get two. Nightfall just because why not? Melzer steps on him with the Bucky to find one, but it all feels very insignificant in the force of what Crew is doing right now in this attack.
I love the tempo change coming out from Crew as well with how they've conditioned those slower round starts, looking for that information, dealing with the utility. And it works so well into that read as well with the fact that Bestia end up shifting their Sentinels onto that A side, making it so much easier to get into that B. But now 2v2 still into this retake here for Bestia.
Oh, kind of let off the gas a little bit here if your Crew leaves Heat to the 1v2 situation. First on the corner, not able to quite hit it, but the quick switch is good. It's a little chamber on chamber action here on a Thursday. Loss holding the corner. Toggles. Heat, shoulder, not interested. Second effort, and Heat is not going to drop this one. So give him the technical 1v2. Bestia made it close, but that felt more like Crew kind of maybe lost sight of the finish line on the round a little bit. Red Bull clutch goes to Crew.
Yeah, Heat getting his revenge up against Lost in that situation as well
call,
for Breeze. Yeah. But now 1 round left here, Bestia. Now the ones to honestly kind of look towards the other map is how it kind of feels right now on Sunset. Kind of wild how the script flips right after they looked so damn overpowering on Breeze.
Unshakable confidence though right now for Crew. And on the other side of things, 1 in 10 for Chubas, and you hate to bring it up, but just again, tables have turned on this. Dante looking to go quick. Isolation in the corner, no problem there. Quick trade though from Taco, able to hold on to some contest here on the A site. Quick switch of attention over towards main. Paranoia cuts across the site, does not affect Taco nor Chubas in, but doesn't make a difference. Both will drop in. Crew will have the site again.
Both Sentinels into the retake. Lost with an operator. Stinger here for David. MW's era fighting aggressive. Gonna give that gun up. But Crew are chasing into A-Link. Backing up. Time is ticking away, and I like this retake of CT here from the attackers. Defending that post.
There's just no way you break through this if you're Bestia. There's no way. Crew would have to have a meltdown right here. Not gonna happen. Slowing field now in the way thanks to the tour de force. And everyone gets one. 11-1. Are we having fun yet? Because right now it has been one-sided for one side or the other.
Crew are definitely having a good time.
I would say, based on what we've heard, they're having a great time.
Smiles on board. But again, this team of Bestia, I think that I'm wondering what the depth is here with this composition that they've pulled out as well. We've seen a couple different looks from them.
Well, there's going to have to be another figure-it-out moment here as Bestia will go into the second half down 1-11. We'll swap the sides, come back.
All right, so look, Melzer, you're the vet. You've been up here a couple times. What words of wisdom did you give to the new rookies as they take the stage for the VCT first time today?
Yo creo que el principal consejo es que se diviertan, que no piensen que están contra algún tipo de dios o alguna figura que no pueda vencerse. Creo que ellos tienen mucho más nivel que algunos de los que están en VCT Americas, así que confíen en sí mismos y disfruten.
Yeah, first of all, have fun. You know, you're not up against any kind of god here. You guys are just as high level as anyone here in VCT America, so just have fun.
Oh, that's all. I mean, with a motivational speech like that, I'm ready to just go ahead and raid the beach. Let's go.
Stomps. Map 1, all Bestia. And as you see it right there on the middle board, it's been nothing but Crew here in map number 2. We swap the sides and see if Bestia can spark up, well, anything at this point, because it's been very dominant. Very, very dominant.
Yeah, they still haven't been able to find an answer to Crew, namely to Sadak in some ways. Like the impact that he's had in this map so far, not just with the flashes, the 0 points, just really being able to dismantle those trap setups that Bestia we're trying to go for on the defense. But let's see if they can get anything going. Bestia, they need to win this pistol round to keep themselves here in Sunset.
Yep. Don't need to be an expert analyst to know that this round's a must-win right now for Bestia. No mistakes. David able to work their way up through mid. Little 1v2. Nice relay ball. Push you out into the open. No problem for the isolation onto the first blood. Taco looks like he wants to try to counter this, but what a response there. It gets the read, shuts it down. Early numbers for Crew again.
It almost feels like they've swapped places with the play style that we saw like between these two maps, right? With how synergistically Crew are playing at the moment. Bestia, they have been trying, but still, again, don't look quite comfortable. Their opportunity here in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 just kind of feels like a false flag operation right now. Loss trying to stay alive, has all of Crew right in front of them. One tag will come through, and that will be it. Holy cow. So maybe Crew just woke up a little slow today, because this looks a little bit more like it.
It looks clinical right now for Crew, that is for certain. I think the combinations that we're seeing with the utility, the communication on the side of Crew has looked, honestly, picture perfect in these rounds. Like, it wasn't even just the relay bolt there. They layered it with the C's from MW Zera as well. It's those little things that make all of the difference in those fights.
Perfect isolation. Wow. Okay. The vibes are vibing. Looks like the vibes are vibing on both sides still.
Hey, that's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. For Bestia, you want to see that, realistically.
You absolutely do. Still got map 3 in front of you. But, of course, we're enforced by territory here for Bestia the rest of the way through, no matter how long that happens to be. Crew will see if they can put it out of commission right here, right now, with 2 rifles and a Guardian and mixed with the Spectres. And already going to get loss up and through mid, except we see that. Dante easy first blood. And now he's just playing kind of a counter flash position up front with a little bit of assistance from MW0 behind the B site, which looks like this execute will come through, and no one's going to scout out Heat in the corner. Oh, mercy. Zera also deals with the fast lane, and
no way he gets
another one. Yeah, that'll work. All right. Very quickly, we're through 2 maps of Valorant. They are softballing our debut here, Ash.
They really are. The 13-1 right after what we saw on Breeze, the 13-3 Crew. They take us to a 3rd map. It was dominant coming out from them. Bestia struggling to find those answers, but the impact that we saw from Crew playing together like we expected them to after their first win that they got this stage.
Unreal. Hard to put into words what we're watching right now after the emphatic statement for Bestia in map number 1. Crew come out with smiles, giggles, a lot of weird noises, and a dominant map number 2. And that hopefully leads us to what will be a competitive map number 3. Hard to say. Summit will be there. But first, we had to break and reflect with the desk. We'll be right back.
Now, one thing is for certain is that there's a lot of high stakes coming into this matchup, and I'm here, of course, with Dante, and I want to talk about that last match coming out of the stage. It's been a rough stage for you guys, but you picked up a big win against Sentinels. How has that helped the team's confidence, but more importantly, how has that helped your confidence heading into today?
Bueno, realmente el hecho de ganarle a Sentinels nos ayudó mucho porque, o sea, terminar 0-5 o 1-4 no iba a ser una gran diferencia, pero el hecho de poder ganar un partido y ver que las cosas que estábamos probando funcionaron, nos dio mucha confianza y nos dio como un subidón, ponele, para los play-ins. Entonces, siento que el equipo está confiado, yo estoy confiado, quiero demostrar lo que hemos estado trabajando estas semanas, así que quiero jugar, que quiero disparar ya.
Okay.
Yeah, really, playing against Sentinels today is going to be really helpful. You know, it's a different thing going against a team going 0-5, but it's going to really help us out for these play-ins, and I'm just really anxious to win.
Yeah. Well, we, of course, want to see you guys on that stage. Best of luck today, my friend. Back to you. Oh. Gotcha.
So what trigger do? I wish I could redo that one because the med trigger. Kind of like
Mas aí o Lesão pisando do veneninho, consegue o abate.
Vamos lá,
Só falta o jogador muito miado.
Aún no pueden plantar la spike. Melzer va a ser una heroica, va a ser una exótica, pero Melzer se marca el ace.
Welcome back, crew, taking that last map with a dominance. It was kind of insane, 13-1. That is not a close scoreline, but that sunset really turned it around for them because after that first map, we started to question crew a little bit.
I feel like we haven't seen a match like this one in a while where it's just so one-sided, map 1, map 2. This is good though for crew. This is exactly what we wanted to see, especially after that matchup against Sentinels. We just got the chance to hear from Dante even talking a little bit about it. I am now concerned for Bestia. It went from me being concerned about crew and now it's Bestia.
No, because you guys were questioning my pick.
Okay. All right. Wait, hold on.
Listen, if I still had on my pink hat, I would tip my fedora against the crew.
You need a milady.
I do need to milady. I think that helped.
I think the most important part here was the reactions from these guys. Yup, there it is. The energy was so back. It felt like we were seeing the smiles on their faces. They really didn't give anything to do with that first map.
I can't stress enough how difficult it is after getting completely owned to bounce back with these vibes. Like, this is incredible. This is exactly what they needed to do. Because if they sat in that mindset of the first map, feeling down that they're down a map, I guarantee that it would not have been this dominant of a map for them.
And I think just to highlight too, Zonic mentioned how the player that he really wanted to step up was MW Zera. Dan, you also said this as well, because MW just wasn't getting the fragging potential in the game, but also he wasn't as loud as he normally is.
And I like that he was talking about it because he also felt it more in the energy, the vibes, the calls as well, but he was doing it with the kills too. I mean, this is a guy that looks incredible when he's playing with a team, but also when he's playing by himself. There was a lot of, a few fakes that he was doing with the Prowler, a lot of times that he was playing by himself that was giving that information for the team to work around, and that's what allowed them to have such a strong first half.
Oh yeah, and I feel like that first half, the main reason for it was a lot of their aggression. It felt like we finally saw crew being as aggressive as we expected them to be, at least in that first map. And one of the main people doing that was Heat with this operator. I mean, he was getting picks everywhere across the map.
I think the value that he got with the op opened up rounds for them so beautifully and got them so much information as well. I also noticed after their second tac pause from Bestia, they tried to pull out their own defense op to counter the attack op, because that's technically what you would want to do, and they still weren't able to take him down. Like, he just had so much value the entire half. It's really hard to play against a really strong attack chamber op like that.
And I was questioning a little bit of that prep for crew going into this matchup and this map specifically. We talked about how Bestia before was even playing with that deadlock, which is something that you really need to understand. But changing this composition, it feels like benefited crew so much more because they know how that game plan around the operator looks like. And that is something that it seems like Bestia is trying to do going into these planes that they were not doing before.
Yeah, and it feels like just aggression has been the name of the game for both these teams now, because when we're thinking about Heat with the op, I'm thinking about Lost with the op from that first map. Everyone is just alive for way too long. But actually, speaking of early fights, crew, they had some phenomenal early round fights on this map. Some that we didn't see them at all attempt to do at Breeze.
Alexis, you were talking a little bit about this and maybe the time that they've had to prep this map, to work around this map, and also this is something that is really showing in the way that they're going for these executes. They have so many different ideas, and the fast A hits that they're going with the KO ult, with the paranoia on one side. Then they have some fast hits going from mid to top mid. It feels like the creativity is there. The time that they put in the server, it's really showing. And again, that's what allowed them to take such a lead right on.
I agree. I feel like there was an insane shift from map 1 to map 2, specifically with their KO utility. I feel like they had so much info on where the stack was, who's on an angle, am I flashing this angle, are we setting up the neon to go run it down? I feel like they had way more control and way more information based on the KO utility usage, and I was really, really impressed by Sodhawk's ability to manipulate the round with that.
Do you think that was solely because of the prep, or do you think just in general this team has been good on this map?
I think it's probably both, to be honest. I'm sure that there's probably a level of, okay, I need to knife these angles because these are favored for them. Like, they like to play these areas of the map. I noticed that a lot with elbow. They were doing an elbow knife often, and they were always getting 2 people scanned. So it's like, okay, immediate info, I can vision the entire map in my head because of all this info I just got. Yeah. So yeah, I love the kill.
It helps with the calling for sure, but we're actually gonna be jumping into the next map, the 3rd map, the final one for this series. It's gonna be that summit. Now tell me guys, we made our predictions. We predicted Bestia, me and Dan, you had Crew. Do you guys still believe in your predictions based on this map coming up?
I think I do. I think now I'm a little scared. I think this should be the matchup that we want to see between these two. A map that is actually back and forth, not just incredibly one-sided for one side. And something that I like about it is that it's going to be playing very similar for Crew in the way that we just saw this last map of Sunset when it comes down to the composition. And I know, Alexis, you're talking a lot about that KO. Going into it, if you're Sadak, why do you think that benefits him more in the calling and his playstyle and this team's playstyle? For what he can do here, knowing that it's the exact same thing that we just saw.
For me, I've IGL'd on Smokes and Initiator. For me, Initiator is way more comfortable because you are the one setting up your duelist. You're the one, calling the entire pace of the round, getting the info, being able to relay that and envision the map in your mind of where everybody is and make a call based off that. That's my comfort. I am still a little bit sus because the map that they played on Summit against Sentinels did not go their way. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Tell me. Yes. What would you fix based on that map against Sentinels? I was about to say Summit. Based against Sentinels, what would you fix? Like, what was the biggest red flag that you saw from them?
I think for me, they just looked uncomfortable. Yeah. And I think that also probably just ties into it being a new map. Yeah. And like being their first time playing that map on stage. I don't think that it was necessarily like overall like arching game plan issue, like something really, really huge that they need to fix. I think getting more reps on it in this past week, I'm sure they've been swimming, I'm sure they've been, theory crafting, trying to figure out what they need to do. So, I think as long as they look a bit more comfortable, a bit more, comfortable on certain angles that they've never played before, stuff like that, I think that they'll look a lot better.
For the set of best, I also just want to see them playing the composition that they were playing before. Playing the composition, they gave them success in Latin America when they were playing that Phoenix. They were playing a lot of that Neon Phoenix that was very successful, and I see the vision, I see what they're trying to do with the operator. We saw it on Breeze, but at the same time, I think it is working for a lot of teams for a reason, and I think, switching it up so much, it can backfire.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pull this wild card type of thing where they're coming in with new strats, new comps, trying to set themselves up with a new playstyle and make sure they're not readable, but they're kind of losing themselves a little bit. That being said, I still think they have a lot of really good aggression for the side of Bestia. And for Crew, we saw them really pick it up that last map. I think the confidence was the biggest thing for me to change it up. It felt like Crew had a solid understanding of how they wanted to play and where they were going with it. And so with this map being left in this map pool, I think I'm thinking along the same lines as you guys, especially you, Lexi, where you're saying they kept it in. They were trying to just fix it through VOD review, fixed a lot of their mistakes. And hopefully if Bestia has prepped on the VOD based on the Sentinels game, it's gonna be a completely different one from Crew. But we're not gonna know till we see them jump into this server. Now tell me, who are players that you're looking at now? Because we talked about MW0 from that last one. We talked about Taco in that first game. Tell me a player that you want to pop off on Summit.
Low-key, I think I want to see Sodhawk keep performing on this KO, to be honest. Okay. I really liked how he was looking last map. I'm obviously like so biased towards KO. I love that man. He is so handsome.
Yeah, we know. It's a little creepy, actually.
Oh, okay. Weird. I would love to see him have like a 30 assist game or something and just like set up his duelist crazy style.
cool. Dan, tell me.
For Bestia, I'm going to keep my eyes on Melcher. Melcher is a guy that has experience. He has a lot of experience, not only playing here in Americas, but also switching, playing different agents. And I think in a moment like this one, where there can be a little bit of pressure because of the way that they just lost, this is the guy that can make things feel like they're comfortable again.
Yeah, well, a player.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. I didn't know we were going to ascent, guys. No, you didn't see that. Don't worry about it. The player that I'm looking forward to watching is Taco Lee. I want to see him bring it back on that neon. So let's actually hear from him and get his thoughts on returning to the Americas stage.
Era algo que quedó en mí, dentro de mí, de volver a demostrármelo, de estar acá de nuevo. Y era un peso que yo cargué mucho tiempo también y que tuve que trabajar mucho tiempo, de manera psicológica también. Y hoy día estoy acá y me demuestra varias cosas y valores internos para mí. Entonces sí, es como, tiene gran significado.
Welcome back. We've got map number 3 queued up, ready to go between Bestia and Crew Visa. And right now, it has been one-sided, one direction or the other, which means this is a guarantee. You can mark it, you can take it to the bank. This is about to be a triple overtime banger. Has to be, Ash. Has to be.
You locking that one in?
I'm locking it in.
That's
Take
your
it to the
final
bank.
answer?
Cash it.
Okay, Shiv. Okay. We'll see if it ends up being a triple overtime banger. I'm not going to hold my horses on that one with how those first 2 matches went. When it comes down to Summit, though, for the side of Bestia, sure. We did see them win during that grand final versus Contra. They felt comfortable here. For the side of Crew, they didn't manage to get that win up against Sentinels. That was the first map. They lost 6-13, I believe it was. And that was with the fact that they had 12 first bloods on that map. And they were only able to win 6 rounds. I do want to say, for the side of Sentinels, the multi-kills did go absolutely insane, especially Redux. But that's a scary prospect to go forward with. However, I imagine that the crew that we were seeing today in those earlier matches, they look synergized after Sunset, right? I'm expecting those follow-ups to be a little bit more clean, for them to be playing together a little bit more. They were getting discombobulated and, you know, kind of divvied up there in that last matchup versus Sen.
Yeah, and again, just the story of the first 2 maps has been 14 first bloods for Bestia in map 1, 12 first bloods for Crew in map 2. How much will that pay out in map 3? So far, Bestia able to tally the opening first blood and find themselves an early 5v3. Quick rotation on the way over to B, which is actually where Crew are positioned. The barrier orb was actually maybe not placed exactly where you want it to be. Opportunity for Dante to follow off the relay bolt, but not able to get too much. MW Zera just right behind the play. Not going to expect Taco in the corner. First round goes to Bestia.
That it does. For Bestia, that also switched up their composition heading into this map of Summit as well. Previously, I think it was Dan that was shouting out that comp. They were running that Phoenix, that Harbor. Now changing things up, they bring out the Sage and the Viper. Sage being a popular pick here on this map for a lot of these teams.
Just
being able to divide some of these angles, especially with pushing onto site, right? With how many little spots you can hide here on site on this map of Summit.
Yeah, it's just there's so many tight alleyways. The barrier gets so much value. Nice first blood. Heat was trying to take away an angle at mid. Taco connects before the smoke comes through. Just basic pistols here for Crew anyways. Should be a pretty casual round here for Bestia, pending they don't slip anywhere. And it looks like they're going to make their way through mid and potentially just get a little bit more space to eventually impact this A site.
Nice insert here from Bestia, though, with Taco in that elbow control towards A-Link. Thing is, he can't take too much of a risk with that Marshall either. Close quarters.
Yeah, not until this hit comes through first. Dante is able to win that gunfight, but the hit from the front is looking pretty good at Garden. Now it's just down to clearing out the rest of the site. Ooh, Zera almost actually connects to 3, but finds 2, which is very valuable. Late rotation from Sadhak will be able to get into play. Dante just cannot fall right now. Whoa! So say just tried to take the timing off the plant. Ends up working out for one. Sadhak able to connect onto David for the first. Opportunity to follow behind this. But David has his sheriff. Flash on the corner. Sadhak taking damage, and the pistol will finish things off. Huge anti-eco win for Crew.
What a way to convert that for Crew. The right click there was just honestly insane with the peek around the corner. A nice thrifty round here for the Crew squad. Man, I'm actually just stun-locked at how good the pistols looked by Crew in this round.
I mean, the one to slide up and find the right click is insane, but really, it's for me, it's on Zera's double.
Yes.
That's where that round comes through. The fact that he's the only one on site, you're dealing with a 1 versus 3, and you connect onto 2 with the Classic is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So now the eco's on its head. It'll be Crew with the weapons, Stinger in hand for Taco Lila, because of course he's on the wayland.
Prowler up there for Bestia. Doesn't find any information, but does push Crew off the angle. Forces MW Zera back. Scope.
Not
just
gonna lie.
up here.
Zera kind of stole away what would have been a nice, impressive little double right there. Won't lie. But
it'd be your own sometimes.
It do be your own sometimes. Bestia does get their way onto site, but there is no spike here.
No. Spike is in main, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just one of those rounds there. Crew clean up, Bestia on their eco round. But overall, again, let's see what Bestia are going to be able to do now that rifles are fully in play for both these teams.
Yeah, this will still feel like a bonus, though, for Crew. And so far, so good, considering the success after the Thrifty comes out. But like you said, now we're going to start to really learn about what tempo, I think in particular, Bestia wants to try to set this half on. Talking just through the first 2 maps, they have liked to play on the forward side of the game, just like in front of where you would usually maybe see most teams play at. But they're looking to stay, again, heavy-handed and focused over towards A. This is going to give a lot of the middle of the map away.
I love this mid control here for Crew. Mid being such a pivotal point of Summit with how many lanes you can find.
Shots.
You will not kill them. Just the spams there. Resurrection used on Taco as well. One away from the convergent path could come to fruition in this round, but what is going on?
Yeah, they just can't get their way folding on towards site. Yeah, you're around the corner here, but you're trapped. Oh my goodness, this is about to be a absolute kitchen sink thrown by Crew. All the utility coming through, Taco nowhere to go, and that is why you don't want to just be stuck on site. Bestia completely overwhelmed by the utility from Crew. Initially, when that door starts to close, you're starting to think, ooh, Bestia's going to get an angle, but that first blood, so key for Crew, allows them the easy retake.
It's also one of those moments where Lost props himself up on the wall there as well, and you also have the spike being held in an open position. It makes the round irrecoverable. Crew, hefty lead. Bestia, I mean, we've seen the pop-off moments. We've seen some crazy eco rounds come up throughout this best-of-3 series. Will they be able to find purchase this time around with Heat now already crawling out into mid? A space that Bestia haven't really contested since that first round.
No, not yet at least. And I think they're going to start to realize the follies of that decision. Because, you just cannot, if you're going to play A, hit it one-dimensionally and be stuck on site like that. You cannot just play it purely from garden on the post plant either, though. A lot of things they need to worry about as they're completely split up here. Extra steps being taken by Crew through mid. And Zera is going to sit here and say, all right, looks like I've got the world in front of me. Just comes down to, can Bestia establish some presence towards B before this hit unfolds? And it looks like the answer is going to be no.
Trying to contact in, but Sadak still anchoring here. A great timing with that fragment as well. Now the rotation comes in here for Bestia, but look at how Gru have now bolstered this B side after shutting things down already.
Yeah, they have to play through this smoke or wait for it to fade.
30 seconds left.
But committed towards this B execute is going to be Bestia. So now it's just down to the set of where the utility is going to fall. 3 defenders are on site. Blast the first peek, not able to connect. Dante on the follow-up, no problem there. Paranoia to block the front doors. David does connect, though, keeps this play alive, but the time is running out. Might be the best ally right now for Crew as David connects onto another. Follow-up shots, really well done for Bestia, but don't have the time, don't have the numbers, don't have the weapons to work their way on. Crew will hold.
And it's so tough here for Bestia, especially with Heat having that operator online, how much of a problem he is in that matchup where Sentinels found so much success up against Crew's defense was going for some of those early smokes into main, trying to deny those early peaks there from Heat so he couldn't get the line. And that's something that we're not seeing that kind of protocoling coming out from Bestia. Trying to, we do see like the contention, you know, of the extremities, the timeout now to be called here. Bestia, coach not looking happy in the booth right now.
I would say if I were to put on the coaching hat for a moment, Bestia needs to find some way to cause problems at mid, because Crew right now, I would say every single moment of any particular round, they have 75% of the map in their name. You need to put more pressure to get this defense a little bit more split focus, because right now, you're getting a 1-3-1 setup largely for Crew, anchors on either site, and then 3 players floating, either committing to playing in towards mid or one of the connectors, and it's just been free. It's been absolutely free. And that just means that Bestia are one-dimensionally flooding into site, and that's just not a recipe that you want to continue to try to play off of here on Summit.
No, especially when I also feel like in a lot of those early round contentions, you don't see Crew over-investing utility to contest. They're more than happy to allow Bestia to cycle through their prowlers, knowing that they don't have that much more to actually get onto this site. Yes, you do have a paranoia there within Melzer, but still, it usually requires you at least getting that guarding control first. If you're going to go over towards A, then you can paranoia over towards the deep site to get that plant down and take out those anchors. And even with the timeout that was called by Phonics, we have a very passive mid-hold here. Maybe waiting to see if Crew overextends. The read could be good with this walk down.
I mean, this is aggressive, though, for Crew. 4-player stack. And the thing about this is they don't have to commit beyond this point until they know where an execute's coming from. But at the same front, if you're Bestia, are you going to anticipate this? Can't imagine a world where you do. And here's the action. MWZera will show the position. Bestia have to work through this problem. And again, look how trapped they are. Talk about 75% of the map. Now it feels like 90% of the map goes away Crew.
Nice refight at the very least, getting the pick onto Les. Still going to look to back off. They do have that shallow insert over at that A side for Melzer to make the call for the rotation.
Yeah.
They will be doing so through spawn.
I will say this, losing Les is not kill you if you're Crew, because you have a null command and a nightfall. So even though you're not going to have the ability to play off of smokes, you are going to have still the ability to put tons of control on this A site retake.
There's also so much pressure because they don't know where Heat repositioned until now. Being able to get that pick changes everything. The nightfall clearing out the A site here, free for the planting.
Yeah, that pick does change things dramatically here because Crew now have to worry about playing into Garden and also fighting through mid.
Granted, if Crew can find a pick, I expect that Nightfall to get ripped out by MWZera. I could definitely see that Flood trying to come back in.
With their cash, they may send it anyways. Just let it rip. And here comes the first contest. They see Taco's foot. Can't win the gunfight, though. That hurts. Follow-up and also not going to connect for Dante. Sada can only find one. And Bestia Get a good one on the board there. That feels better.
Nice post plant. Not even needing to, you know, overextend into mid, go exploring too deeply, but the awareness, Phonics making that call, relaying it to his team in the timeout to say, okay, they've been walking down mid, getting that information on you guys. That's why the Floods have been so comfortable, able to swarm around those plants so quickly, or even just deny the actual capturing of that site in general. Being able to punish that has definitely been big. Bestia will continue to stay a bit more spread out into these rounds, looking to see what space Crew want to capitalize on, but they take a shift this time, playing more bunkered.
Yeah, this could be a round where we see some fireworks too, with the convergent paths at the ready. Post-plant Viper's Pit could also be a big boon, especially if this ends up being an A execute. But Bestia have shown us reservation in terms of the timing of these hits, often moving in the last 60 seconds or so.
You already have also Heat posted up past that toxic screen, so no opportunity to even get a comfortable lurk up into that side of the map.
I like this idea here from Bestia. See if you can put some pressure onto the elbow.
There's a trap play set up though.
Mm-hmm. And Dante still holding a very one-and-done angle here. Zera's going to be kept safe in the corner. There's the pads. Trying to dive on forward. Hello, how are you? MW Zera able to find 2 before being traded. Not going to make a difference. Dante will win out the angle. So the play through Ben not going to work. Melzer by himself, stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got lightning shooting all over the place. Nowhere to go. And that's just another, like you talked, Crew setting it up differently, and it works out absolutely perfectly.
That's a great trap play there into elbow. Perfect bait for MW Zera to capitalize on. Now, Bestia, we've seen the adjustments coming out from them. I think what else is kind of crazy is just how much pressure Sadak has been able to put on B main on his own. Like,
absolutely.
A part of me kind of wonders if they are banking on some of the homework that Bestia did, knowing that it was always Sadak and Heat on that B main line, trying to hold it. And now you have Heat kind of floating around the map.
Good night.
3 detected there. Huge information for Crew. Signal for Sadak to look to back up, but even then, they know that Bestia, they'll look to maybe like re-explore, cut noise. We haven't really seen many high-tempo rounds from them off gate.
No. I think some of that is due to the fact that, again, there's just so much ability for Crew based on their comp to slow up the impact that Awele can have. I mean, we saw the trademark trap essentially 3 players in the last round. Knife stops the ability for a quick hit. Flash just to check, and there will be a smoke replacement surely at B main. And it's just continuing to throw the challenge, like throw the gauntlet to Bestia of like, what are you going to do to get through all of your utility? You have to show us something.
Oh man, they were trying to even fake over at B, and then it ends up being that null command pop there by Sadak.
So now it's time to Heat to connect, and after map number 2, you know he's good for it. Nightfall also coming through, and we're in the last 30 seconds, and Bestia just has no time nor any space to work with. I don't know what map 1 was, but these last 2 have been absolutely beautiful from Crew.
Thus far, again, it's been a different Crew that we've seen since the reverse sweep happened up against Sentinels. Looking much more well-connected and synergized across the board. I do think, though, for the side of Bestia, again, this composition doesn't do many favors for Taco Leah on the attacking side to try and get him onto those sites. Like, it's a very unforgiving role that Taco has to play on this map of Summit, trying to create that space as Awele up against a Sadak who has been so good at cycling that KO utility over the past 2 maps.
Or the other side of it is, again, there's always some sort of a cycle of a smoke being tossed through. So you're, again, throwing a challenge onto Bestia of you have to push through this. You have to commit if you're going to commit. You have to spend everything if you're going to commit. So things like fakes, these little cute plays just are not working out right now for Bestia. They're back over to a save with just 2 rifles that could be afforded. And we haven't even seen, it feels like a spike plant since the first round.
Spray is going to do a little bit of damage here for MW Zera. Not able to get the hunt, but still gets Melzer.
I get it. Again, we're still on like a limited purchase here, but just the fact that nothing is working to even come close to seeing a spike site has to be so frustrating. Last bit of Fade utility coming over the top will allow at least one more trade to come through. Less in a little bit of trouble. Snaps finds the first, not able to find the second. David now by themselves. 1v1, opportunity to still steal this round away. Sadak, nice little pop flash up to isolate the corner, no problems there. Yeah, Sadak is vibing in the player cam, but that one got maybe a little bit closer than you'd like.
Hey, still picture perfect utility there for the IGL on the side of Crew. Bestia looking uncomfortable here on Summit. We see the ideas that they're trying to make work, especially with some of those A pushes. But again, I feel like with the positioning that we're seeing, those prowlers being thrown out even by Chubi, it can't get deep enough to actually push and catch anybody off guard.
No.
They're more than happy to back up into garden, play the box, and then at that point, okay, you break the haunt, and then what?
Yeah,
You're trying to cross through your own toxic screen at that point, and you don't always know if there's an op on the other side.
I mean, the difficulties are multiple-fold right now. I mean, Bestia is having a hard time getting through the first layer of the defense, let alone to even talk about things like a second or a third to scale deeper. And again, we've had one spike plant, two maybe. Not been great in terms of the execution from Bestia. And when you're putting a Waylay into the mix, that's the one thing you should be able to at least somewhat guarantee is that you're putting pressure on the defense to pick and choose how they want to try to set up. But so far, there has been very little picking or choosing. Crew have just gotten away with what their set default has been. It's been good. It's been very good.
Set default. At the same time, though, Crew, they did change things up from what they showed previously, right? So kind of relying on some of that previous conditioning and hoping that the homework works in their own favor in some ways. It also helps when MW0 is performing so well, but attack-sided operator to come out here for Taco Leah. I'm not mad about it with how aggressive Crew have gotten, especially into mid. Could work out into this round, but the op's not going to be posted up there.
Yeah. You're also putting your operator on who's supposed to be your entry.
That's just for now. He'll toss it away
True.
later.
It's just very true, but it's still just one of those things like we're really searching for something right now if you're Bestia. Once again, 1-3-1 split here for Crew's defense. Full control of mid. Heat gonna get a chance. Does not connect. Smoke will block. And Les is holding on to a paranoia. Are they gonna try to stack through this? Yeah, they're stacking for it. Here comes the play for Dante. Not able to find the first. Les able to get one in response, so keep it to a 4v4. Resurrection also off the table with Lost Fallen.
We're doing great right now, guys. That was just a little hopscotch up in top mid. Don't worry about it.
There.
Still posted on the angle, though, here for Taco Leah. Hasn't seen anybody cross over.
Has to win this one versus Heat.
Yes.
Has to.
Nobody loses the angle with the toxic screen. Still trying to creep onto site.
Zera not going to be able to find one, so there's that switch from the weapon. He'd able to find the response, though. Viper's Pit finally going to come through, and now all of a sudden, how do you clear this? You've got a knife, fragment, flash for Sadak. Everything else will have to be done the old-fashioned way. 2 will be revealed.
Everyone playing in the pit here for Bestia.
Here comes the play. Nightfall going to be used from the offense to, again, just stagger the time just a little bit more. More spray, more spam, nothing connecting. Crew is dealing with some difficulty right now. The effects of the Nightfall will fade. Now it's time to go if you're going to at all. Flash comes through in the close corner. Not able to find the one up top of us. Not able to find the pinch. And that will work out. Bestia able to get the 3.
Nicely done by Bestia into the post plant. A great entry onto site by Taco Leah, but the main thing was the impact of that paranoia from Melzer to ensure that MW0 wasn't going to be able to get that fight for free. Now, it's about trying to chain these rounds together. If you're a Bestia fan, it's been tough to get onto those sites. Once they can get into the post plant, they do have really great utility in their arsenal to be able to lock things down. But it's been breaking through that's been the problem.
Can you start putting it together here in the backside of this first half? Feel like you kind of need to a little bit. Convergent paths are at the ready for Taco. Resurrection still ready to fire away for loss. Once more, that conditioning at middle is keeping Bestia very interested, but an early prowler through the elbow will allow Taco an angle. Does Dante try to check this? Yeah, he will. follow-up angle from Zero was there, but they can't find the first blood. Will stay full force.
Elbow control, more than happy to get up there for Crew because they still have that trip. Hasn't been dealt with. The trademark consistently holding that space for them.
Here's a unique look for Bestia. First time we'll see them move their way in through the B-link.
Saw a relay bolt here for Dante.
This is a really important contact, and Dante caught in the middle of moving. Relay bolt out just to stall. Help is here from Les. Holding onto the Paranoia will spend it. There's the paths. Does not affect much of the defense. Sadak able to find one from inside the site, and he's not done yet. Still has the flash to delay a little bit longer, but that flash doesn't get around the corner where it was intended to. So now you're dealing with a lot of problems right now if you're a Crew. Resurrection coming through for Taco. Bestia able to work their way onto the front side of the site, but they're still not in a position to get a plant off yet. And all the defense for Crew are here. We're down to the last 20 seconds. They've got to make a move.
And there's no more utility left on the side of Bestia once this plant goes down.
Oh, Taco stuck between scopes. Gives the numbers back to a 4v4. Now the retrade. Not onto the slide out is Dante. Sarah able to find one, but falls, leaving it to Heat for the 1v3. Really difficult to work your way through with the scope. Able to see the backside of one. Headhunter in the corner could potentially still come through. Melzer on his right. Not able to find the initial shot, but connects out of the second. Now to the 1v1 with David. Sees the elbow, sees the shoulder. Can you connect? Doesn't take the first shot. Second chance, not gonna happen. David saves it. 7-4.
Nice wide swing there for David to ensure that that round goes into the favor of Bestia. Last round before he swaps sides now. And the ultimate economy looking healthy here for Crew. Bestia, they invested majority of those ultimates in the last 2 rounds that we saw from them to ensure that they could get those wins.
Right. One.
But we've seen good adjustments shift ever since that timeout was called. Being able to punish that mid-aggression there from Crew has been a key piece of success into trying to change up that defender-sided game plan.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. That has been a big turning point. Tour de force called immediately. Oh, and just spam. The design for first blood there as Zera's able to connect onto Taco. That's your entryman down. Melzer is able to at least pick up the operator and keep it in hand here for the offense, but 4v5 and you lose out in your waylay.
That's all about working those picks. I don't have anybody to be able to create that space here for Bestia in this last round of attack. Melzer does have a From the Shadows to work with here. If he can get into a cheeky position a little bit later into the round.
Wow, he would love to have had that one.
Yeah.
This could get interesting if Les gets challenged in this dark cover.
Oh, he has so much info now. Hearing that Prowler.
Here we go.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, Les will back up, has the Paranoia, immediately calls that in, and that will stop the offense in its tracks. Haunt will come through, but the space is happy to be given right now for Crew. They're already on the quick rotation over, but 30 seconds left. You know this is going to be a B hit, and you've got Heat with the Tour de Force in a perfect position. Able to connect onto the first. That's going to slow down the rest of the approach. No problem to follow up with the combination of the fragment as well. Mercy. Goodness gracious. Perfect read by Les the whole way through. Crew will finish an 8-4 half.
His timings were perfect on those repositions. The Paranoia being thrown as well. That understanding of the game was absolutely sublime coming out from Les.
Well, Bestia get a couple back here at the first half, but still feels like Crew threw out a lot that did not have an answer to for Bestia. So clean for the first half for Crew after a dominant map number 2. We'll swap the sides and see if Bestia could put together as formidable, if not, maybe a little bit better of a defense. Be right back. Welcome back. We have an 8-4 half starting to get some competitiveness built onto the stage here as Bestia were able to find a couple back at the end of the first half. Now swapping the sides onto the defensive side. Can they put together something that feels just as solid as what we saw from Crew through the first, well, plethora of rounds, especially considering they came back after the Thrifty in round number 2. That really set the tone, it felt like.
They do have a lot of stalling power, though, within this composition at the very least for Bestia. That Sage, I'm looking at Lost to be able to slow down the entries there coming in from Dante, as we know him to be so explosive for this Crew squad, especially within his last couple of performances.
We'll see how this one unfolds. Pistol could be crucial for Bestia to bring this back to more level terms almost immediately. First contact is successful for Taco. Huge pick there. And it doesn't really reveal any of the rest of the defensive setup until Les and Taco both fall. Now all of a sudden the defense is kind of in dire straits as the hit towards A is well underway.
And you still have Heat inserted into elbow, aware of the fact that there isn't that mid rotation coming in onto the flank. Makes it so much more comfortable for Crew to get kind of situated into this post-plant scenario. Especially with an opportunity for Heat to even go for a backstab if he wants.
Well, timing of this is going to force Bestia to have to try to play this from the front. Haunt will get them a little bit of space on top of the front of the A site. Les trying to cut things off before the smoke comes through. He's able to find a lot of damage. Dante playing behind and is able to connect once more through the smoke. Leaving it just to Melzer. Not a lot of health to play with, not a lot of time to play with. He's able to at least get one more back, so at least something to work with here, but not going to have time to really play for the defuse. So good pistol for Crew, especially considering how things started off for Bestia through the middle of the map.
Very much so. That early peek and pick there coming out from Taco felt like Bestia were, you know, starting to get somewhere here on the defense, but thus far, we'll have to see how they look to continue to approach. I want to know if I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of aggression we'll continue to see out of Taco. I think that it does also get tough once you know that Sadak does like to cycle that knife over at main, A main sometimes, and gives away that bruise. This time around, knife actually going to be shot out, so not aware of how many players are necessarily over there. The presence of someone being pushed up at the very least.
Yeah, that's all you need to know, I think, if you're Crew, knowing that you're fighting into Classics. So they're going to take their efforts immediately over towards the backside at mid. Bestia will back off that angle at A and try to quickly retreat back over to B. David is in a lot of trouble here. And, whoops. A couple will fall to the door or off the map, whatever it happens to be, and that will lead to a very casual anti-eco round for Crew.
One enemy remaining.
Getting that plant down. I wonder, was the door thing to deny the orbs?
Maybe.
That we're transferring like Abyss tech over to Summit right now.
Something like that.
Instead of jumping off the map, you just get crushed by the doors when you want to deny the also orbs over the other
I guess so. Only so many will fit? I don't know. Taco is completely isolated and will not have many places to go. Nice right click. He gives you a chance for one, but not going to happen. Heat connects. 10-4, the count flawless round for Crew.
What a different looking Summit than what we saw up against Sentinels there for Crew. Looking a little bit more comfortable, much more drilled on this map. Okay, we got the replay of that. Honestly, it happened so fast that I'm still processing.
Yeah, I had to process what the kill feed was saying. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, maybe it was a little funny moment that happened, a little accident.
Kind of feels like a do or die moment right now for Bestia. What do you set up to try to get yourself to 5? Quick move from Dante. Plus, you get a little bit of reveal on the Fate deep. Yeah, that will give Heat the angle. Prowler out just to try to see how much information you can gather onto the attack. But honestly, Crew, more than happy to continue to have this little toggle for position at Bend.
I think what's tough for Bestia as well is Crew are more than happy to completely disrespect the toxic screen that's being thrown out in mid by David. Pushing forward for a lot of that mid control. to get the information necessary and just not allowing Bestia to have that passive hold that they're looking for.
Yeah, and that's huge. Just to be able to come and reinforce this position, knowing that that Prowler early doesn't really give you much. But with 50 seconds on the clock, Crew are going to take their efforts back over to A main. They're going to have to re-clear a lot of this position before they can really make a dedicated move on towards the site itself. Heat looking to possibly be isolated as there's still 2 defenders that are keeping their focus on Bend. Oh, the timing is just so exquisite for Bestia. Zera will find one, though, as the door will shut. It'll give you a post-plan opportunity here, 3v4.
Bestia looking to regroup into the retake. Sadok already poised and ready with the flash in hand just to deny that initial flood out from Cave. Haunt available here for Chubi.
Now, had to try to force something right there for Crew to get this post point a little bit more safety. And as they do, they now find themselves in a 2v4. Sadok able to find one, head on a swivel, able to get the second. Maybe an opportunity to isolate the last couple, but too many to deal with, and Bestia will get the 5th round.
Sadok got a lot more than we expected, though, with the flood that was being pushed into him, into that post plant. Now, Bestia, sure, they get 5. But again, we need a little bit of problem solving to come out because it's still not quite comfortable for them. I like the retake that we saw coming in. They had the numbers advantage. Works out well for them. But these early peaks, again, I feel like we're seeing so much value coming out from Crew in those first bloods with the way that they're working that mid space. Forcing these players of Bestia to play a little bit further back on the defender's side. Also the awareness of, with this composition, we aren't often seeing Lost throw out that Sage wall early or anything like that as well. So you always have to dedicate players to these areas of the map.
Very true. Little dash in from Taco lets Melzer get the isolation for the first blood. I almost focus on the diving waylay. Lots of damage to Taco, but is able to still get himself in a nice defensive position as the follow-up is perfect. Really good cause and effect showcase there. Taco sitting with the first blood and then following to clean up the rest of the action. And now we've got a 4v2 tough situation for Zera to even think about approaching.
Still have Heat, though, reposting with that operator. Oh, but he's going to want to bite. They can just run down the clock here on Crew. The smoke goes out as well.
Teleport's ready.
At this point, Crew, they just want to see what they can maybe work here on the A side. At the same time, all things considered, wouldn't be mad if they just go for a save to keep the op in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cash is starting to get a little bit tight. Zera's going to give it a feel, and okay, now all of a sudden you go from looks like an impossibility to a very winnable situation thanks to those eliminations. David will get one in response, so Heat will just play behind this, able to find the rendezvous out the wrong time, or probably the right time, but in the wrong position, I should say. To continue this forward, able to switch out the op, maybe a chance to still isolate, able to find the first out of the 1v1. It's Loss on the other side. Can he bait the peak? 9 seconds going to commit. Loss just sprays it out, knowing exactly where he was. And now it's a couple rounds in a row for Bestia, starting to build their economy in the same wave.
Really nice recovery there from Bestia after Crew start to break their way into round 16. Now, Crew, you were talking about how fragile that economy was starting to look off the back of that round. They are going to have to go for a half buy, and Bestia cycling into a healthier ultimate economy as the rounds roll forward.
Big. This is a big turning point in what this map can start to look like now. Economy for Crew on the other front, not comfortable whatsoever. You're getting close to things like Nightfall, possibly Tour de Force if you can soak an orb and an elimination of some sort. So there are opportunities in this round to make it competitive, but for Bestia, you're starting to trend in the absolute right direction at the exact right time, because I'll tell you, if they lose out on that round prior, all of a sudden things start to get really hairy because you're starting to put yourself into force buy considerations with the score.
Absolutely. I like this insert here from Crew. They've got Heat on the elbow line. A good spot to maintain that information. Wall goes out, so no opportunity for a lurk up. So the team, though, going to go exploring into that B split here through mid and main.
Timing of this execute is going to be very important right now for Crew. They're able to get in towards B main, but Taco's able to connect onto one. He will be pushed off the angle. Overdrive trying to keep a lot of this defense pushed back just a touch while the spike makes its way on towards the site. Defense rotating quickly, but they need to work their way through heat.
Spike planted.
Who will have to give away that angle as David finds a way to get back into the play. Now it's down to the timing of the retake. You do have paths available here for Bestia. Good Nightfall.
Oh, this just slows everything down here with 3 being hit by that Nightfall. Still gonna have the dash out by Taco.
Surely you throw these paths through main. Heat's able to connect. This may be running out of time. He finds another one. Wait a second. Crew's able to turn this into a huge boon. Oh my goodness. Bestia just gets caught on sight right there. And I would say Crew probably can't even believe it. The Nightfall timing is exquisite, but to not throw the paths out to try to retake is so surprising.
I think they were just disrespecting Crew too much in that round, considering the fact that it was a half buy, not feeling that they needed to invest that, or maybe not wanting to, because it wasn't that full buy round, but a dire mistake here that will cost them 11 rounds now for Crew. More than happy about it.
Heat's sitting here like, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, he was stuck for a moment. It looked like he wasn't even going to get a chance to get out to join the post plan at B. So now, once again, economy switches hands. Bestia now on to just Sheriffs, but Melzer able to connect for the first blood. Nice shot into the second. Oh, mercy. One more possibly over the middle of the map. Melzer will be shut down. Numbers still with Crew. But at least you've got Loss with the only rifle in the rounds. Maybe gives you a chance at the 1v3.
Man, saw the vision there. They wanted to go for that 4-player fight after the wall drops, but Crew just waiting in the wings. Loss in a 1v3 scenario. It's a question of if he's going to be able to make this work. Bestia need all of their rounds, but they also need the weapon. It will be the save that he opts for. Resurrection is going to be available into the next round if they can. If Lost can either find a pick or Bestia fight for one of the orbs on this map, but it's definitely looking tough. Like, we have Convergent Pass at least available into the next round. Could cycle into that Nightfall there.
Yep.
For Chuvizin. Part of me wanted to say the null command because Sadok's got that in his own pocket.
It just feels like that round that the Nightfall gets spent for Crew at B and we don't throw the paths out could have been a major difference maker in this map.
Because at that point, you should be more than happy to trade those ults.
Absolutely, yes. But regardless of the decision, the situation still stands. 12-6 the count. You know what has to happen. And at least you get the save of one rifle, but money is still going to not feel great. Yeah, you still have a Guardian in hand for David on regenerative armors. You have light armors pretty much almost across the board. Plus, you're still dealing with that null command like you mentioned, plus potentially a Nightfall on the other side. Again, for Crew, it's just, it's starting to snowball a little bit. And we're going to try to play for a trap play here with the paths, and that's going to lead to not much of anything besides some B main presence.
Awareness that there's 2 to 3 players posted.
Surely you check this, and you do. Oh, man. All of that just to get a couple of players forward. Null command out. Taco's completely stuck, trying to run for the hills, and won't get through. Spam through the smoke will connect. Les now on the lurk over towards the backside of the B site. Also covering his tracks, but David responds. Trade is there. Just down to Loss. And what started with an exclamation point will end with a whimper. Crew dominate map number 2 and really don't break much of a sweat here in map number 3. They send Bestia down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, another reverse sweep coming in for Crew, and overall looked so much more comfortable on Summit than the last time that we saw them. Bestia struggling to find the answers in this particular map. I think we saw, you know, some of the weaknesses when it came down to the composition that they are running. Crew definitely took advantage of the holes that they saw. I do think I see the vision with what Bestia was trying to run, but didn't see the depth that we needed to make it work.
Yep. And just, I mean, it's so hard to put an evaluation on the first 2 maps when you're dealing with Bestia that has 14 first bloods in map number 1, win it dominatingly. Crew come out, respond with 12 in map number 2. And then here in the third, it feels like things are going to start to get a little bit tighter, a little bit closer. But, I mean, just simply put, based on how map 3 started, the middle of the map was just such a freebie for Crew, and it just continued to put Bestia into bad spots. And then once you swap the sides, even though, again, it starts to feel a little bit more back and forth, you make one critical error, and the opportunity to come back is just gone.
Yeah, Crew, they get their second win of this stage up against Bestia in the first day of play-ins here. Overall, this squad looking much more in form from the rough start that they had at the top of the season where they couldn't even play with their full fielded roster. Now into the late game, it's a question of, okay, is Crew as an organization going to be able to make one of those runs happen again?
Who knows? Could be catching heat at the right time. I mean, the vibe is definitely there. And when you feel like a team is kind of down and out and they're still able to just kind of enjoy and have fun with the game, that's when things can sometimes click, where you just kind of stop overthinking things, you just let the game come to you a little bit, and all of a sudden, you start to get players like Heater are popping off. You start to get players like Dante are starting to find more success. Things start to just feel more of like what you would have expected when this roster was built in the first place. So good stuff from Crew, even though the first map was confusing, to put it plainly. Any thoughts for Bestia, though, trying to regain in the lower bracket?
Overall, Bestia, I feel like they have great firepower on their squad. They have good ideas that they're putting in the server, but with some of the comp changes that we saw coming out on maps today, it's a question of how much depth they really had with those compositions on Sunset and Summit. Namely, we weren't seeing the layers that we needed to, but we know that these players have the experience and the mechanics to be able to find the wins here on the big stage.
Absolutely the case, but when adversity starts to come down through it, Bestia not quite able to hand it. So let's send it over to GB down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Les and Coach Zonic.
Thank you so much to Shift and Ash. Guys, give it up for our new casters, if you don't mind. Shift and Ash, yes. We also have a pretty dang good team up here. Give it up one more again for Crew. We got Les, we got Zonic in the house.
Zonic.
All right, guys, very hard-fought game there, in that, especially in that first map. Breeze certainly caught you guys off guard. Les, what was it about that match? What was it about Breeze in particular that was a little bit challenging for you guys to overcome against Bestia?
Yeah, we already knew that would be a really hard match against them on Breeze, because it was their best map on the VCL, right? So they were playing really well. We knew that it would be hard, and we won the match against Sentinels on Breeze, yes, but our comp has some limitations, and I think they did a really good strategy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was really hard to us.
Yeah. Did you, coming out of that, were you able to, like, obviously you shook it off, but were you guys having some hard conversations? Because I know I talked to Coach about it earlier. Were you guys talking about what went wrong in that game, how to make things better, or it was just a matter of play your own game, move forward?
I think when you get stomped like that, you cannot talk so much about the map.
Fair.
You know, you need to just go forward and just forget about it, and let's talk about confidence, because this is the most important. You cannot lose confidence when you get stomped.
Yeah.
You need to get back to the match. So yeah, this was our conversation.
Yeah, now, Coach, I asked you earlier, I was like, what do the boys need to do? What's going on? You said, gotta wake up. They need to find themselves in the server. They did just that.
Yeah.
Who were you really leaning on? You mentioned Dante, I remember. I think you mentioned Sadak as well. But overall, how do you feel about the team's performance coming out of that map 1 when we last chatted?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we really needed to wake up. We felt like we didn't get to play the game the first map.
Yeah.
As Les said, we were focusing mostly, since we already work a lot on the maps, on things more in terms of communication and confidence and trying to establish our own game. And as I said, we truly focus a lot on Dante and his confidence, and as well as on MAW's comms, which help a lot into establishing our game plan.
Yeah, now one step further, a little bit closer, making your way over to Shanghai potentially, but really you got to make your way to playoffs first. So is that really like, is it just a matter of one game at a time for you guys? Is there like ambition, or you need to stay focused on the present task?
Like, the first thing is that I would say thank you for Riot for this opportunity, you know, because this year is the first year that you have the opportunity, like, if you don't make playoffs from the group stage, you have a new opportunity. For me, this was really grateful because our Latin teams, we don't have so much time about the visa, you know, so this opportunity was a huge game changer for us.
Yeah,
so,
and for Bestia, you know, for all the teams.
Yeah, for everyone. It's a really nice opportunity. I think this year was a really good year about, like, the the tournaments, you know.
Yeah.
And about that, our mentality to 100% is one game by game. You know, we have the next game against MBR. I think it's going to be one of the hardest games in the playing, and we need to lock into it.
Hey, man. Well, look, we're looking forward to seeing that. Congratulations on the victory. Once again, guys, give it up for Crew if you don't mind, and that will do it for us here. But don't worry, folks. We got one more match on the horizon. It's M80 versus Envy, and we'll see you on the other side.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Are you shaking?
I'm freaking shaking. Come on! Ah! Oh, come on.
There's another well done?
Yeah.
What the op?
Op is crazy.
No!
No!
Nah, you're seeing too many movies, bro.
I think for me, the M80 matchup would be probably the most exciting. I think everybody can kind of look at them as like the top team to go against when it comes from the challengers teams. I mean, they've been very competitive when it comes to dominating the league. Tayo, I mean, he's another IGL. I played against him when he was on M80 last year as well. And so I'd just be really excited to play against him on this stage and have another game IGLing against him.
Envy, I mean, we scrimmed these guys a lot in the past, so we know a lot about them. Very good guys, obviously people that I know, including Knights that I played on the team with them. So yeah, pretty exciting team to play. I think they're going to be more on the aggressive side, where they're going to play just try to brawl game. We're more of a coordinated team. We like to play the fundamentals.
Nismo dodges the up and he pulls off the ace! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We're going to come in and play structured like we always do. Hopefully.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of play-ins, Envy versus M80. Athena here, joined by Dryad and Alexis. We had such a good first match. The reverse sweep coming in from Crew was crazy, but we gotta talk about these teams today because it's taken a few years, but M80 is finally here on the Americas stage. They've had quite a journey. They've had that 15-game win streak, but talk to me a little bit about this journey they've had, Dryad.
Yeah, the journey has been insane. 2024, going to the Ascension Finals in Brazil, going against the Guard, losing against them, even though throughout the whole year it was a back and forth between the two. Going next year and trying again and losing to 2G, a team that nobody was really expecting was going to get that win against M80. And then 2025, it was a time where M80 was even not willing to continue the roster. They had a time where Chet was the coach. They had a time where they were trying to find themselves again. And suddenly things happened just in the last few months. They added Kaplan, they have Caillou, and they have those old members like Nismo, for example, joining the squad. So I think this is going to be an incredible series for each one of these players.
I love that throughout all iterations of their roster, just M80 as an org has always been such a high contender to be in Tier 1.
Oh yeah.
Like I feel like they're so good at scouting players and building teams that are like so good against other Tier 1 teams. So I'm excited for them to finally have their shot on the stage.
Yeah, I think arriving here and playing together has been the really big thing. And you can tell how passionate they are as they went through a boot camp. They actually boot camped in Korea, which is insane, before coming back to LA and boot camping here. And I think boot camps are a really important part of the process, Alexis.
I will say, since the main stage of challengers is over, scrims have been scarce in NA, especially for my team as well. So I totally understand their decision to go to Korea and scrim and get some good quality practice over there and not have to worry about facing teams that they might face in the play-ins.
Yeah.
So I think that they probably did some good team bonding. They probably hang out, they got some Korean barbecue, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, I imagine that it was really good for them.
Well, looking back on the roster, actually since signing Kaplan, these guys have gone on a 15-game win streak, which I mentioned earlier. They won all the way throughout Stage 2 and Stage 3. And Kaplan, he has done a phenomenal job with this team, as well as with Caillou, as well as with SPZ and Nismo coming back to this roster. It's been an insane turnaround for this team, but do you really think a coach can have that big of an impact on it?
Absolutely. I think the results speak for themselves, but it's not the results that you're seeing against these challengers teams, but the way that they are playing. They were always so many steps ahead compared to what all the other teams were doing. And that is not to say that towards the beginning of the year, they were not looking as strong. I think Nismo did also a really good job when he was coaching for them, when he thought he was going to retire, not playing anymore. But I just think what Kaplan is bringing, and also bringing your old IGL with you, is just helping so much.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have a really good system. Like you can tell that there's a really good connection between the IGL and the coach. Like they're always on the same page. They can communicate their ideas and how they want to play really effectively to their players. You can tell that just their overall system between everybody is really fleshed out and really well done.
Well, you spoke about Nismo. Let's actually send it over to Golden Boy and hear from the man himself.
Well, this is a long time coming. My friend, it has been way too long. It's my cousin, by the way. It's Nismo. I don't know if you could tell, just a different cousin from another mother. But in any case, so my friend, pleasure to have you here. How does it feel knowing that you're coming into this event with a lot of hype, an incredible win streak as well? Is that pressure that you guys are feeling on yourselves, knowing that you're one of the teams to beat and you're not a Tier 1 team?
Not really, because in the last couple of years in Ascension, we've been the favorites, so we always come up with a lot of expectations, so we're pretty much used to it.
Yeah. How are the boys feeling? How are you getting the young squad kind of like, because you've been in the game for a long time, but this is also kind of new for you as well. So how do you guys keep yourself kind of focused in this moment?
I mean, we got a lot of experienced players like Kaplan, Caillou, and myself. Obviously, Alvin went to Ascension, so he got a bit of stage experience. But we keep everyone composed, telling them that it's just another day in the server. Yeah. And, just have fun out there. It's really important.
Well, I know I speak for a lot of folks when I say it's so great to see these colors and this logo here at VCT, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Well, we've learned two things from that interview. It's that, number one, all bald people are related, are all cousins. And number two, Nismo, I mean, he's had it a long time coming. It feels like he's gone through almost hell and back to get here to be on this stage for the first time ever.
It's incredible, and it feels like he has just been always so consistent.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a time in his career where you said, yeah, maybe there's another player that they can pick up, somebody else that can do what he has been doing, somebody that can play the KO the way that he plays it. I think he's just always been that guy, just hasn't had the chance just yet.
Yeah, you never really see like IGLs that are also I feel like the main fragging point of their team and playing so aggressive on such a supportive role, just like KO. I feel like he makes the role his own and like really takes initiative, really takes initiative in these rounds to like get kills for his team and like open rounds, not just with his calling, but like with his own fragging.
Well, that's very good. But Envy is actually our Ascension squad. They're on the other side of the stage today. It's not even the same team that ascended originally. The roster has completely changed, but they still have an insane amount of talented players. They had a pretty difficult stage though so far. It feels like we've seen them struggle to figure out the synergy and the comps that they're trying to run in the server. Their roles as well has been a little bit all over the place, but they have been slowly improving, Dan.
They have been. I feel like slowly they're finding what is working for them when it comes down to the roles, especially in the way that they want to set up. Demon want to play a little bit more with the operator compared to what we saw towards the beginning of the stage when he was playing that Killjoy, for example. And I think the roles now look more comfortable, but now is the time that they have in each one of these maps. I think Sunset, for example, looks really good for them because they have a good amount of set plays in the way that they want to play mid, but other maps it feels like they're lacking. They're just kind of going with vibes, and sometimes you need just a little bit more than that.
I feel like I have a take on what Envy should do.
Okay, let's hear it.
I feel like they were really primed when they had a game abuser as Exter on the team. During a Yoru meta, he was game abusing.
True.
And then, you know, Yoru gets nerfed, he goes out of meta, team explodes a little bit. That's okay.
Just a little bit.
I think they need a new niche. Like, I feel like they need to like hang on to something and game abuse something. Like, I don't know if they need an Odin abuser like Brock. I don't know if they need like a Gecko one trick, like something different.
Gecko one trick is crazy.
I don't know. People thought Exter was crazy for only playing one character forever.
True.
So, you know, maybe something
You know what my take is I think he could still do that today if he was on this roster. He could still play the Yoru one trick. But what do you think? You're not shaking your head.
I low-key kind of agree. I don't think Yoru's that bad. That's my opinion.
I agree. You heard it here first. Yoru is actually not that bad. And Envy also is not that bad. I know they've had a struggle. You can see in the strength of schedule here, they've been losing a lot. But for me, when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, well, they actually kind of started picking it up. I feel like after those first two games against EG, against MIBR, that's when we were really struggling to see what they were trying to do with their playstyle. They finally find their identity, but they're facing against Leviatán. So it's been kind of a struggle. They win against Furia, and now they're facing the raid boss of NRG. So I think going into today, it's going to be kind of exciting. Give me a short insight on this.
I think this is all about the confidence. This is a team that you look at all these matches, maybe except for Lev and NRG because they are insane. They could win every single matchup, including the one today, but it really depends on the confidence that they have. And that's not something that we say, that is also something that the players know.
Okay, well, let's hear from one of the players themselves. We're actually gonna send it to Golden Boy and hear from Glyph.
All right, we got Glyph here, and look, my friend, it has been a rough stage for sure, but one thing is for certain, the talent is certainly on this team. So what are going to be the keys to victory in order for Envy to get back into some winning ways and put yourself on a good path here at Plans?
I think we just gotta trust ourselves. I mean, we've had a really good week of practice, 2 weeks of practice, and just week over week, I think we've improved and shown a lot of more competitiveness within our team. And so for us, I think it's just trusting each other, believing in our game plans and things like this. I think we're very prepared and confident in what we have and our talent, like you said. And so a lot of it's just putting it all together and being on the same page, and that's what we have to focus on.
You feel like this journey has brought you guys closer together and allowed you guys to be able to have like a little bit more camaraderie on that stage?
100%. I mean, at the start, you know, we're very shy, more timid, especially like just talking to each other individually. But now, since we've gone through so much, had a lot of tough conversations, that we've gotten a lot closer and trust each other a lot more. So I think we'll be a lot better team today.
Yeah, man, that's some growth out there. Love to see it. Appreciate your time. Best of luck out there.
Trust is always the foundation for a team, and I love to hear that they're pushing through a lot of those mistakes, pushing through their identity issues. But one of the biggest things I've seen with both these teams is that their map pools are a little bit of a struggle. At least for M80, they permaban this Haven all the time, but you can see they don't play Summit. We haven't seen them play it. We haven't seen them play the Sunset either, and their best maps are amongst the Split, the Lotus. It's kind of interesting.
This is going to be cool to see because M80, they keep winning. They have been able to get away with a lot of 2-0s as well. They have been able to kind of keep their secrets for just a little bit longer. And that is exactly what you want going into play-ins because you know everybody else is watching you, is trying to figure out how to shut you down. But when you have those maps that you haven't played just yet, that you know you can change maybe in the way that we saw for Bestia, but maybe going in a win, it can be so much better for them.
I could be totally wrong, but to me it feels like once the map pool changed, they wanted to hide these two maps. I 100% think they've been practicing them, without a doubt. But I think they don't want to show them just yet because they want to have that in the back pocket until they need to bring it out.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. But when we're looking at the other side of the stage with Envy's map pool, which for me has been a little bit of a struggle because they play every single map other than that Lotus, and they haven't been able to win majority of them. Only one win on Ascent and Sunset, and then on Summit, they've been struggling.
I feel like if you don't have a map that's above a 50% win rate, you should have a permaban. You should have a permaban, put your energy and effort into 1 or 2 maps, make those your strong maps that people are scared to pick against you. I feel like that's a much easier way to get some wins, but trying to like spread yourself so thin and play every single map to, I don't know, it feels like hoping for a win, hoping to sneak something by on someone who maybe has a weaker map. It feels, I don't know, kind of weird.
True. Weird is a very good way to say it. And I think the teams are starting to get ready to get on this stage. But real quick before we go, I want to know what you guys said about this game and what you think the predictions are. We're not going to pull up the predictions because I want to know what you guys have to say. Tell me now.
Well, I love that we're not pulling the predictions because I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, new.
Everyone predicting M80, that is my thoughts.
Just know that whoever wins, we're right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ignore that because our teams are ready. Personally, I picked M80. We're gonna go down to the stage and see how this game plays out.
From when they first ascended, but now they're up against a challengers team. In theory, they should be really confident going into this matchup, given they've had this entire year to get really comfortable on this stage, in this environment, in front of fans, where M80 has not had that same opportunity. Do they have what it takes to take down what everyone's kind of calling the VCL behemoth?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they've been looking so good. They're on this 15-game win streak of M80, but Envy, they've been struggling. I do think, though, they had a really big turnaround. I really feel like it's gone from just 5 players in the solo, taking a lot of those hero plays into actually finding their identity and having a lot more synergy. And you can really tell in a lot of those fights, a lot of the retakes and post plants that they're taking.
And also just looking at the individuals, you look at them one by one and you know that this is a team that can win against everybody. But on the other side, for M80, 15-match win streak does not matter if you're not able to win the ones that matter the most. And that is right here, right now. This organization has been in a position like this one multiple times without being able to make it to that very top. And now with the format changing a little bit, they have that third chance, especially looking at a player like Nismo, looking at the revenge as well, Kaplan and Caillou going back to his team, working together and getting those wins. And even Bonnie, that if you guys don't know Bonnie, I think you're going to love him. He is incredible. He's really humble, really sweet, and just a guy that can completely turn around.
Can we just take a second to appreciate this music?
That is thank you,
M80. We love this. I think when you're looking at this roster, I love to hear somewhat of an underdog story, but it's kind of ironic that right now they're actually the favorites to win this matchup. I feel like in this VCL kind of matchup, they've been so good. They've been so strong with their identity. And we're actually going to look at the maps here. Ascent first, picked by Envy, going into the split and the summit. Alexis, what's your take on this?
I feel like CS players, listen up. I feel like Ascent is kind of the mirage of Valorant, and it feels like all of the pug teams and teams that love that aggressive playstyle want to play Ascent. It feels like the Envy map. It makes a lot of sense that they picked it. I'm also, like we were talking about earlier, obviously M80 was practicing Summit. They pulled it out against Envy. I think probably part of that is to do with the fact that they've spread themselves so thin. They haven't had time to really put a ton of effort into practicing Summit. They know it's a weaker map for them, so I really like that pick from M80.
Yeah, I think the first initial pick on the Ascent from Envy is going to be interesting because M80's starting on that defensive side, and they've been really good with their aggression as well as their early round gameplay. I think this map makes a lot of sense, but I'm curious what you think, Dryad.
Yeah, I think this is interesting for Envy because we saw them play before. They're playing with this double duelist, where also they're having Demon 1 on that chamber where he can play with the operator and be a little bit more comfortable. But for M80, they have been playing with this double sentinel and that deadlock, and that is not something that is easy to deal with though. We do get the chance to see the comms for Envy, and they do look exactly the same. I love Knights on the Phoenix, but again, I'm a little worried about what the other side is going to be playing.
Okay, the last time they played Ascent, Demon 1 was on KJ, and I was like, what are we actually doing right now? Finally, they put him on the chamber. That is where he belongs. Okay, this is the perfect comp for their playstyle.
True, and I think it is the perfect counter to just playing aggressive. What am I looking at here?
This is what they were playing before. This is what they played against Nightblood, and they are pretty scary. This is a composition. I think, Alexis, weren't you playing?
Yeah, Alexis, hey, weren't you?
Okay.
Wasn't there a deadlock in your history?
Yes, and do you know whose VODs I was watching?
Oh.
Mr. Nismo. I love his deadlock. His gameplay is so fun. He's just insane at the agent.
Yeah, that is so true. And I think you were really good too when you were playing it, so don't worry. Our teams are actually locked in. So let's send it over to Bren and Emily for the call.
Wait a minute, where's my bold co-caster? I finally got rid of him.
Hello.
This is crazy. M80 versus Envy though. This is bound to be an absolute banger match that we've got on display. M80 as well, and everybody's kind of talking about this M80 squad. They are really the best of tier 2 going up against this Envy squad that is essential leadership of Theseus. It's not the same roster that won Ascension, despite there being so much significant history between these two organizations, between these two teams. And we start on Ascent as our opening map between these two squads.
Yeah, M80, they're going to be looking to try and start off hot here. They don't want their win streak that the desk was highlighting so much to come to an end. They want to do whatever they can to ensure that it's not just stuck in tier 2. They can't only find success there, but can bring it into the tier 1 stage.
Definitely agree as we get into it. Opening pistol round. It's going to be a heavy task ahead of Envy, I think, trying to get through the double center util. Cypher and a deadlock on the defense. It's a good map for M80. They have a lot of ideas. Really gearing up for things here. Looks like a bit of a faster play, but a Gravinet will be slowing you down regardless. Molly at the feet of Nismo. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's not ideal.
That ledge. Getting stuck on that.
Bit of default, and listen, this is Envy not messing around, not slowing down. Paranoia might slow them down by a smidge, potentially buying time for the rest of M80 to get in, but SPZ is in trouble. Back at Jenny, eventually getting cleaned out. It has more time for the rest of M80 to start flooding in up through and around towards heaven. It's good kills on either side. 3v3. Holding the ground though, everybody front. Jenny! Alvin! Dismisses them almost single-handedly.
It really felt like Envy had the right idea going up against this comp that M80 had been running throughout their entire run in Challengers. They were playing slow, but unfortunately speeding up at the wrong time, getting hit by a lot of that utility. It looked like it was recoverable, but M80, they're just so fast with the flood and just absolutely demolish them in this team fight.
That's what M80 needed. Get off to the right start, on the right foot here. Seeing the timer pause, don't like that. Not a fan. That's not going to be attack pause this early, let me tell you. We'll see though, we'll get it sorted momentarily. We can talk a lot about these teams, I think, as well, because this is an opening match. Everybody was, I think, with the draw as well of these teams and seeing it, wow, hold on, M80, they just need one win to go up against Sentinels, the storylines, the narratives, Caillou and Kaplan versus the former team of Sentinels. But a lot of people have been getting ahead of ourselves, I think, as well. A lot of people assuming that M80 be the clear favorites, and they might be right in that regard, but you still can't disrespect Envy as a team. That was a very short pause, wasn't it?
As soon as you start underestimating opponents, that's where things can get rocky. And I think M80 are coming into this realizing that, trying to take it match by match and not focus as much on what will come next. Whereas Envy, they're trying to find some sort of success here against M80. They looked pretty good in those last few matches, starting to kind of find that team chemistry that they were lacking, started winning out a lot of these brawls, but we'll see if they'll be able to convert it here against M80 now, a team that looks like a unit.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're getting shoved into the blender here. Classic game can't get reset. Don't want to toss that one out here. It's a nice, quick, 2 easy rounds here for M80, but we were, I think, assuming that would be the case with the composition they play. Ascent is definitely one of the better maps that they've got in their pool.
One enemy remaining.
And a lot of time to hone as well. This double senti, look with the deadlock, a lot of trap plays and whatnot.
Hey, Rossi! We're not aiming or what?
Oh my
Okay. Okay. I mean, Nismo, he's been around the block, let me tell you.
Hey, he's been waiting for this moment where he can
has.
start shouting on stage, getting that energy going, getting those ecos up.
It's a name that you're going to be very familiar with. Here we go. Quick little mid-take from MV. Even a runner back's going to be committed. Knights kind of sent this one flying forwards here. Putting a squeeze and applying pressure to these M80 players, trying to anchor. Backs to the wall. Running all the way forwards. Kisnet though forwards at the spawn! Deep TP, but it is at least going to be converted and a trade out. And slowing it down now. Bit of caution here from Envy. As they work towards mid once more. Trying to catch these rotates. Hold on, Nice has got one. And flipped it away from M80. They're the ones that are currently in a pinch completely. Bonnie taken out. Now just left to the anchoring players. But guess what?
One enemy
Paved the way to an open A site. You might not even need it.
It really looked like Envy had done their homework, abusing mid that early, getting that space and just going for a fast split, knowing that M80 tend to like to bunker into sites and try and anchor, and mid is going to be a weak spot until they get an op on Bonnie's hands where they can start putting a little bit more pressure there with this comp.
One enemy remaining.
Insane shots.
Yo, good ass comms there, boys. Let's go.
That's Team of One. He was talking about that. Many an interview, you can tell from their listenings, and the comms were a mess, let's be honest, early on in the stage for Envy. All over the place. But they have been working hard to clean it up. Looking to make sure that the results showcase now. And again, same idea from Envy. This time onus on Bonnie to see if he can put a stop to it. This time much more aggressive. He's got that refragment is going to be fading away already. Kaiu's going to be falling up onto the side. Bonnie, you might have just missed your chance. There's no kills flooding in. Kesnet is just tearing your team asunder. Too late to the party. And now M80 in a 3v5.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
You were talking about it, Emily. Envy have definitely done their homework. They know a trick or two about how to beat this comp.
Yeah, M80 are going to have to start kind of changing up how they want to go about holding that site early on, bunkering into sites, going up against a mid-split, getting attacked from 2 of those choke points. It's going to be killer and absolutely like dismantling the original setup they had, the crossfires that they want to go into. We might have to see M80 start getting a little bit more aggressive, willing to battle out that mid a bit more, and not just give all that space for Envy for free.
Rossi's already walking his way through. He's pinging out some of the util locations. Making note of it for future rounds. Trying to see what a setup is. There's the other one. It's critical scouting when he's just looking to see if he can hunt out some of these guns. But you're right, we need to see adjustments from M80.
Not even just their original utility going into that mid with the neon wall, with the omen smokes coming in. I love how willing they are to kind of freeze mid-round, see if M80 are going to aggress into them and to try and fight for that space back before deciding on where to end. It looks so good. This is the side of Envy that we've been wanting to see, the coordination that they've been lacking all of Stage 2 up until this point.
It's Envy putting on a show. You can imagine they've been stewing, looking at the online discourse around this game. People already talking like M80 had won it. Here we go, another mid-split. This is M80 on a bit of a weaker buy. This time they are fighting much more aggressively, but Rossi, what is this? Deep TP, high ground of the perch. Kaiu, would have to be some cracking shots as Kesnet just dishing it out. Decent adjustment here, but Kesnet's got his eye on the prize, hasn't he? And that's a round lead now, taking the lead in the map here for Envy.
That triangle setup there in mid, having 2 towards that bottom arch and 2 sitting towards that market, looked like it would be a great setup for them to have. Unfortunately, they were on that weaker buy. It's tough to get things going. They did get a few of those picks there. Just wasn't enough. This is something I'd like to see them try and execute on their gun rounds, though, especially once they get an op going, to just put pressure, not allow Envy to continue abusing mid like they have been.
Yeah, running a mockery over it right now. Finally got enough money in the bank to get Bonnie this op. It's a key detail, part of their defaults. This time, though, Envy are not so willing to rush into things. Deep dart, though, to get that reveal. And adjustment 2, trips Alvin holding close towards the market. Envy, though, different idea. Team 1 Just approaching onto the line. He's got that operator too, hoping for the peak. While pressure starts to mount over towards B main.
Take a look at the site anchors though, they're still split.
Yeah, they are split up now, especially with that wedge is going to be driven into mid with Demon 1 finding that pick. Hard pressed. Just under a minute now, and we are gearing up. Once more for the pop. Alvin, there's a lot on his plate. And already the cut of noise. It's M80 left guessing as to where these players could be, but no longer now with that Util flooding forwards. Paranoia is excellent. Caillou is finished. The overdrive popped off. These anchor players getting decimated. We're witnessing, dare I say, a bit of a masterclass in motion from Envy.
I mean, they truly just feel like they're one step ahead of the game this time around,
Yeah.
Brent. It feels like M80, they had the right adaptation, but Envy instead go for a straight-up sight hit, which is what M80 wanted them to do from the start. One of their players, Alvin Boy, he is such a good anchor if he's given the opportunity to. But there, he was late to the setup because he was trying to kind of partner up with Bonnie there towards that mid space and try and help him brawl out there.
Last player standing.
The guns. We'll be able to hold on to the one of them, but you're exactly right about that. Envy are just one step ahead of all of this. Given the adjustment of understanding when M80 get the money to get an operator online.
We are getting to that point, though, where M80 are starting to build up a lot of these very important alts. We have the Waylay alt, the Deadlock alt. Hopefully they can try and come up with a plan to maybe utilize those to kind of put a stop in Envy's momentum here. Just trying to find something to just throw them off, not let them feel like they're in control.
Yeah, I hard agree with that one. We're seeing pause taken. It has to be that tank timeout, I believe. I love the ideas from Envy. I love that they know the game plan. It's pretty readable from M80. There's a lot of reps that they've showcased on Ascent. It's a good map for them. I think it's quite intelligent from them in terms of the map veto.
Noobs, bro!
It's just Kesnit who's dishing it out himself. And there's Cap in the seat once more. Timeout hit. So, got to see the adjustments, but I think Envy have got a fantastic read of the state of the game. They understand exactly what they want to do with the M80 defensive setups. They know the body wants to be posted in mid with the operator. That's why they had Demon 1 there waiting.
And I think Glyph is just doing a great job at using possibly the ante that they brought into this and kind of having that great read from the start, from the get-go. Whereas M80, Caillou, he's normally the guy who's so good at having these reads going into the early rounds, trying to find a way to set up Bonnie to get those first picks, utilizing that operator and trying to stay ahead of the game and kind of dismantle whatever any team throws at them. That's where they thrived in Tier 2, is always feeling like they're one step ahead. He was by far the strongest Tier 2 IGL we've seen in Americas so far this year. Struggling a bit more now. Hopefully that timeout coming in from Kaplan will see a new look out of M80 this time. We might just be getting that ult play we were hoping for, but Envy are completely avoiding it.
Yeah, they are. They're miles away here. We're seeing a conversion path offload. I mean, this is miles away. Deep dart is going to be overlaid on top. The idea was that young Adam, just in the one-way TP, would hopefully be able to spam them out, but Envy they just diffuse the pressure. They sit back, they absorb it all. There wasn't much bite behind that. Even with the ults committed, it's a head-scratcher.
I mean, that was just a gamble.
Yeah.
M80 trying to find a way to break momentum and just made the wrong call there. Envy leaning towards his A side. They are one orb off of that Phoenix ult, which would just be brutal in an exec when M80 are already struggling to kind of have these anchors in the spots where they like to thrive.
They look like they're in the right prime position, really, for the A split. Demon 1 already posted up towards Cat. We're waiting for the pressure from the rest of his team. Drone will lead the charge forwards. Clearance through into Wine, looking for the tag potentially to layer things up with the wall now. Fast lane forwards, Flasher onto the one side of things. Util will be expended, but Nice is just leading this one and taking over, rattling away the bullets eventually there, but it's Caillou from a high onto the ground. He's really seen he can rattle away with a Bulldog in his hand still. Stalemate called for 3v3. M80 though getting into position to potentially take this one fast. Annihilation yet. So you're trying to wrap that. Actually, it's going to be a hard miss. And Demon 1 still posted, but his players collateraled up now. Alvin into that 1v1 versus Glyph. Reposition. The Neurotheft going to be clearing up the unknowns now. Highlights spotted out. Alvin knows the position. He's usually good for it in the clutch. Trying to round out and trying to find the ISO fight. Around the corner. So many places that Glyph can be. And patience is played by Alvin. Dink through the box, the damage done. Tricky business, and Glyph is no more. Alvin, consistent in the clutch.
I mean, what an insane peak going on that little ledge to just find the little bit of hair coming out from that Sova. But I mean, M80, after kind of choking a little bit on that read, not having the right initial aggression coming in there with the Waylay ult, instead staying disciplined and staying bunkered because Envy thought, hey, they saw nothing. We're going to assume that they rotated over towards that B side, but they were set up for that. And Bonnie getting those first 2 picks.
Yes, bro, easy. Come on.
That's what we want to see out of M80. We want to see them having the reads, staying disciplined, not letting Envy kind of mind game them into controlling their entire defensive setup.
Very ready to play the retake. As you said, despite how poorly the beginning of the round went, but despite M80 winning, the money, not ideal. Still, what a start!
That's their one weapon gone.
Yep, through the dome. Demon One's just happy to just square up here. Net connected. He's got to be careful about this one though. Headhunter. Shot's just not quite finding the mark. Nismo eventually returning with that fire. Now we see it again, these same positions. We'll see what SPZ can do. What a counter for, swinging through. Alvin trying to play off that pressure once more to 2v2. The blink of an eye, door needs to be closed shut. Spike retrieved. Find themselves into a potential post plan, but they're just looking for a safe place to settle it down. Actually getting into it now. Stun forwards and a flash and a peek. That is nice by Envy. Called in a moment. Finding it, double face, and a call for once more with a fight. And where Kayu's hiding.
Standing ahead.
He dart across to it, but Kesnit on fire right now. He's got a hot hand.
I mean, wow, that's what we've been wanting to see out of Envy, especially when it comes to those post plants. That's something that they struggled with in the past, is not having the same ideas and end up being in very uncomfortable situations. But here we saw them take action, even knowing that they have an operator in hand that could kind of get M80 back into the round. Phenomenal play coming in from Kesnit.
Bro, guys are killing me in the stupidest ways. He's playing Jen by himself every round.
Hey, I feel you there, Rossi. I feel you there.
It's lovely to see Envy though, as you said. I mean, they are clearly making big improvements. Old Envy from a couple of weeks ago would not be calling little micro plays like that in a post plant. Now again, the same game plan that's really layered down a couple of these early rounds for Envy. Pressure over towards mid. Causing a bit of uncertainty, but the cam is not broken, and there's that operator finding value. Kesnit's going to be falling.
Camera taken out.
Flash forwards again. Working their way through into market, trying to apply the pressure this time. Over towards these anchor players once more. Heavy setup, lay it down, grabbing it nice and early. But there's still plenty of time on the clock, and Envy perfectly happy to cut noise. See what else they can get. These players are bunkered down in their setups. And now the call is made. They're going to send that one to the Hunter's Fury to try and follow through. This one's going to be going down and just trying to help out Alvin. Any bit of util will help. Let me see now. SPZ back to the wall, back towards the side. He's got a lot to do from a spot like this. He's worried about a wider swing and phase. Big reveal. He's locked in. Oh my! Light him up now and buying time for the rest of the squad to get involved. It's M80 immediately on the scene, on the site. Back online, now trailing just by the one.
That Omanal out of SPC was huge, adding that little bit of extra pressure for Envy to have to deal with, not allowing them to just go and flood towards that back site and take over boat completely. And these shots were just phenomenal. Envy, they're doing a great job at kind of figuring out where they can take space, being able to pause mid-round to, you know, take a look at the other options that might come their way. And that is what M80 has been wanting for them, or wanting them to do, especially being able to bunker in sight and have them flood into us. Or flood into them.
Yeah. M80 slowly dragging this one back. Shift in the setup once more. Bonnie's got that operator looking over towards B. And B just obviously not going to be willing to rush into anything. Not against the double center. You got to slowly press the map. See if you can pick some of this util out. A drone forwards, but Doesn't look like it got a lot of info.
Here.
I love how M80 aren't antsy for information.
Yeah.
They're willing to not overpush or overextend off of the uncomfortableness that comes with silence and unawareness of what's going on around the map.
It's a crazy position though. 2 players in logs. Don't see that often.
No, that's a great bait setup though. Bonnie gets one, dashes out of there.
Paranoia. And a stun! Oh my goodness, it's all gone a little bit too wrong. And the timer through the wall, my god, what is that, Nismo? It's being chipped away here. Envy just explodes out onto the site. M80 not ready for it. What was that?
You saw the vision M80 was trying to have
the vision.
there.
I saw the vision. The bait and
ideas
switch.
were flowing, but
It should have
Envy,
been nice.
the util follow-up on that, willing to bank a lot of util to just push that out and not allow an op kill to happen in that first place. It's phenomenal.
It's a sizable lead that they're building themselves up to, and this is on a map that M80 are proficient at.
Not only that, but this is a map where M80 thrive on that defensive side, right? On attack, that's where it gets a little bit scary because they are forced to play a little bit slower, especially going up against an op. Like many times they have, that's where they struggled. And I'm sure Demon 1 will be pulling out that operator on defense just as he is on attack right now.
You can imagine, you can bet on it. MP, no slouches right now. Put money on the fact that they were probably looking at the discourse online. Everybody talking about this game. They struck a nerve with them. Everybody talking like, well, M80 versus Sen, we're just waiting for it to happen.
What a call, bro. Nice call there, bro. Nice paranoia, nice proactivity, Rossi.
Come on, bro.
Hashtag Posy vibes. Yeah, love to see that. Well, let's see. That's still going to be slow going. M80 gearing up. Very aggressive hold up towards the A.
Envy have been so good at punishing this though, round after round.
Flash other hand here. It's dodged though by Bonnie. Just trying to square up and stand his ground, but swiftly overwhelmed. It's the insight of these players, the aggression at the right moments. Envy finding all the right timings for it. The running back is popped up. Molly at feet, Nismo. Just trying to sidestep most of this one, but nice to just slip past and he's already taken out Alvin. How's this happened? And now, Nismo the one being put into a bit of a vice grip. Swarmed and surrounded. Not much life left to him. Caillou, good snap towards the top. Jenny accounted for. He's got 1v2, but nice just perfectly having to swing and take the fight.
I mean, M80, they're trying to find a way to get those first picks, to get that man advantage so that they feel a lot more comfortable backing up and bunkering into those sites like they've been doing and attempting every so often. But Envy, this time around, they're just so aware of it. They're using a lot of that utility to clear out any of these early angles, even if it's something that M80 hasn't shown as a pattern, hasn't shown in the past. They're just being proactive and anticipating all this aggression coming out from M80.
The micro decision making from Envy. This is a different team right now than what we're used to seeing. Definitely tell they've been working on their communication because they are on the same page.
It's one thing that we really wanted to highlight though going into this is that Envy, even though they had a really rough group stage, they were slowly getting it and finding their identity as a team. Even when they played against Energy, even though they lost a lot of those team brawls, they were in sync, they were getting those trades, they were coming up with ideas, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, especially in these early engagements, anytime M80's tried to show some sort of pressure.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. M80 desperate for answers at this point here. We already said it's going to be that uphill struggle when the sides swap around. A minute mark though. Util has to be cleared up. Bit of the wall, GravNet's going to be avoided. What are Util forwards here? A lot more spread out though from Envy. No real clear direction in terms of where it could be landing. All popped off, but that's going to be a miss. Going wide here. Successful in terms of pulling this Util out. Conversion pass, trying to fight forwards. Bonnie just a dash to the side, trying to play this one back, but a refract pulled back. And still, this is played forwards. Kesnit whipping his way around. Bonnie somehow gets it done. Guardian in hand, finally swaps it up. But these players left unaccounted for. I think Envy themselves as well, left guessing in terms of where they want to play this one. Team in one side, stepping on ice skates. Taking over now. Can't be stopped. Locked in top bloody form.
This is what I've been wanting to see out of Demon 1. Him going back on that chamber, going back on his comfort role, finding lurks and finding those first kills, especially with the operator. And also Envy, the utility that they use there towards mid, being reactive towards what Bonnie was trying to do, a trap play with his Waylay ult. It feels like they're so ready for anything. It feels like Envy is finally awake in their matches.
Just in time for the play-ins against the darling of Tier 2 NA M80. Not looking ideal for them here as we go to the next half. We'll see if M80 have got it in them.
So, you know, I've had an opportunity to travel around the world, see some stuff, but so have you, apparently, because I found out you guys were in Korea doing some boot camping. How was that experience like? Was that your first time being there?
Well, that was my first time in Korea, but just the trip in general, that was actually the first time the whole team was together. And I mean, when is it not great meeting your team for the first time, having dinner together for the first time, and then after, you know, meeting each other, we got straight to practice, scrimming all the professional APAC teams. I would say we learned a lot. We fine-tuned a lot of things to prepare for play-ins, and yeah, Korea was great.
Hey man, you see it on his face. It looks like he had a damn good time. Anyway, thank you, man.
M80, they were well versed heading into this one here, well prepped as well, as you heard from that interview. They were in Korea for a decent amount of time. They had about a month to prep really as well for the play-ins. Just the luxury you got as a Tier 2 team if you managed to qualify at that point, and they're putting it to good use, but Ascent currently, they are struggling. We'll see though as it gets deeper into the series. Not willing to count M80 out just yet. Split, Summit, maps that, you know, especially if we get to Summit.
Yeah.
Be very exciting to see what M80 have got cooked up, to see if they put time to use.
I mean, Envy, on the other hand, they only had, what, a week turnover? And they're putting on a show for us. They look like a completely new team.
It looks like a bit of a mid-devo here. Sheriff's in hand. Bonnie is lucky to be alive here. Stunted and stalled out now. Deadlock Wall's going to be immediately attempted to broke. Okay. Grab net, shock darts raining down. You've got to be scared of that. Envy just dissipate. Backing out and away, but they have given M80 plant down. A dangerous thing to do, especially into a Deadlock comp.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is allowing them to play into a post plant here.
That's good util though. Definitely is. Alvin's in trouble. Needs something. Trying to find a kill. Just a shot's not quite landing. In through logs, caught out. These bullets are rattling down, and that is a perfect peek. The rest of Envy are swarming these positions, ready for anything. Damage being done though. Nismo, it's all in your hands. And look at that. Rossi just putting his body on a line to play the rest of his team in. This is a different Envy.
I mean, towards the end of that round, they had exactly what M80 would want. They have the full sight. They're ready to set up into a post plant, but the shots were initially not connecting. Normally, if you see Alvin Boy in a spot like that, he's getting one at least. Normally, he goes for insane multi-kills here, but it just falls apart. I mean, even looking at that early round, using a lot of that Deadlock utility to kind of deny Envy's original plan of flooding into sight. It looked like they had that one. They looked pretty good. They looked like they were in a great setup.
I can't believe we're watching Envy right now. That's what I'm saying. This team is looking different. And they have not had a month to prep. They have not been boot camping in Korea.
Cover going out.
They're going straight from the group stage games into this, but you're saying that you cannot count any team out. Can't be Okay, we're going to see this one caught though with the grab there. Demon 1, not to be removed. Eventually going to be flying forwards. That's Team Flash at a Paranoid, but all good. Does the job, push them back. M80 will be struggling for answers.
One thing that I'm happy to see out of Envy is them having a map they feel confident on. You know, originally when we first saw them play Ascent against EG, it was rough.
Yeah, it
they
was.
got stomped, but they didn't give up. And I think that's one thing that we commonly see about Envy is if they take a loss on a map, they're willing to pick it again to see if they progress, to try and keep working on it. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
This is unbelievable confidence. I mean, Knights is just roaming around the map alone with a Spectre taking fights. M80 are in their spawn on an eco.
He wants to get that Phoenix ult
He
up.
does, he's trying to build it up.
I mean, if you're allowing M80 to have that space on site, building up that Phoenix ult to use it in one of those earlier rounds to try and deny M80 from starting to build momentum and get back into the game. Phoenix ult's a perfect way to shut that down.
He's roaming around the map.
It's going on a marathon.
Yeah, it really is. It'll go down in the end, but at least bought space for Demon 1.
And hey, that's another orb online.
It is, yeah. Even with the death. MV, 10 rounds now, 6-round difference at M80. Have got to overcome.
They're down by 6 rounds for M80, but this is where we can start to see Caillou maybe stepping up as that IGL, seeing what ideas he can come up with to try and make it so that this game isn't over yet. They want to make it a lot more competitive. They want to get back into and stay close.
W keeping the hard bots.
Yo!
That is crazy. I feel like that's worse than the whole walking orb thing that was going around for a while there.
It might be. Envy are feeling themselves here. So walk down mid, we're going to listen in. How do M80 deal with it?
Carry the replay.
If you already crossed, I'll hustle out.
Okay.
I'll have it now. Get your ult.
Yeah.
I'll
let you cross.
Yeah.
I'm playing anti.
It's quiet on me, eh? They smoked for us.
He's walked out cap.
Yeah.
Walked out cap. That's been trade. One more cap.
Close, boys.
Heavy
Anti.
One more. Nice.
Sova B.
Sova B. You guys should probably NP on.
Omen was solo.
I'm down for that. He might be pushed there. They tagged me with drone.
I'm pretty sure he's off B. He's drawn from mid.
Yeah.
I'm trying to walk back to you spawn, okay? I'm stuck in mid one. Could be off cat.
Good
Could
push.
be picking you B main. Heard.
Just group together.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Probably bottom mid.
Yeah, he's probably bottom mid. I'm
only
like
B
3
main still.
seconds.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Only B main.
30 seconds left.
Right it? Okay, bet. I'm still gonna mark it.
Clear main.
I'm gonna have dash out. Cat. I'm going lane.
Could be backside already.
15 seconds.
I'm gonna keep lane. I'm
Give me
slow
stairs.
when refract.
Yeah,
I'm keeping lane.
Nice, boys.
guys.
Let's go.
Boys.
Good shit. Yalla, boys.
They're gone.
I mean, it got a little rocky there. 2 players out of Envy that I'm really loving to see the aggression come from is Kesnet and Demon 1. I feel like Kesnet, for a while there, when they didn't have that team chemistry down, he struggled getting those first fights. He struggled finding success on trying to be super aggressive like we're used to him seeing in his previous teams. And Demon 1 back on that chamber, going for those aggressive peaks. It's a lot, I personally love it a lot more than when he's on those controller agents. And M80, I gotta say, great composure out of them. The comms are clean, but I feel like it really is coming down to a lot of these individuals maybe feeling nervous. They're not hitting shots that they normally do that we've seen throughout this entire year in Tier 2.
Definitely hard to agree with that. Feels like the nerves playing a part, potentially. Couple of missteps, but they do get it done. But hard pressed against Envy's bonus. Slow and steady again.
I'm excited to see Bonnie a little bit more on an island. This is the guy who, with or without utility, he creates chaos within a round. He can solely turn around upside down by getting insane multi-kills.
Demon 1 posted though. Are they going to be ready for this? That's the question. He is getting aggressive as anything. He might just spot signs of life waiting around the corner. We'll see. Sees it now. Cage up. It's going to push him. Backing away from the line. He has to respect this one here. Dart as well. Can't get around the corner in time, but he still hasn't committed the rendezvous. Demon 1, so confident. He's pulled out a ton of util in the process, but he has to at least respect that space. Meanwhile, M80, the goal was never really over towards there. It was over towards A, but MB still have 3 players waiting here. Yugen's going to fly forwards regardless. Light speed dash up towards the top. Knights just takes him out. Rossi, though, wrapped up. It's a pretty present. It's going to be waiting for them. Eventually falling, but still Knights is forwards, and Glyph responds. clearing up a pretty picture, plugging the gaps and cuts. 11 rounds now for Envy.
M80, they felt like they knew what was happening around the map. They fought so hard to use a lot of that Zowie utility to end up pushing back one on that operator line, knowing that he's going to go aggressive. That made them feel comfortable enough to kind of walk up towards that A main, but the utility there falls apart. We're getting unsynced. Bonnie's being sent out, unable to get that first pick, and it falls apart from there.
It's a struggle right now for M80, and the money's going to be knocked down once more. Envied out. More than happy with this one here. The improvements are on full display. You can see that one just with the round differential now. A bit of a trap play. That is almost everybody blind, and there was a world. Keza could have rattled out a bullet ton more. Still M80 overwhelm it. Withstand all that pressure on a trap play despite all of them being blind as anything. Potentially barreling away forwards.
I mean, that could have gone wrong in an instant. None of those players on the side of M80 were playing anti for that flash coming in.
Still could go wrong. They keep giving inside this. There's nobody playing in main. 2v3. All the M80 players locked up onto site right now. Even one. Hoping for the peak. Hoping for some presence here with the retake, but the operator finds it. Early mark, why not a second one? It's all going a little bit too wrong. M80 thought they were gifted one, but not to be.
I mean, look at the players that they lost there throughout that round. They're going into sight. One thing that they love and thrive with this comp is being in that post-plant spot, but none of the Sentinel utility was actually there to have them really benefit from it. And the crossfires that they were holding, it fell apart. Caillou trying to peek and go for something before the smoke falls down, and then an operator just peeking into you. One by one, they fall.
Let's go, baby! I just for you, baby!
What a character.
It is good to see Envy having fun with it. We've seen an instant timeout again. It's the last one available here for M80 because it is desperation for them. I mean, I'm not going to try and sell you a bridge. I'll tell you how to get back into this one, to be honest, but one round at a time is probably what Cap's saying.
I mean, they're trying to do what we saw all throughout Tier 2. They're playing it slow, trying to find that operator and push it down or push it back, but it just feels like there's some sort of pressure coming in from Envy that's making it really hard for M80 to actually keep on going with that same game plan that they came in with. Pushing back the op isn't enough. They need to start finding ways to either push back the op and either speed up onto it and overwhelm the chamber so that he doesn't find success later in the round, or be prepared that, hey, they're stacking away from that operator. So even if you do push him back, you still have to have a lot of that Zowie utility towards the site that you're planning on hitting.
Yeah. Demon 1 currently is pure disrespecting all the util coming his way. This looks like a bit of a fast play, potentially cooked up. Paranoia waiting onto the one side of things. Kesnit potentially swinging down into tiles. We'll see if M80 are ready for it. They are currently all corralled up. So that Molly sent flying forwards along with the saturate here, blinding these players up. Alvin, where you're looking, not too sure. Sidestep in, trying to make the most of it, but wrapping from behind. The squeeze applied and damage done. And it could just be that killing blow. All picked up, but guess what? You're not long for the world. Glyph is right there behind you. He's going to be getting all the info in the world. Caillou spotted out, barely alive. Shock darts have to be avoided. Doubled up now. Demon 1 and Glyph, shoulder to shoulder, looking to put this map in their back pocket. Caillou, one hell of a challenge ahead of you. The spike is basically irretrievable. It's all good.
Just to scare him a little bit.
Yeah, didn't matter.
Didn't matter in the end.
It didn't matter in the end.
Wow. I mean, Envy, the showing that they brought into just this map 1 of Ascent was phenomenal.
Yeah.
They were playing so well off of each other. They weren't playing scared. There were no disconnects going on in their team fights, and I don't think M80 were really expecting that, because even though they looked a lot better in their NRG game, it was nothing compared to what they brought to the stage today. And M80, they're going to have to shake off those nerves. They're going to have to find their footing again. They're find their strengths going ahead to their map pick of Split.
Definitely will, and we get to see as well whether they can reap the rewards of that boot camping career, what improvements they've made, because they're going to need it to stay alive in this upper bracket of our play-ins here. If they want that date Destiny against Sentinels moving forwards. They've got to keep it moving. They've got to take it away on split.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Okay, that's not bad. He's broken this up nicely. That's the way to get started. The Red Bull clutch here for Demon 1.
What a round by Nismo, and an ace to top it off.
All right, so we're here with Coach Stunner after really an incredible showing from Envy on Ascent. And one of the things that I was hearing our analysts talk about and our casters talk about was how this Ascent map is good for you guys and how you were really just leaning into just a strong aim of your players. What was the motivating factor in picking Ascent and also just the rest of this series layout for you guys and how you think it's playing out so far?
I mean, for us right now, we are doing really good in scrims on Ascent. Even before, when we had the other comp, we were doing well, so it's a good map for us in general. Yeah. Now we're leaning into the roles even more, and it's great. For the rest of the series, I mean, we got to see how it plays out. We got to see. We're pretty confident in Split right now. We're pretty confident in Summit, so I think it'll be a good series.
Yeah, now I did manage to talk with Glyph earlier, and he was telling me that one of the things you guys were working on was your camaraderie, just finding that connection together as a team, as individuals. Do you feel like that is starting to come to fruition a little bit more now, or is there still more work to be done here at Play-Ins?
I mean, there's always a ton of work to do. I think a big thing is that we're working on our culture right now, making sure the culture is right, and everyone's buying into this this team identity, so it's working out right now. Yeah. Working out well right now. And yeah, the guys enjoy being around each other, so it's great.
Yeah, and they look like they're having a blast out there, man. So, hey, good work so far, man. Job's not done, more to do, but of course, we'll see what happens next.
That new identity really played and showed in this first map of Ascent. It was pretty dominant coming in from Envy. I was about to say Crew. I'm still stuck in the last game. from Envy. They looked so good, and it felt like we're finally seeing these players click in terms of having a lot of those aggressive plays together.
I'm really happy with what we saw for Envy. We talked about it. They were finding themselves throughout the stage. They were playing different comps. Then they started playing kind of what we're looking at right now. And now it feels like not only are they playing comfortable, but they're also playing things that allow them to have a few more set plays, that allow them to have a read on the map, and especially because we thought it was going to be a bit more challenging with that double sentinel deadlock on the other side.
I didn't think that before this game I would be saying I feel like Envy had better team play than M80.
Yeah.
I did not expect those words to come out of my mouth.
I think a lot of us did not expect that.
Yeah, they were playing together, and I feel like Envy's normal play style is like very individual based. They do a lot of solo plays. They're very good in those clutch situations, so it's like a good play style for them, but not what I expected at all. I think M80, if you're playing a double Senti comp, you have to get at least 6 or 7 rounds.
Oh God, okay.
You can't go into that second half at a 4-8 deficit and you have double Senti. It's just, you can't win at that point. It's
and one of the main reasons they were in that deficit was because of these two players, Demon One and Kesnet. You're seeing a lot of the highlights on the screen right now, but they've been doing so good. The aggression has been phenomenal, and they just haven't stopped with the confidence.
If you're an Envy fan, this is exactly what you wanted to see. You wanted to see a Kesnet that is playing the way that he has always played throughout his career, not so much the way that he was playing recently in Stage 2, where he was really struggling on this Neon. And for the other side, you want to see a Demon 1 that is looking and finding consistency. He did it in that series that they won in Stage 2, but it feels like it's something that he's still looking for. And with the Chamber and with the Neon and both of them having a little bit of momentum going, this series can really go their way.
Something else that I noticed throughout the game was it felt like there was a big vibes diff.
Yeah.
I feel like Envy was like getting up, you know, talking smack, whatever. And then when we tapped into the comms for M80, it was pretty quiet. They were not super hype even after winning the round. I was like, this is a little peculiar.
Yeah, I think it is crazy. The confidence too from Envy was just so funny. We heard some trash talk, but I think overall they just played really well. And the big thing we were talking about were the comps. And actually the deadlock, the double Senti comp, a little bit of what you were touching on, Lexi. It just wasn't working out. I mean, Nismo was missing a lot of his util. It felt like he just wasn't getting there with it.
I will say, I think Envy did a really good job of baiting out a lot of the util, but I feel like they didn't get much value from it. They weren't even really playing around the util very much.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's really difficult going into a second half with the double Senti. Like going into attack. It's very, very difficult. There's not a lot that you can do. You have much less initiative util pieces to really take map control. It's very difficult.
Yeah, a lot of this map was going to be reliant on M80 starting with a lot of confidence with this composition that in the past has worked for them. But yeah, it was a mix of an Envy that was having a good read on how to play around the map, how to get that information, figure out where this deadlock was going to be located and play around it. Or it was simply sometimes just a little bit of a faster play where Nismo was in the complete opposite side. So I think it was a little bit of that luck and a good calling, while on the other side just understanding how they had to play it. Because you see an Envy that when they win usually just them running it down, but this time around they were able to slow it down, get that information, and then go for that exit.
And for M80, I'm actually curious to hear what the Coach Kaplan has to say to bring them back into map 2.
All right, well, we're here with Coach Kaplan in the highlighter yellow. Ooh, love to see it, man. Well, firstly, it's great to have you back at work. Always a pleasure.
Glad to be here, man.
Of course. Now, let's talk, though, about what happened in that map 1. You know, you guys are coming in this with a lot of hype and a lot of positive energy about M80, and so many people were really stoked to see this squad. But coming on stage, things are a little rocky. What's going on with the players? What did you guys talk about in between this map 1, map 2?
We know there's some pressure, there's some expectations, you know, and people put us as the favorites for this game, some people. So we appreciate that, we agree, but we just got to play like ourselves. And I think we're just getting rid of some map 1 jitters and we'll be A-okay going into the next map.
Do you guys feel like you have a good read on these next 2 maps? Like, you know, as we get ready for, obviously, we have Summit on the horizon as well. So I know there was a lot of conversation about M80 Summit. Are you looking forward to maybe unveiling that? I mean, you have no other choice at this time.
Yeah, I'm pumped. You know, obviously as a coach, like to save it for another series, but happy to show it. We worked real hard on it, and I'm feeling good about it.
All right, well, I know you want to get back to the booth, so I'm not going to hold you up any longer.
Thank you, man.
Go to work. Get out of here. This guy.
That's really exciting because talking about maps, we have Split coming up next. This is M80's pick. Now, guys, they're starting on that defensive side. They started it on Ascent and they struggled a lot. They have a lot of changes to make. But going into Split, what do you expect we're going to see, Alexis?
Hopefully more rounds on defense.
That's
so
real. That's crazy.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping, I don't think they're gonna play double set D, to be honest. I don't think that that's super strong on split. I'm hoping they lean into a double duelist or even a KO. I think Nismo KO is really strong.
And I'm kind of surprised, if anything, for Stunner. He said that they're pretty confident on their split, but they have lost it the 3 times that they played it this year, so it had to be a massive change coming from them.
Yeah, well, Bren and Emily will be back with map 2 right after this short break.
Well, here we go, getting into it here. Split is on the cards here. Map 2 and M80 are currently staring down the barrel of defeat and potentially going down to that lower bracket earlier than they anticipated, earlier than a lot of people, I think, in the community anticipated. Everybody was also highlighting, I think, the fact that, well, if they win this game versus Envy, they go up against Sentinels. We get to see that Caillou Kaplan versus the former Org, the storylines, the narratives, but Envy have got something to say about it, at least early on.
Yeah, I mean, we might have to wait for that matchup, considering M80, they're kind of struggling to feel comfortable in a lot of the things that we're used to them seeing in Tier 2, and it's just... Yeah,
we're seeing it now. Big switch up in terms of compositions as well on the Envy side. Honestly, we'll see how this one works out. Demon 1 onto the smokes. I was suspecting that they might go for something like this, a double duelist, with Demon 1 back on the smokes itself, and we'll see how comfortable they are running it.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate part about this is we won't be seeing that insane assist utility coming out from Nismo, but his race has looked pretty good in the few times that we've seen it. He's capable of being aggressive. We saw him play that duelist role throughout his entire career. And especially looking over at Envy's comp change, I love seeing Knights on that Phoenix. I think 2 players that have really been stepping up are their 2 newbies, you know, Glyph and Knights stepping into the roster, Glyph calling and finding his footing in it. I think he has a great idea of how he wants to kind of guide this team throughout these maps this time around.
And nothing but positivity in all the recent interviews we've heard from Envy. Well, let's get to it then. Side round for them, we get to see M80 on their defense here on Split. Heavy presence towards mid. Pretty standard stuff as far as most things go. Alvin's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. Needs to decide, do you want to commit? Or do you want to try and at least buy time for the rest of the team to get in? M80, they have players in position, but already toppled, falling. It's a feed that's filled up in teal. And they are dishing it all the way out. M80 on top of things now. And a strong start to Split. It was necessary for them to shake off the nerves of the first.
And that flood coming in from the rest of the team looks so clean. I think that's something that they're going to be wanting to try and do more this time around, especially with this double duelist comp. We want to be finding those team fights. We want to be brawling it out. And so far, great look on Pistol.
Yeah.
Getting the energy out as well.
Driving the energy for his team.
Time to work.
Pretty close quarters here from Caillou, but luckily nobody's going to be home. MV got their sight set towards mid for their eco. We'll see what they can do. Orb up. A lot of damage in the process, Nismo.
Looked like they were going to go a little bit aggro through that Viper smoke, but decided to chill out a bit, see if M80 actually make a mistake, over-aggress into them, allowing them to play a little bit slower this time around, just kind of...
It's a hell of a shot. Yeah, straight through the wall. It's damage done. Nismo immediately swapping the guns around. He understands it. Doesn't want the rifle in his hands any longer. Now grouping up to see if they can take that B main control.
Trying to end up towards a B split here. They don't want to fall into any big traps with that raise nade.
What is that?
An insane shot out of Kesnet.
Elvin's head on the chopping block immediately. Kesnet is just running away with things, and they've lost control over towards Heaven. These players unaccounted for. This can't be happening. Envy just waltz their way into the B site. M80's defense just crumbles.
Don't get me wrong, Bonnie is insane with these scoped weapons. We've seen him shine time and time after, but
He's gonna have a hard challenge ahead of him now. Still finds the first. Looking for a little bit more. Slide to the side as well, just trying to isolate these fights, but Kesnet finally dealt with at least, but this guy's done more than damage in the round. Basically won it for them. Final kill flows through. It's a thrifty for Envy. Kes has been doing a lot of standing today, but I think it's well deserved.
yeah, I mean, Envy played that so perfectly, playing so slow, even though they're on that weaker buy, so that they don't fall victim to any of the utility that M80 has, whether it's the Raise Nade, whether it's that Neon kind of putting a stint in their aggression, instead playing it slow, trying to bait out a pick or find a pick, and Kesnet did just that to open up the round, and for M80, it fell apart from there. He is a beast. This time around, he is a beast. This is a Kesnet that we've loved to see, finding his footing.
He was a player that was struggling a lot mentally as well throughout this entire stage. M80 prime for a potential play over towards this one, but Envy might just explode out of this one. It's a paranoia held, and that's off that Prowler's contact. Stun though, it's dished out on either side, but it's a lot of damage done around the corner. Cheeky idea from M80, but it is dissuaded nevertheless. And Nismo, slide off angle. He's doing significant damage in the process. Knight's just trying to chase them down, see if he can hunt down his following few kills. A little bit of a gap there. It's getting messy. Potentially opportunities. I'm finally down though, and
They don't have a lot to work with here. They're out of that Fade info utility. They have a Molly to maybe try and isolate some fights, but he's getting pinched.
yeah, you do. Rossi circling and swirling around now, finding where the stragglers lie. Caillou, barrel pokes out, that'll spoil the party. Could have got deadly, could have got dangerous, but Envy, they recover it.
I mean, these different looks that we're seeing out of Envy, them even knowing that M80 are on that weaker buy, trusting in their utility to kind of disrupt any sort of trap play M80 was going for there on that B main, and fully investing into it, being confident that they're going to come out on top of these brawls. Just looks so clean. And this is a side of Envy that, frankly, we've been waiting for all year.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for them to have that, yeah.
And Kesnet, he was disheartened at times, really, talking about it. He's only really ever known individual success in every single team he's been part of. And this one, this Envy, a tough time of things. And as I speak, okay, cursed him in real time. But the rest of his team's going to be following through off the pressure. They're taking that space nicely, the trade intact. And now Alvin's the one trying to anchor this one, but he is also surrounded inside the smoke. It's the only defense he has, twisting and turning around. But the protocols are nice. Leaping into the fray, Shorty in hand, they clean up the kills regardless. Season and nade, though, should be a little bit better, but not quite getting the target. Sidestep, Glyph is still alive for now. 3v3, M80, though, in position, but his wraparound from Knights could be absolutely everything. It's watched for. Snizzle with that peak, but still you got to deal with the anchoring players. And it's all Envy once more.
I mean, M80, they had the right read. They got that first opening kill, putting down Kesnet. But just the mistake of giving up your life after that, leaving Alvin on an island alone on that site. We need the side anchors to start being able to play their lives, play around and off of each other. You know, someone getting that first point of contact and then swapping on the next. And they had everything right in that 3v3 too.
Bro, I'm trying to help them win and they can't win. I'm trying to help them win.
What does he mean? A lot of bros. We're seeing a similar look here. M80, this is what they were doing on their previous eco. Trying to set up a bit of a trap play to punish some of these players' forwards, but Envy, they're so ready for it every single time. They wait in the smoke, they wait for the util, and it goes both ways.
I mean, Kesnet's just creating so much chaos and disruption in any kind of look M80 is trying to have. Whether they are playing further back, getting that info on that Viper on Raptors last round to this round, just absolutely trusting in his teammates' utility, taking that space and shutting M80 down. M80, they're going to have to win this next round to start building that momentum, building back their economy. Otherwise, this could very well snowball so far for Envy.
Definitely could. It's M80 that are lacking a lot of that confidence, that first map jitters that Kaplan was talking about. They need a round on the board, anything to see if they can stunt this string of rounds that Envy have managed to put together off the back of the Thrifty. Kai's going to make a go of things here. They've got plenty of money to work with, but He's going to be shut down regardless. It is dangerous tidings currently.
I think one look that we haven't seen out of M80 that we're used to seeing them do in Tier 2 with those adjustments is instead of trying to brawl out right off the bat and take that early fight with all that utility coming out at you, is instead take your timing, let that first wave of util go, let Kesnet get that original space, and then try and fight for it back, catch them off guard and disrupt their exec. Because as soon as you lose those early lives, it opens up the round and the sights for Envy to just kind of tunnel through, leaving your team in a pretty rocky and man disadvantage retake.
It's been tough going here. Envy, they're all in this time though. A lot of Utils going to be flying forwards, and this is some fake pressure. It's very much real. Bonnie very much ready for it though. The deep TP. Team 1 is punished. Overdrive now popped up. Caillou, it's hard anchoring. Oh, Caillou! It's unreal. Back against the wall between a rock and a hard place, yet still finds a way forwards. What we needed to see from M80. They desperately needed a round like that.
I mean, what a round coming in from their IGL2. He was struggling in that first map on Ascent, but he has a new look to him. I feel like him, the leader, getting a round like that just instills confidence throughout the rest of this team. And also finding a way to actually shut down such an insanely fast round coming out from Envy. Even Rossi's shocked.
That was my reaction. I mean, the pre-fire was just insane. All right, Envy, they decide we're not going to be disheartened after that. Didn't go too poorly.
Looks like they're just going to run it straight back.
Yep.
Caillou can't do that twice,
No, surely not. It's just a one-off. Same similar to the util. It's a deep TP. Demon 1 is going to commit the ult onto the side. Meanwhile, running back up and through into heaven.
M80, they have insane retake ults here. They have that Fade ult for info to kind of counter that Viper ult. They have the Neon ult that they can use to try and mow it down.
You got to think. War chest is brewing right now for M80. How does the retake look? The plant already down. Time is ticking here. It's a pit to try and get through in the end. This one's going to be flying up and overhead here, landing straight into his own neighbor. They haven't really cleared much of the pit at all. These players are being ripped to pieces. Nismo, it's an ult available in the back pocket, and already 2 kills to his name. It's shut down in the end. Knights taking over. Shutting it all away, and there's no chance whatsoever now. No chance at all for M80.
I mean, they had no space. Envy still had a late lurk with Kesnet in that A main. They weren't taking ramp control. They didn't have control of screens. They're forced to flood out from heaven, and that's a really hard angle to come out of.
Yeah, it's very tough, especially into the pit on top of it. I mean, they're trying to surround the pit, but really, it was disjointed.
You're just falling into the hands of these players that are hard anchoring that ult, not really having anything to go into it with.
Yo, I see you with the pitch. I saw you.
Oh yeah, you saw that shit? I'm telling you, bro.
See, they have those little micro plans going into the round already, and another different look from Envy, going for a 4-1 setup.
It's looking a bit like Leviatán to my eyes. The way this one's playing out, but Nismo is ready, waiting. That rocket is way too wide. It's wasted, and Kesnet, he smells out blood in the water. Not done. Not by any margin. This guy dissecting and ripping apart the site. The B site now theirs for the taking. And already Rossi trying to apply that squeeze. Stand up matters not. Still these players trying to take him out. Hops up onto the box. Eventually brought down to his knees. We're seeing it at least, but still Demon 1 has got it all under control. And once more, poor Adam left alone in an unwinnable spot.
I would say normally he thrives in clutches, but being 1 HP, it's better just to save and try and have another gun going another round. But that was a great adjustment from M80. They kind of did what I was hoping to see, is play a little bit further back, let them take that B main space and then disrupt, but the rocket didn't land. Nismo gets punished, and then from there, Kesnet has all the confidence in the world to fully run onto site and pick off Alvin Boy.
And the ideas are going amiss currently. M80. And they're really struggling. They've had a lot of time at the boot camp to shore up some potential weaknesses. The split win in the grand finals that even got them here. It was powered by a lot of clutches, powered by a lot of hero plays. I was hoping we could see some more adjustments, but just everything going wrong for this team right now. What is that?
Just feels like they're panicking a little bit.
Yeah.
They're trying so hard to find these solutions, but just getting punished everywhere they go. Either util's not connecting.
Full stunned with a judge trying to slide it. You got one tap.
Yep. Still finding the kill.
See, but if that was me, I get one tap from a judge like 8 years away.
100%. Yeah, that's happening to me too. Pressing escape, hitting a report button, every single checkbox getting hit. And yeah, this is a tough one, isn't it? M80 are, I mean, struggling is an understatement at this point because they are losing grip of the entirety of the series at this point. They need a course correction, but it's a weird one, to be honest. When we've been talking about a lot of these Tier 2 teams going in, EMEA, Tier 2 teams have been having a ton of success in the play-in so far. In fact, we're guaranteed to have one of them in the playoffs of EMEA. It's just the way it's going to work out later on. And so a ton of success there. But for M80, a lot of these teams in Tier 2, you would expect them to be the underdogs, I think, going up against the partnership teams. It's kind of been flipped on its head ahead of this series with the narratives.
I mean, just because of how much success they found, and also if you look at their prep time, they had a whole month to kind of reinvent themselves, have a new look coming into stage 1, and really build on that foundation that brought them so much success in the first place. Whereas Envy, they arguably were the underdogs with just the little prep time they had, and just how kind of rough they looked around the edges.
It feels like the pressure is really getting to M80. Crumbling beneath the weight of it right now, while Envy are just running away with a map. Alvin again is going to be feeling pressured once more. Tested into the anchor spot, but the paranoia is good. A bit of spam. Supplementary in from mid. Rossi is going to be punished. It's a big one.
I mean, a round like this is the one that got them one of their first rounds on the board. Playing that 1-3-1, being willing to flood into that B side, and they absolutely put Envy's aggression to a stop and even got another weapon online for Bonnie.
Exactly what M80 ordered. Envy not willing to rush into too much yet. Slow and steady while the orb is up. You're right, M80, they got that extra gun. 2 rifles in play. See how this one gets played though, now with a Prowler being broken. They're setting their sights towards that direction. 52 seconds.
And they already used a lot of their
Crazy shots.
util.
Yep, definitely so. At this point, Envy are running out of answers in a round like this. It's a beautiful smoke team, and once barely out of there. Whittled down and just trying to gear up themselves into that B split. It's all on Bonnie, holding down onto the high ground, but he just turns at the right moment. Twists on a dime, shuts it down, and that spike out of grips, out of sight, and out of options as Demon 1. M80 back into things.
I mean, that first kill, even though Envy were running a 4-1 setup, just getting that extra gun online puts M80 in such a great spot, and the utility that they used, that flood, kind of denying Envy's only plan from there because their lurker was picked off, just completely to a halt, having them reevaluate what they want to do, and they started to get a little bit disconnected. Like, this is insane.
That's a great idea. I mean, listen, he puts up the orb, drops it down when Rossi's trying to take a timing off the back of him, catches him completely unaware.
Yeah.
It's the right round to do it. Yeah, it's the right round to do it when you're on an eco as well. It's risky, but it got them the gun, and it gets M80 a round win, and it forces a timeout out of Envy. I believe the first one we're seeing from them in this entire series.
Yeah.
Could be mistaken with that one, but
it looks like they're trying to bring out an attack op, have a little bit of a different look, and maybe might feel like they're getting a little bit more of a read on how they want to play against either the super fast aggression that Envy have been putting or those slower rounds that we've been seeing here and there. They don't want M80 to get momentum. They don't want them coming back into this half, because as soon as it swaps to that second half, there's no telling what M80 can bring out on the attack side, especially with such a seasoned caller like Caillou.
Yeah.
I think he's been doing an excellent job, especially working with Kaplan since the beginning of the year, back on Sentinels.
Yeah, this has really been an opportunity for them to go on that road of revenge, really. Caillou and Kaplan had a poor exit out of the partnerships. Everybody knows it. And for them, this is a validating moment. It's supposed to be, at least. Envy, they understand the importance, though, of shutting it down a team when they are really just getting started. They can't afford to let M80 in whatsoever. It's a prime opportunity to get an early upset win, move forwards in the play-ins.
One thing out of Envy is we haven't really utilized any sort of lurker towards that A site, so hopefully Rossi will be maybe finding some sort of a lurk up towards there. And with this op coming up on Kesnet, there's really no telling how slow they want to play this. A big pace change after that timeout to try and throw M80 off and actually bait them into going for some sort of a trap play that can just get dismantled by Kesnet.
I'm a little bit worried, though. If they don't have an objective around it, just waiting for M80 to peak.
Mm-hmm.
Bring them down.
Not have much time on the clock, but they do have that B main control early. What a shot. I mean, just control and containment out towards mid. Kesnit put straight to the mud.
This is where Envy starts to look a little rough. This is where they have a hard time kind of coming back into the round with a whole different look, a whole different plan after a pick gets got by M80.
Yeah. It's a big opener, M80. Trying to play with a lot of discipline here. They are conceding a lot of space into mid. Giving them control of it entirely, essentially. Letting Envy just walk all over this one, but again, another 1v1. There's going to be one out with Glyph going down. Be troubling stuff here. Caillou is beautiful with the off angle. Bonnie just sliding to the side, and with that spike drop down, no more chances now for Envy. Gotta say, slow round experiment. Might be going to miss. A lot of the rounds that Envy have been winning were powered by that aggression early on.
Yeah, it's a little bit questionable putting an op in the hands of Kesnit when a lot of the success that they were having was him going hyper-aggressive, using his own stun, and the rest of the team's useful to find an opener and get that man advantage. But M80, I got to give props to them this round. Adam, SPZ, getting an insane early opening kill, allowing him to play a little bit further back and also not falling victim to the pressure that was going on B Heaven. They still stayed in that two-man setup towards that A ramp.
That's a nasty angle. Barely any time to react. Beautiful work here for M80. If they're going to be finding a way to pave success in split, keep it going. It has to be like that.
I think composure is really going to be the name of the game for M80. Not panic over-rotating, not panic flooding in or trying to fight a brawl that they're just not ready for.
Making it feel like it could be, again, another one of those B pops, but Alvin is biding his time. Holding down, they're just walking out past this one. It's a haunt into the back, up through heaven. This one's going to be taken out, just gets the one, but Alvin's still there. Alvin! Almost there with a reset of his aim. Eventually brought down. A spike needs to be retrieved. Reclaimed eventually. Rossi will be rejoining, regrouping. It's a 2v2 now for M80 to play in the retake. Bonnie and Caillou. Haunt towards the back. Eventually going to be snap 2 broken. Up through heaven. Shots fired. Rossi will play his life now. Brought down to the brink, but he's done the damage, surely. A lot to do for Bonnie. Overdrive popped off. He hears this one now, just trying to sidestep it. And it's a lot to overcome. An immense amount of pressure. It's Kesnit taking over once more.
I mean, what a round from Envy. For making it look like it was a similar B exec that they've done a few rounds in the past. Ended up just walking out. It didn't even look like it worked out for them. M80 were ready. They were getting those straights. Nismo goes 1 for 1. Alvin there to clean the rest up, and then in that 2v2, I think M80 were really expecting them to kind of be a little bit more aggressive. You saw Bonnie there focusing more towards that B Heaven stairs. Just get picked apart, and it looks like a very similar round for Envy. Why stop? What's working?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's been working out for them. Let's take a listen in to see what Envy are cooking.
I'm binding. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. I bind it.
In the smoke, guys.
Heaven.
I'm holding his smoke. Default.
More backside. Bro, you missed again.
It's okay. You have Omen ult. Research it out.
Yo, wave.
Yeah.
I vault.
But Neon was here already.
Was there a gap on the right?
Yeah. You knife out there?
Yeah.
Can you just get the bomb right now? Wait, don't do it.
Yeah. I'm doing it already. They tried blocking. There was like 2 people on there. Opera was there, yeah?
He was V. He was V,
okay. I have 1 smoke and 1 TP, Chris.
Heard.
What do you want to do?
Just keep walking up.
Okay. I'm gonna just follow your pace.
They over-rotated. We saw all 4 on B.
I'm holding ramp. Holding right side. Could be left.
They're gonna play. It's M80.
I'm walking in now.
They're gonna play like pussies.
Bro, I think you 1-1 it, bro. I think you just take the risk and take one for fights.
Let them play, guys.
Yeah, just don't tap yet. I'm gonna push one.
I'm gonna play for heaven.
Tap at 24, okay?
I'm sucking everything now.
Play now. Let it Braven. Respawn.
Heaven teams 1.
Juke. Ropes and 2 spawn. Fight it for you. There's smoke for bomb.
Shadows traveling.
You're so tilted. I know you.
Okay, I mean, that is unbelievable.
That is unreal.
I hope my mic wasn't live at the end of that because I'm making all sorts of noises over here. That is just ridiculous by Demon One.
I mean, M80, they should be expecting that aggression on Knights getting that first pick. No one was playing anti there. They were able to get the trade. But then Demon One just getting that insane flick.
Just
they
gets
were
ahead
ready
of it
for it too.
Yeah, they're all looking for the one side of the smoke that was jutting out of heaven. They weren't expecting that.
No, that timing was crazy. Literally, as soon as that first player tries to get on that spike.
It's
I mean,
sublime.
it can't get more perfect than that.
No, it really can't.
It really can't.
MV sitting at 8 and 4, again in the lead at this half. They're on the verge of knocking M80 straight down to that lowers.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon One is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
So look, I don't get a lot of opportunities to do interviews and like talk to the players and stuff. So right now, your boy's going to shoot his shot. Demon One, help me with the op. What can we do? Can I get any training? Do I have a chance to get good with this gun?
A chance? Yeah, it's pretty easy to use.
Do you want to help me?
Yeah, if you watch the matches, you can probably pick up a thing or two.
I mean, of course I watch matches. So can I get like specific training from you though? Like, can we sit down in a Discord call and you train me?
Yeah, on the stage, go ahead.
No, like in a call. Like, can we? This guy, you know, we can't get everything going. We can't do it on stage. Unbelievable.
Let's get to it then. Demon One absolutely spurring away GB's advances. Will not be doing any individual one-on-one coaching, but guess what? Lock in with ExpressVPN, scan that QR code on your screen, and Envy, I mean, they're the talk of the town right now. They are 8 and 4. They are dominating, genuinely. M80 are the ones that are having to come up with answers here. It's their map pick of Split. We wanted to see what they've been cooking up after such a long break of preparation, the boot camp, everything, adding up to this. For them, it was like, I mean, essentially everybody making out like we were rolling out the red carpet for that matchup against Sentinels, but they are finding it a heavy test, I think, early on.
Yeah, and I think a big part of their attack half here, we talked a little bit about it, was Caillou, but I think another player we have to look at is Bonnie, being able to go head-to-head with Kesnet and meet that same aggression that we're so used to seeing him have.
It's Kesnet currently. He's on a heater. 15 kills to his name. Trap play cooked up. Paranoia being held, some util off the back of it. Slight jiggle. Demon One trying to get that information. Trying to contact peek out of this one, not even using the util, but the bullet's rattling down. It's done a lot of damage. Bonnie potentially in trouble. The molly well placed. It's going to be slowing down the aggression for now.
I mean, what a call from Envy too. I think realized that M80 has a read on it.
He slipped the net. SPZ, that haunt went straight past him, and he's looking for a little bit more. He's calling for the rotation. Troops to arrive away because he realizes he's got that timing. All this space over towards it. Contain now. None the wiser. 2. Okay, a little bit too early there. The shot's so rattled away. He does reveal the hand, but at least still has the space. Envy willing to try and fight this one forwards, but it's misplaced in terms of the util. The Paranoia stun a little bit better. Players just trying to rapidly retreat, get back to safety. But Envy in a good spot. Nade to play forwards. SPC is desperately trying to make the most of this one now, but great push forwards. It's immediately traded. Now Nismo's left in that 1v3. Going to be surrounded now rapidly at that. Position accounted for, but there's Kesnet once more.
I mean, asking for a miracle coming out of Nismo there to win that and get that pistol round online for them. But Envy, I really like that mid-round call for them. Instead of falling into that trap set of realizing that M80 has a little bit of a read, and instead of letting M80 try and bait that out, peeking into them towards that mid site, or towards that mid. and kind of just doing so much damage. And I think that's the name of the game for MV right now. They always feel like they're one step ahead. Even in that retake, M80 looked like they had a good brawl kind of brewing towards that screen, but MV peeking so early into it and just disrupting that.
You're just getting one step ahead of the timings.
I really want to see more aggression coming out of M80, especially coming out from Bonnie and Nismo. I want them to be the dynamic duo that they've been working all year to kind of become and showcase here in stage 1 and, or sorry, in Americas, on the stage. There we go.
Exactly right, though. It's not what we were hoping for from M80. It's looking lethargic in terms of their opening match here in the play-ins.
They need to start disrespecting Envy. I think right now they're so focused on having the perfect utility, having everyone ready, when I think they need to start, instead of planning, start actually acting.
Start doing.
Initiating, yeah, exactly.
Less hesitation. Oh, they've revealed their hands. The Outlaw invested into here in a round like this. Doesn't come up with what they were looking for. Plenty of targets that are waiting on that half armor, but we'll see. They're moving in a different direction. Not going to have a lot of time, though, to work towards onto the B side. In fact, Kesner's waiting there, scumped weapon in his hands.
I mean, it's tough. Not winning this pistol, being forced to try and get a hero gun on Bonnie to open up the round, and already there's only 25 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to...
That's the Outlaw down and out. They're going to be able to reclaim this one, but like you said, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Time is of the essence. They don't have much of it whatsoever. Trying to play the way forwards. Rossi just peeking out wide, and it is all just shambolic. M80, of course, they were never really favored in a round like that. They never had the money to get things going, but Envy are on a war path.
But now they're down 6 rounds again, same as they were in map 1. It's such a hard battle to climb back onto, especially when we look at their most recent split. There were a lot of problems that they were having on the attack that led it to go into OT against SRB. So not only are they struggling to get into these advantageous positions, but even if they get to that point, who's to say that they were actually able to fix a lot of those mistakes and a lot of those weaknesses that they were having originally?
That's exactly what the break was supposed to do. What a time to shore things up, fix things, but they might not even have a chance to show what they've got on a half like this. They've got to do it now, but earlier investments mean the money is not ideal. It's not a really proper buy from M80. Got a Bulldog Guardian working with the Sheriff. Rossi is just going walkabout to the bloody judge, okay. It's Pepper down in mid. It's okay to take risks. You are on the bonus if you are MV. Flash forward zone, a refight. It's usually goes both ways though, pound for pound. MV want nothing to do with it.
They have the man advantage here. Will they be able to convert it?
They're so active though. I mean, they are immediately rotating around. Oh, this is a ridiculous read.
I mean, either way, they would be playing retake towards one side, so might as well stack and try and gamble where M80 and anticipate where M80 will try and end here.
The gamble is correct.
Yeah.
Yep, it definitely is. Kesnet again, this time slightly further back in terms of the angle he's approaching. Fast lane forwards, he has to fight forwards here, but that horn is good. Will rip him to pieces. Will not do much to really dissuade any of that. Bonnie! Snap into the opposition. M80 were desperate for a round like that.
Hopefully they'll be able to carry that momentum, especially coming out from Bonnie. He was the player in Challengers that across their Stage 3 8 series win, he had a 1.42 KD, 262 ACS from purely just playing his own game. He would instantly run in off of util. He would instantly try and go for fights and literally look for more. He would overheat, but he would get away with it. Not only with his movement on Neon, but just his raw mechanics. And we need to start seeing that shine more, especially in these rounds where M80 are just going for that first opening pick. That's what Caillou's specifically calling for.
Some fake pressure over towards B. Bonnie off the back of most of this one here, spotting a couple of these players out, but the side is going to be vacated. Demon 1 peels all the way back. The goal to pull rotations. They might have achieved it. Players have moved away. Envy. There's no activation on the other side of things. M80 is slow going. Only now getting a move on him. At this point, realization it was all fake pressure.
At least no matter what, going into this post plant, they are going to have players towards that A main. They're not giving up the entirety of space.
Kesnet, he's trying to get ahead of it. We were talking about it. The pace, the lack of hesitation. is what was paving the way here for a team like Envy, but you're right, they have that main control still accounted for. M80, the luxury of it. Nice sort of flash forwards is dodged and turned. M80, not to be removed, ingrained in their positions. Not getting shredded to pieces ever so slightly. Doubled up though, they'll do the job. And a bit of spam into the smoke to finish things off. M80 finding it now, a foothold, a bit of breathing room.
I mean, that opening, trying just to send Bonnie in, looking for a pick with that Neon Wall and the Fade util to support it there. It didn't even have to pull rotates because Envy were able to call that bluff on that and not worry about kind of rushing into site flooding and giving picks to them. But it still did enough so that M80 could just end up towards A and get into a nicer post plant.
Forced timeout here out of Envy. It's the second one now used in this map. Feeling like it now because M80 have definitely got some momentum behind them. 2 round wins back to back, that's no fluke.
No, they're starting to have a little bit of a different look. I feel like we're seeing the players kind of start to come alive, specifically Bonnie, on a lot of these opening engagements. Even when it seems like there's so much util being thrown at them, he finds a way to go past it and punish Envy. And even though Envy, I feel like they're doing a fantastic job at having different looks, whether it's trap, it's early round trap setups, or going for some sort of mid-round aggression, or even playing full retake. I mean, that last round, it didn't work out for them. There was a little bit of disconnect, and M80 did a great job at putting that stall pressure towards that screens, and kind of left Envy to fight for their own individually, just flooding out one by one.
It's been what's winning rounds for Envy. It's getting ahead of the util, the setups that M80 are trying to set up. This time they'll shut down Envy.
And after these timeouts, it might be a little bit harder for Envy to have a strong read on M80, especially if they're coming out with a new look, maybe a pace change, speeding up, especially towards this mid area.
See it now. It's the right weapon for the job. Bonnie, he's got that outlaw. Looking to put a punish on for the Envy economy. They're on an eco. Now forwards though, this is aggressive as anything. Hoping for a deep push into B main. They've got a flash being held at the ready by Knights. M80 though are cautious. Not willing to rush into anything here. A lot of util being used to see if they can lay claim to some space in mid.
I mean, also just a very passive setup from M80, not following up with bodies after that utility to take space, knowing that Envy are in a little bit of a weaker buy. They may only have classics, but we've seen that those classics can do damage on both sides.
Yeah.
Just really taking their time, not falling into any traps or not wanting to.
It can be a deadly game, to be honest, if you run out of time against an eco. Opens you up to mistakes. The goal to play perfect Valorant. That's how you end up losing. 35 seconds left. There's a stack of players in B main that have not been removed. Where is the spike going? What is the goal?
And we're so split across the map.
All over the place. 27 seconds left. What is the goal here? We don't have much to work with here, but now they're going to be moving forwards anyway. I mean, they just jumped the gun ahead of it, realizing they lost control over towards mid. It's a paranoia, and it's a good adjustment here. Talvin just got to play time by his life, make sure he doesn't give up this gun. Being assailed now, double TPs just to get the hell out of here. And he does his job, does it well, buys time. Doesn't give his life up. Been able to find a follow-up kill. Last one. Left is going to be Glyph. Navigated in the end.
I mean, Alvin, he played that perfectly, knowing that all that focus was coming on towards him instead of his teammates on site, trying to stay alive to buy time for his teammates to kind of be able to either go for that B main crunch or at least get that bomb down and set up for a post plant. He lived so long, and in the end, we still weren't able to kind of get that gun or get a trade-off. And that's honestly something I want to see more out of M80 on their attack half, is I don't mind them playing a little bit slower. They're too close for comfort, way too close for comfort. But I think they have such good lurkers with SPZ and Alvin. They're great at kind of dictating how they want to go about taking space or giving it up and just holding. They have great reads individually. And I think that's something we haven't seen shine yet.
One enemy remaining. A little bit too close for comfort, but got them a win regardless. And it smiles on their faces. It's good to see, because at times, especially in our first map, it was feeling like the pressure was definitely get to them. Yeah, it was getting tense. There was missteps. Communication was pretty tight as well when we had that listen in.
A nice pace change coming up from here. M80 love going for these contact burst exec plays to really catch off the enemies off guard. In this case, it's Envy.
Oh, Demon 1 could be in trouble here, but he knows his job, knows his role. He's immediately going to be vacating out towards B.
A lot of that.
VCT.
And that Viper utility not allowing them to instantly flood if they wanted to. Envy, when they do these full retakes, they've looked a little bit rough.
They're trying to go for it now, but they've got a pit to contest with as they run it back in the hands. That's going to be leading this one forward. The rest of his team hoping to follow through. Snapping to the dome. Nismo is no more, but still, it's M80 answering back. And as long as they survive, as long as that pit remains strong, there it is. Another one on the board, now trailing just by 2. This is very real presence by M80.
It's nice knowing that they have different looks, and Caillou's kind of getting a feel on when to call them. That's something that he used to shine so well at in Tier 2, is having an idea of when to go fast and go for a straight exec, or when to slow and kind of feel, or play slow and feel out the map a little bit more. And this was a perfect example of, you know, how he's able to call on a feeling, on a whim. And Envy, if M80 do decide to play at this pace, Envy are going to have to work a little bit more, be a little bit more cohesive when it comes to those retakes, and have a set idea going into it.
Making it feel like it's a lot of presence just with Nismo and the Boombot. Not a whole lot more behind it. Just the team. Just one player breaking that Prowler. Doesn't give away the game just yet, but now they want to send it flying forwards regardless. Vacated is the site. M80 in the post plan. They've got very good control over towards ramp and main.
Looks like Envy might contest that space though.
Yeah, looking to see if they can gear up for the fight. Caillou going to be hunting for a little bit more, but if he lets loose with this, oh, he's going to be getting good information. The rest of the team is not even there. We'll see how M80 deal with it. On the extremity, Envy left wondering where is the pressure actually coming through and forwards. This great util. Gun's even better as well, but a supplementary as the spam and glide forwards is shut down here. And Nismo, just from the side, it's a fantastic post plan from M80.
Yeah, having like planting for heaven, keeping that A main control and that triangle setup, that's something that a lot of teams often don't get a fall back into because they had so many bodies alive. They weren't contested on that exec, and Envy took a hot minute to actually regroup for it.
It was something I was seeing missing actually when we were looking at M80 play split before they were playing in the play-ins. It was a month ago, granted, it was a long time ago, but I wanted to see that evolution in their play on split. I'm glad we're seeing it now, a reason for why they picked it in this series.
I think
it's very nice.
We're starting to see all that, you know, preparation paying off.
Huge. All these VOD reviews paying off.
Yeah, there you
Literally
go.
what I just said.
There you go.
Nismo, we are in sync, bro.
There you go. Evidence straight towards it, and now just one round down against Envy. The momentum has shifted.
Looks like they're playing a little bit slower here too, which I don't even mind.
Hello, Forsaken. Just trying to make a play towards it. See, stun ricochets out, and Nismo's so ready for it.
Read like a book.
You haven't seen that play before. Knights, you are hard committing into the corner. Bloody hell. It's lucky that he's alive there. It is an eco.
Just trying to find that gun that just wasn't there for him in the first place.
Is up on the box. Shut down. Re-clearance of the space over towards B main. Spike, by the way, not picked up, so M80 have no intention of rushing into things again.
And they do fairly good in these little duo pairs that they have going on, knowing that, hey, even if Envy do a disruption or a trap play, that we'll be able to get that trade out. They play very cautious on rounds like this, but so far it's paid off for them. It's just that clock and the stacks that Envy have been willing to do.
Yep.
They're 4 here.
Troubling. If they spot this out, though, Alvin does have an ult to get all the way over towards the B side if it just gets a little bit too dangerous for them, and now they're going to be sending it forwards anyway. Ult's popped off. It's Kesnet without overdrive. They've kind of pulled the trigger, but potentially a little bit too early. These Envy players are being pulled way out. 20 seconds remaining, and now it's just a clean-up duty occurring up towards that A side. Kesnet ramps his way around, will earn himself at least a 1, just trying to glide to the side, but it's defended. And M80, they draw it level.
I mean, man, these ecos have me on the edge of my seat, and I'm standing. Like, it is scary how they want to play these rounds, but I am hoping that with the ult online, they will start to pick up the pace, maybe throw Envy a run for their money and catch them off guard. They've been trying so hard, especially towards that B main, to have a lot of those trap setups going.
It doesn't matter how we did it, it matters how we finish.
That's it.
That's true.
It's all about how you finish. And right now, M80 looking like they're potentially sailing all the way to Summit, that map 3. Pit going to be laid down here. B main control. It's been a big priority from M80. Humming and ahhing around it, so MV just trying to put a stop to any plays that are made.
M80 just trying to gather as much info to see where they would want to take that space towards, either towards vents or towards that B heaven.
Hello. Raise Rock is going to be popped off here. This is Nismo up the gut, straight through mid, but he hasn't spotted too many players whatsoever. Just seeing the tail. One of the individuals, Nismo trying to play this one forward, but he's vulnerable up in the process, and Rossi, he's still active here inside the pit. Reinforcements arriving, it's Kesnet straight in there. That DTP into the back, and what a punish. It's a spike left into no man's land. It's all gone too wrong. M80 trying to punch their way through a difficult situation.
They tried so hard to big brain that, having Bonnie actually run through that all and pop the Razor. You hear that Q on the side of Envy, but you don't hear any footsteps towards that mid. He was trying to catch them off guard there, but unfortunately, they were playing so far back already, unable to actually get anything off of that ult. And Kesnet just being that anchor outside of the Viper ult was killer.
Just flooded all the way in. Set up the Viper's Pit. Ambitious here from M80. Critical round for Envy to put online.
Great chip damage coming in from Kesnet.
Spam is going to be going back and forth here. Still a lot of tension in the air. M80 are not out of the woods just yet.
Envy going for
they're going for a flash play. It's a paranoia. It's the stun and a flash. It's going to go on either way, but this is all Envy. What a play to make. Straight back to the playbook, which has carved out so many rounds for them. At aggression, getting ahead of the play from M80.
I mean, Envy had the read. M80 have been putting a lot of this pressure towards that mid space, even if they're doing it quietly. Every round they've seen that they have players there. Instead of allowing M80 to wait for that Viper util to go down and make that first move, they just shut them down before they can even get started.
Doubled up. It's all contained. And up to 12 rounds now, Envy. 2 chances to see if they can drag it all the way and send M80 toppling down to that lower bracket.
I mean, that was perfect. They were all out in the open.
Leviatán-esque, really.
Yeah.
They love that little triple play with the duelists in mid.
Bro. Nice, bro.
I gotta give Envy props. Not even just their team chemistry going into it, but the reads that they've been having that I can only imagine are coming from their IGL glyph. It's phenomenal.
It's been a good turnaround for them. Looking for a little bit more now. The pressure potentially overwhelming, but should be contained. Not quite. Hold on, Alvin. He's unaccounted for. They thought it was just a 1, and he slipped the net. Found himself at least another kill to reciprocate and potentially earn a way forwards in a round like this.
And M80 hearing all that pressure towards A, knowing that there was 3 towards that site, but still not taking space towards mid. No, instead regrouping towards that A site, taking that 4v1.
Well, Glyph is going to be getting all the information in the world with that one. That's 4 tags, remaining 4 players. And the TP from Team of 1! It's not heard! They're deaf and blind to it all! Being wrapped around now, this is M80 being squeezed, the hammer and the anvil. Envy, they can taste it. Something in the air. The level up of their play, Rossi just taking these solo fights out. It's up to Nismo and Alvin. But that Dayward Destiny versus Sentinels. It's all on the line for them. M80 still alive!
And the 2 players to do it, Nismo, who has gone through so many teams in Tier 2 since 2021, being able to see the rest of his teammates find success in Tier 1 and not be able to get that for himself. And Alvin, just last year on TSM, he was 1 match away against the previous iteration of Envy to make it to Tier 1, to actually ascend, but just falling short in that last match. 1 series was all it took, and you know, they're the 2 players to be able to keep them alive in their first showing here in Tier 1.
Massive step up. Individuals popping off. M80 are not done yet. And we're pulling out the Odin, are we? Okay.
And trying to keep it cool, still willing to play slow, trying to utilize their lurker towards that A to get info and maybe find an opening for them. It'll simplify the round. Dog catches.
Yeah. SPZ's going to have to respect that space, immediately retreating M80.
But look at the rotates it brought over from Envy. Mid is completely open.
Massive over-rotation. Envy have left B completely open. Demon 1's going to be a hard challenge ahead of him. He wants to try and hold it down over towards that B main angle, but without B heaven control, it's going to be tough. Let's see if he can at least vacate. Peel it back, but he's really looking for the pick, but it will respect it. He gives up that space now. M80, they spotted us out, sniffed out where the empty site is, but Envy, not one that takes things lightly. They've got to run it back, waiting in the back pocket, and they're going to be looking to see if they can flood their way in. The plan down, Knights. He's forwards with it now, trying to lay claim to most of this one, but again, it's shut down, but over the shoulder now. It's Glyph and Rossi activating.
I mean, there was great punishment on the Phoenix ult, but that's not a body. They still going into this 4v3 retake. No utility.
Try and find more. No util really to work if it just comes out of the raw aim jewels, but Envy are just on top of it all. And on top of the world, with a win like that, M80 denied that day with Destiny versus Sentinels. They move forwards in the bracket, and they send them spiraling downwards.
That's definitely not what they wanted to show today. They wanted to show the team that's been grinding, finding that success in Tier 2, the team that put in the work all month to find that early success here in Tier 1. But unfortunately, Envy, they really stepped it up this time around. They look so good. And this brand new team, and that was only with a week turnaround. And, you know, if they're able to keep up that momentum, they might be the underdogs that we never expected to kind of come in and find their time here.
You're completely right. It's a completely different Envy that we're witnessing. It's such a short turnaround. Barely any time at all to work with. But the improvements are resounding. Communication looks clean. The set plays clean. Players are on the same page. And now there's life and light in their eyes. This is an Envy squad that moves forwards in the bracket. They know their opponent coming up. It will be Sentinels. They can take a bow here with pride. They did the hard work with almost everybody counting them out in a matchup like this against the pride and joy of Tier 2 NA. Goes without saying, M80, no slouches, but that 15-match win streak ended.
I mean, what a great way for them to start off Plains as well as the team that was unaccounted for, the team that no one expected this out of. And for them to start off hot, taking down the Tier 2 champions, like you said, and hopefully instilling some confidence in that they have a good foundation to go off of now. We see them playing so well off of each other that really it should only go up from here. They'll start to get their map pool sorted. They'll start to find their comfort picks and comfort plays and play style overall, because there were so many unknowns with Envy going into this tournament. But now it feels like they're starting to find their way, and it's really only up from here if they can continue and be consistent with that.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits that's provided to you with this play-in format. Doesn't matter how well you did in the groups, it's all about how you finish. That's all that people are going to be remembering. We've seen teams go on runs before. Envy, it's early days. I'm not going to tell you too much, to be honest, but listen, that is a fantastic opener for this Envy team. Dismissing an M80 that was just looking primed and ready, and everybody really looking towards them. Phenomenal opener for them, honestly. Let's send it out to GB though. He's ready and waiting for that Verizon post-match interview, so please take it away.
All right, guys, give it up for Rossi and Envy. Well done, well done.
Thank you.
We were talking earlier. You sounded like you're pretty confident coming into this matchup. What was it particularly about this game, but what was it more importantly about your team that gave you this confidence coming into today?
I mean, if you look at our roster, like, look at our team. Like, we should never be losing. We should not be anywhere close to the worst team. So it's like a fundamental issue with a bunch of things.
Yeah.
And we finally like overcome that. It took us basically the whole year, even though it was different like roster durations.
Yeah.
But our practice has been like really, really good. And as you see, I mean, those M80 guys, they're really good, but it's just, look at our team. We have Demon 1 Kesnet. Those guys have never been and never will be as close to as good as them. So GG.
Yeah. Ooh, I mean, hey, I respect it, but also I would have to agree with you on Kesnet and Demon 1's talent. Absolutely unreal. It does feel like you guys are vibing out there a lot now. Was that like a part of the goal, the mission, to just like kind of loosen up out there, feel a little bit more like you're having fun rather than feeling that pressure?
I mean, if you win, you laugh. You lose, you cry, right? So that's just what it is. It's simple logic, right? So we've been winning in practice a lot, so everyone's much happier, and that's just what it is. I mean, obviously there's conversations, but winning fixes everything.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, looking at how the series played out and everything, you guys started things off quite nicely, right? You had a couple good runs there, especially with that Ascent game. Did you feel like with Ascent and kind of setting the tone of that series, it gave you that leg up to give you the result you have here today?
Nah, definitely not. Like, we knew we came into this game, we saw the draw. Like, I mean, we knew the draw 1 month before. You know, it's scripted. Like, we all knew we were gonna play the M80 because everyone wants to see Sentinels. But we knew we were gonna beat those guys. It's not like, there's no offense to them. Like, I keep saying that they're great, but it's tier 1 versus tier 2 for a reason, right?
Ooh,
that's just what it is.
All right, hey, I respect it. I think that the confidence is certainly playing forward here. Are we expecting more Envy as this bracket continues playing? Maybe Envy playoff run, perhaps?
I mean, well, only God knows that, right? But we're gonna. That's it.
No, hey, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Now, as far as this whole experience and teaming with these guys and going through this grind, right? Do you feel like it's actually made you into a better IGL, better leader, just in general? Not even IGL, just a better leader and a better person for this team, because you guys previously have had a lot of ups and downs, but you have had to have some personal growth yourself, I'm sure.
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I've played with Max before, like on Lev. Christian is literally a kid. Connor is a very nice, quiet guy, and Kez is my boy. It's just like, it didn't really grow. It's not really growing. It's just more about finding who yourself is again. I didn't get better. I just played like how I normally should play, and how we all should be normally playing. We were never bad in the first place. We were just showing that we're bad because of regression, not progression. You know what I mean?
No, I totally understand. Totally
it's just about being ourselves. That's it.
And hey, it looks like it worked out, especially here today, guys. Give it up for Rossi. Give it up for Envy. That's going to do it for a Verizon post-match interview. But for now, it's match point without me. Ooh, that's weird.
Yeah, GB, we've kicked you off the desk for a reason, and I won't tell you why. But hello and welcome to Match Point. We're here with our match winners from Envy, Glyph and Knights. You guys, that was such a good game. It feels like you guys had this big turnaround as a team where you started playing really well together in this server. What were the kind of talks that you guys had to get you to this point?
You answer this one? You can go first. I mean, no, there was definitely a lot of hard conversations that we had,
Yeah.
A lot of losses. There's going to be a lot of discussions about what we can fix and what we can improve on, especially with so many matches that we had to go through. So the discussions were definitely not easy, but I'm glad that we went through them and had this little hard period to improve and work on ourselves.
That's fair. And for Knights, I mean, you guys were the 2 most recent additions to the team, but mainly you were the most recent. How was it? What was the transition like to join this roster? Did you feel like it was fully established and you didn't really feel like you had a spot, or did you have a big say on how you wanted to play your role?
I mean, it was just a fresh team. Like, the team is like just fresh. Everybody's like new.
Yeah.
Everyone new, like working with each other. So like it was a lot of like learning. I want to say anything's established. We're like just built, as soon as I joined, we're like building everything and building like the team and stuff. Like, how do we want to play? Started off with I'm playing this, and then we moved on to me playing different roles.
Yeah, that's really valid, and I think it looks great. But we're gonna jump into our game today. Ignore that. We actually have a My First. We're gonna get to know our players a little bit better through some notable firsts. This is a nice little board here. I'm gonna reveal one category at a time. You guys get to pick which one you wanna go with first.
Okay.
And you're basically just gonna give me a little story about whatever the subject is. So Glyph, come on, pick one.
I'll pick the second one from the bottom.
This one?
Yeah.
All right, so my first impression, hold on. Oh, I ripped it. Of teammates. What's your first impression of your teammates?
I mean, definitely a very talented group,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting at home playing Tier 2, Demon 1's winning champs already. I mean, I see Kristen ranked all the time, just frying, and everybody else. I mean, you see all of them on the international stage at some point, Kesnet and also Rossi. So my first impression is definitely like, wow, these guys definitely have the talent. But the thing for me is like, I didn't know how they'd be as people. So I'm very surprised by how they are as people and very happy to be able to work with them because they're a great group of guys and they're hilarious all the time.
Oh, I love that. That's really nice. Do you want to answer this one or you want to go next? I'll give you the choice.
I'll go next.
Okay, which one do you want?
The bottom one.
Bottom one. Okay, let's see. My first time playing on stage was...
I mean, it was amazing. Got the ace.
I love
VCT,
that. Yes.
Debut ace. Yeah, it was like a lot to get used to. It was definitely like uncomfortable at first because I'm not used to like how to stage.
Yeah.
But as it progressed, got more comfortable, got an ace. Hey, amazing.
I mean, you look pretty comfortable. Your first match acing. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. The first map was shaky. Then I was like, second map, I understand it now.
Did you feel it was nerves and then you shook it off, or you just?
Definitely not nerves.
Okay, cool. Alexis,
This
I'm
team
gonna let
has
you
so
pick
much
one.
aura. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna let you pick one. You're part of this.
Can
Pick
I have
one.
number one, please?
Number one. Okay. My first video game played. Ooh, this is fun. I'm gonna get you guys all to answer this.
Oh, I'm gonna answer this?
Go.
Ooh, my first video game played was probably like Mario Kart on the N64 when I was a wee lad.
Dang. Okay, Knights, go ahead.
I have no idea. Probably like Minecraft or something.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Wait, how old are you? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to feel old right now.
Oh no, definitely Roblox. Now that I think about it.
Okay, that's fair. Go.
Mine was definitely Call of Duty, like just from my older brothers and taking it from them.
I have a favorite Call of Duty that you've played?
Hot topic or controversial pick, maybe, but Advanced Warfare was my favorite.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I don't know anything
That's a niche
about that.
pick.
All right, I'm gonna pick one. My first agent mained. Cliff, go ahead.
Omen.
Omen?
I played Omen at the start of the game for sure.
Did you actually?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You're innie? How did you transition from that? That's crazy, actually.
I think it was just over time, you know, maybe other people wanted to play different roles when I started playing competitively, and there's more opportunities, so I just tried out different things, different roles to get experience on it.
I love that. All right, Knights, you got this last one. You ready?
Yeah.
My first signed team.
First signed team, Qbert. Yeah, Qbert's my first signed team. Yeah, the Sentinels Academy team, and yeah, amazing group of players. But like that, the roster got like switched out a lot. But like at the start, we have Scuba there, and then he won a champs. Amazing group of players. Nismo, very talented and smart, and yeah, everybody there was like amazing. We went through like a lot of variations, but it was a nice time meeting like Sen as my first org.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love to hear that. Do you want to answer this or not? You're done.
I mean,
last one. Come on, you got to.
Yeah, my first signed team was Cloud9 in 2022, maybe. I was on their academy team.
Oh, okay.
I remember C9 Acad. That was
I know
one
someone
team.
else that was on C9.
Hey!
Hey! Well, let's finish this game, and we're actually going to take a look at the play-ins bracket now. Coming up tomorrow, we have 2G versus Furia and C9 versus Fluke Show. Real quick, what are your guys' predictions? Knights, you go first.
Wait, who?
C9, 2G versus Furia and C9 versus Fluke Show.
2G and then C9.
Okay, what about you?
I'll do the same. I'm also taking 2G and C9.
Okay, I love that, Alexis.
I think the same.
You
I
think the
agree.
same?
Yeah.
You think the same? You know what? I'll go same just for fun.
Aw,
just for the vibe.
we're all matching.
But thank you guys so much. Congratulations again on your win today. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Here is the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
We've got challengers on the main stage. I like to always say there's nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose. Feels like that very well may be the case for a team like Bestia. Lost still toggling, getting it to halfway. Pros don't fake. Done. 4-1 the count. Bestia up big. David on the first peak, that's your spike carrier down. Lost trying to play the backside of the site. This is an easy zip, zap, zoop. Oh my goodness, it is so good from Bestia. Welcome to play-ins. Bestia with an exclamation point early on Thursday. Here comes the retake attempt. He's gonna have the first contact, able to connect on the tube. Nice swing from Lost, does not connect, and Heat will make sure Taco cannot swing. 6-0. Nice relay ball, push you out into the open, no problem. Taco looks like he wants to try to counter this, but what a response there. It gets the reach, trying to stay alive, has all of crew right in front of them. This looks a little bit more like it. Very quickly, we're through 2 maps of Valorant. There's the paths, trying to dive on forward. Hello, how are you? WZera able to find 2 before being traded. Dante will win out the angle. Melzer by himself, nowhere to go. Surely you throw these paths through main. Heat's able to connect. This may be running out of time. He finds another one. Wait a second. Crew's able to turn this into a huge boon. Oh my goodness. And what started with an exclamation point will end with a whimper. Crew send Bestia down to the lower bracket.
M80 versus Envy though, this is bound to be an absolute banger match. And everybody's kind of talking about this M80 squad. They are really the best of tier 2 Envy themselves left guessing in terms of where they want to play this one. Demon One sidestepping on ice skates, taking over now. Can't be stopped. Locked in top bloody form. High speed dash up towards the top. Knights just takes him out. Rossi though eventually falling, but still Knights is forwards, and Glyph responds, clearing up a pretty picture.
Let's go, boy!
So now Alvin's the one trying to anchor this one, but he is also surrounded. Nismo with that peak, but still you got to deal with the anchoring players. Rossi is just going walkabout of a bloody judge, okay. Will not doing much to really dissuade any of that. Body! Snap into the opposition. But he's vulnerable up in the process, and Rossi, he's still active here inside the pit. Reinforcements arriving, it's Kesnet straight in there. That DTB into the back, what a punish. It's all gone too wrong. Envy are just on top of it all, and on top of the world. With a win like that, M80 denied that day with Destiny.
Okay, I just want to say, boys, obviously, guys, there's going to be a bit of match nerves, and it's very normal. I do want to say use it in a good way, guys, okay? Don't be scared. Whenever you feel like you're getting stressed, take a deep breath. It's normal to be stressed, guys. The best athletes in the world get stressed. It's just a normal thing. Have fun, guys. Go next. Whenever you feel like you're getting stressed, just say, all good, this is normal. Take a deep breath. Play with your teammates, guys. Fight together. That's going to be even better for us. And remember, bro, fundamentals is #1 thing for us. So make sure we apply them.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Ayy, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, what you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city, out we going.